recovering his composure. Mrs. Mott eyed Thomas, but whether she recognized him the young doctor could not be sure. Her expression was inscrutable. All trace of the anger and frustration that she had expressed during her first encounter had melted away to be replaced by a placid mien. She was a little younger than her friend, and to Thomas's eye much more feminine, with dark eyes fringed by long lashes and black hair swept back from an oval face. "Then pray sit," said Mrs. Hastings, pointing to a nearby chaise longue. Thomas parted the tails of his frock coat and sat alongside Sir Percival, who seemed content to make small talk. They spoke of London's unusually warm weather and of the voyage from Madras. Politics reared its controversial head, and Mr. Fox and his ghastly wigs were soundly castigated by Mrs. Hastings. Thomas nodded in agreement now and again, or smiled politely as he followed the conversation. It seemed to him that Mrs. Mott, seated by her friend's side, was often employed as a sounding board, called upon to endorse various statements. "Didn't we, Mrs. Mott? Do you not agree, Mrs. Mott? Have we not, Mrs. Mott?" She sat quite passively, but with an expression that denoted she was perfectly at ease with the situation. Thomas suspected that she was absorbing all that was said and storing it in a mental notebook to be retrieved as and when necessary. At a point where there was a natural pause in the conversation, Sir Percival clearly thought it was time to act. He began by taking Mrs. Hastings's pulse. Thomas was heartened when the surgeon declared it satisfactory. Next, with a nod of approval from Sir Percival, Thomas reached for his listening tube from his case. He rose and approached Mrs. Hastings. "I shall rest this on your chest, madam, and listen to your breath and your heartbeat," he explained. His patient appeared slightly alarmed and looked to Mrs. Mott for reassurance, then switched back to Thomas. "I am to breathe normally, doctor?" she asked. "If you please," he told her, "and I will need silence." She let out a nervous giggle and once more glanced at Mrs. Mott, who gave a measured smile. Thomas moved toward her bodice and pressed the cold tube on her décolleté. She shivered a little as she felt the instrument on her naked skin. "Have no fear, Mrs. Hastings," he assured her. "It will not hurt." Leaning forward, Thomas put his ear to the tube. For a moment there was silence as he listened intently to the throb and thrust of the woman's heart as it pumped blood round her body. Her breathing seemed steady enough. He could hear no sign of congestion in the lungs. He righted himself, then passed his tube to Sir Percival, who likewise listened intently for a few seconds. "What can you hear? Oh, do tell," said Mrs. Hastings, as if she could bear the suspense no longer. Thomas detected that underneath her bravado there was an underlying anxiety. "I hear the machinations of a most wondrous organ, dear lady," Sir Percival replied with a wicked smile, adding, "But first I must consult with my colleague." The senior surgeon guided Thomas over to the fireplace, away from their patient. He spoke in a low voice. "In my opinion, there is nothing wrong with that lady that a stricter and less doting husband wouldn't cure," he whispered. Thomas stifled a laugh. "I agree, sir," he concurred, even if he would not have worded his conclusions so honestly. "Her pulse and heartbeat are normal. Her eyes, her skin, and her tongue give no cause for alarm. She appears in generally rude health." The two medical men returned to their waiting patient and her companion. "We are pleased to relate that we find nothing amiss, dear lady," pronounced Sir Percival. Marianne Hastings's fan instantly began to flutter. "I am most relieved, Sir Percival." Her voice was tinged with laughter. "I trust you will inform my husband of your findings." She swapped looks with Mrs. Mott. "I am sure he would not believe me if I told him there was absolutely nothing to worry about." "We will indeed tell him, madam," replied Thomas. Mrs. Hastings eyed him for a moment. "Sir Percival is dining with us, Dr. Silkstone. I trust you will stay too?" Although flattered by the invitation, Thomas felt disinclined to accept. He could sense that he was expected to bring wit and joie de vivre to the company, and he felt himself lacking on both counts in his present mood. "I fear I am already committed," he told her. Mrs. Hastings fluttered her fan again. "Such a pity. Another time, then?" Thomas gave a shallow bow. "I would like that very much, but for now I must be away." He took her hand and kissed it. Then, bowing to Mrs. Mott and Sir Percival too, he took his leave. He really did have to make haste. In the mayhem he had all but forgotten that Sir Montagu's funeral was to be held the following day. He would need to hazard his chances on catching the mail coach that left for Banbury that evening. It was his duty to be at Lydia's side to give her the support she deserved on such a challenging occasion. Chapter 29. The clatter of cups and cutlery in the drawing-room greeted Thomas when he returned to Holland Street. The sound, coupled with the low hum of conversation, told him that Dr. Carruthers and his brother were taking tea. Thomas put his head round the door to see the Professor's nowcar, Sajeev, swathed in a cloud of steam, pouring boiling water into a teapot. It was not a ritual that was usually observed in the household, but Professor Carruthers had presented his brother with a canister of the most prized leaves from Darjeeling, and suggested that Sajeev serve them. This the turbaned young man did with a calm and silent efficiency. "Dear boy, do join us," called the old doctor, sensing his protégé's presence. Thomas balked at the idea. He needed to pack, but felt he might appear rude if he refused. "Thank you," he replied, smiling at Professor Carruthers, who had already noted his hesitation. He settled himself into his usual chair as the Professor addressed his servant in his native tongue, directing him to serve Thomas. "So how did you find the famous Mrs. Hastings?" asked the old anatomist, between slurps of tea. "Most charming," replied Thomas, as the young nowcar handed him a bowl. Patient confidentiality did not permit him to take the matter further, so he steered the conversation on a different course. He turned to the Professor. "And I believe you continue to work on your translations, sir." The thought of the gruesome images of torture in the folio had suddenly resurfaced to haunt him. "That is so," replied the Professor with a sheepish smile. He let his gaze drop for a moment, then seemed to rally. "I fear I have neglected William, but I resolve to make it up to him and shall stay put for at least the next week," he replied, reaching out and patting his brother's hand. The next 5 minutes were spent in idle but polite chatter, although Thomas was so keen to get away that he scalded his mouth on the hot tea. He downed it far too quickly, but was relieved to be able to relinquish his bowl and make his excuses. "Gentlemen, I must not intrude on your company a moment longer," he said, rising. He needed to pack quickly and head off as soon as possible if he was to make the overnight coach to Banbury. If all went to plan, he would arrive at Draycott House in time for the funeral. He had just made it into the hallway when there was a loud rap on the front door. "Prick my lever!" he heard Dr. Carruthers curse. Thomas turned. Mistress Finesilver was nowhere to be seen, so he strode to answer the call just as another thunderclap of knocking burst forth. "Yes?" cried Thomas, flinging open the door. A young messenger in the livery of the Westminster coroner's office stood breathless on the threshold. His horse snorted at the foot of the steps. "Dr. Silkstone?" asked the hollow-cheeked youth. "Yes?" "I'm come from Sir Stephen Gandy, sir." Thomas could not hide his shock. He had not expected such a swift response to his letter sent earlier that same day. He held out his hand as the youth planted a note into it. "I'm to await your reply, sir." Thomas scanned the words quickly, then once more, only this time more slowly to make certain he had not misunderstood what he had just read. He lifted his gaze to the messenger, who suddenly straightened his back to receive his reply. "Tell Sir Stephen I will be at the mortuary within the hour," Thomas said. There was nothing else for it. This news would force him to miss Sir Montagu's funeral. He would pen a letter of apology to Lydia and send it to Boughton Hall in the hope it would arrive before she set off for the service at Draycott House. All of a sudden there was another dead man who was vying for his attention. Thomas fixed his gaze on a long, thin bundle that lay covered on the table. A pair of feet protruded from beneath the sackcloth. Even before the sheet was drawn back, he knew the dead man was not of European origin by the colour of his skin. He could tell, too, by the soles of his feet, that he had spent many years without wearing shoes, so calloused and scarred were they. Even though the mortuary was in the basement of the building, the sweltering heat seemed to have penetrated its walls. It was already working on the gruesome offering on the slab. The stench clung to the air, and although he was more used to it than most, even Thomas felt himself retch as the porter drew back the sackcloth and a waft of turning corpse assailed his nostrils. It hit him like a slap in the face. He turned away in an instant, composed himself, then turned back, and in that moment he smelled something else too, an underlying note, both sweet and exotic, of opium. In his message, Sir Stephen Gandy had simply told him a man's mutilated body had been found near the docks. He had not said he was an Indian, nor had he warned him about the nature of his injuries. "I thought he would interest you, Silkstone," came a voice from behind. Sir Stephen, solemn and grey-wigged, stood in the doorway, a nosegay of fresh herbs in his hand. He inhaled a lungful of its scent before venturing farther into the airless room. "Found this morning. I was about to contact you in any case, then I received your timely letter." The whites of the coroner's eyes were as yellow as ever. Thomas had secretly diagnosed a problem with his liver months ago. Careful to keep a good distance from the corpse, Sir Stephen persisted, his gaze dancing around the room to avoid the gruesome sight. "You told me of your suspicions regarding a Captain Flynn in your letter," he said. "Is this his Indian?" The young anatomist studied the dead man's face. At its centre was a single black hole, obviously once graced by a nose. Remembering the words of Flynn's landlady about the servant, he nodded. "It may well be," he replied. He knew that she could be called upon to verify the man's identity. "The nose," began Sir Stephen, shaking his head. Thomas nodded. "Such a disability is common in India, I believe," he replied. He opened his medical case to retrieve his magnifying glass. "Oh, among thieves or adulterers, or even those vanquished by marauders," explained Thomas. He knew, too, that the frequency of such injuries had given rise to a particular form of reconstructive surgery performed by the Kuma, a small caste of Hindu bricklayers. Using a long, thin strip of skin from the forehead, they turned it and sutured it onto the stump of the nose, like the handle on a pitcher, until new blood vessels grew back and secured it to the face. This man, this servant, had, however, not been so fortunate. His was an old wound. The edges of the nose stump were ragged and vulnerable, allowing all manner of detritus to pass into the nasal passages without the benefit of filtering nostrils. The Indian's face was badly contorted into a grotesque mask, and his eyes protruded from their sockets. What Thomas found most strange, however, was the fact that much of the lower half of the face was covered in a sticky substance. There were odd dark specks dotted here and there that were stuck to the skin. "Where was he found?" asked the anatomist, running his fingers around the man's jawline. "Some porters spotted him in a warehouse near the Fleet at first light," replied Sir Stephen. Thomas glanced at the man's wrists, lacerated by twine, then moved down to his ankles to find the feet fixed together with more rope. "So he was tied down?" "Apparently so," replied Sir Stephen. It was then that Thomas pulled away the hessian that covered the man's chest and stiffened with shock. "What is it?" asked the coroner, forcing himself to approach the slab. Thomas looked up, his forehead puckered in a frown. "His chest," he began. It was peppered with small red welts, but as well as these marks there were other more curious ones. "What of it?" Sir Stephen's eyes strayed reluctantly. "Good God!" he cried. It seemed that the man's killer had carved strange symbols into the flesh of his chest. "What is that?" Thomas was peering at them through his glass. They reminded him of the symbols he had seen in Professor Carruthers's notebook the night before. "A word, perhaps?" he suggested. Taking a pencil, he copied the symbols into his notebook. He would quiz the professor on their meaning later. Leaning over the victim's face, the anatomist remarked that a torn fragment of hessian had been stuffed into his mouth, and this sticky substance that coated his cheeks, chin, and neck seemed to have been applied deliberately. "What are you doing?" asked Sir Stephen. He sounded almost cross. Thomas drew back, then ran his fingers once more over the man's jawline and neck. Sir Stephen, still awaiting a reply, watched, puzzled, as Thomas rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, then sniffed those too. Finally he shook his head and said, "Honey." "Honey?" repeated the coroner. "What the deuce?" Thomas stood back from the corpse a little. The man's face and neck have been smeared with honey. And those dark specks, said Thomas, peering at the curious dots through a magnifying glass, are ants. Ants? I'll wager he was deliberately placed near a nest. Warehouses are full of them at the moment, and those red marks are bites. It was no coincidence that the ants found him. What in God's name? Thomas sighed. I shall need to pry more deeply, he said pointedly. Sir Stephen took his meaning. Then I shall wait outside, he said, slightly relieved that his own personal ordeal was coming to an end. Thomas turned to stare at the dead man's agonized face. Dr. Carruthers had an expression for it. He called it the grotesque pantomime of death, but it never became any easier to stomach. Over the years, Thomas had forced himself to become inured to the hideous expressions that froze themselves upon corpses' faces in their last agonal throes. Eyes often bulging from their sockets, mouths twisted in a scream, the image was always unsettling, but he never failed to overcome his feelings of revulsion to conduct a postmortem. This corpse, however, was unlike anything he had ever seen before. As soon as Sir Stephen was out of the room, Thomas began his preliminary examination, looking for a likely cause of death, a stab wound or a blow to the head. Yet apart from the lacerations where the rope had cut into the flesh, there seemed no obvious explanation on the torso. The cause, he reasoned, must lie in the region of the face and neck. The room was designed to store the dead, not to conduct post-mortems, and the light was exceedingly poor. What little daylight there was shone in through a window grill. Thomas laid out his instruments in order and took up his magnifying glass. Holding it over the large black cavity in the Indian's face, he noted it was bordered by a thick crust of scar tissue. Taking a pair of tweezers, he thrust them into the hole in the centre of the corpse's face and peered into it with his glass. As his eyes focused into the darkness, he could just make out a foreign body that should not have been in the nasal cavity. He probed and picked it out, then held up the object to the light. Myrmica rubra, he muttered under his breath, as he inspected the creature caught in the pincers of his tweezers. "What's that you say, Silkstone?" Sir Stephen had been hovering in the anteroom outside, happy to leave Thomas to his grim task. Now he appeared on the threshold, keen for news. "You have found something?" The coroner shifted reluctantly toward the mortuary slab. Thomas felt his breath quiver. "I have, sir," he replied, as the coroner drew level with him, although still keeping his eyes away from the cadaver. He held up the tweezers that had within their grasp a small, dead ant. By now Thomas had returned to the table. Prizing open the cadaver's mouth with a spatula, he peered inside and reached once more for his tweezers. He took out another ant, followed by another and another. "His mouth is full of them," he said, his voice tinged with amazement. "His ears, too," he added, retrieving another dead creature from the auditory canal. "But surely a man cannot be killed by ants." Sir Stephen's face crumbled into a horrified scowl. "Not normally, sir. But this victim was tied down and his face smeared with honey to attract them." Thomas had heard tales. He did not know if they were true, of cases where Indians in his homeland had tortured white settlers in this manner. Particularly vicious fire ants were allowed to tear through the fabric of their victims' tissues, chomping away at lungs with their razor-like pincers, thereby causing suffocation in a most brutal and agonizing fashion. Sir Stephen bit his lip as if to stifle a yelp. "The insects have entered the man's body through his orifices, as you see, and then gained access to his lungs." "His lungs?" repeated Sir Stephen, clamping his kerchief over his mouth to suppress a sudden cough. Thomas knew what he was saying seemed far-fetched in London, but the evidence lay plainly before him. These are common red ants. Normally they present no danger, but the man's face was smeared with honey. They managed to enter his respiratory tract via his large nasal cavity. A dark shadow crossed Sir Stephen's expression as he realized what he had just been told. "Sweet Jesu! You mean to say—" Thomas nodded. "Of course I shall need to open up the chest to confirm my theory, but I believe he was asphyxiated." The coroner remained glued to the spot, but Thomas was eager to proceed. "You would like to watch, sir?" The offer to allow him to observe the procedure seemed to stir the coroner to action. No, carry on without Miss Silkstone," he told him, waving his kerchief and beating a hasty retreat toward the door. Left alone once more, Thomas took his knife and opened up the chest cavity. The lungs lay resting like great bellows below the rungs of ribs, and several ants had managed to find their way into the bronchial tubes. It would have been a slow and excruciating death, thought Thomas. When it finally came, it would have been a great relief for its victim. Chapter 30. Bibi Mott winced suddenly and made an odd hissing sound as she sucked in air through her clenched teeth. A ruby-red droplet of blood was blooming on her forefinger, and she thrust it into her mouth. "My dear Bibi," exclaimed Marian Hastings, seated opposite her, "but you have pricked yourself." She laid down the embroidery she was working in a frame and patted her companion's skirt. Bibi Mott, sucking at her finger, tried to make light of it. "'Twas my own fault, Marian." Her companion looked sympathetic. "You are distracted," she told her. "I can tell you are not yourself these days." The two women sat by the window of the upper drawing-room in the South Street residence to catch the late afternoon sun. The sun had, however, long dipped below the roofline of the elegant mansions, sending deep shadows onto the wooden floor. On the thoroughfare below, carriages and sedan chairs rushed hither and thither along the Mayfair street. Observing such activity through the large casements provided the occasional welcome distraction for the ladies. "You have heard news of your husband?" asked Marian Hastings, after both had resumed their embroidery. Bibi Mott sighed deeply and rested her needle again. "It has been 4 months now. All I know is he must be growing weaker and more despondent every day in that terrible place." Marian Hastings shook her immaculately coiffed head. Even during the day her hair was studded with sapphires and diamonds. "But you must be strong for him, my dear. Our sex must bear the weight of 1,000 hardships so often." The younger woman's back stiffened as she shifted in her chair, and her eyes fell to the floor. She suddenly looked even more vulnerable. "There is something you want to tell me, dear Bibi?" asked Marian, ducking her head slightly so that she could catch her companion's attention. She had not spent the last 6 months on board ship with her, not to know when she was deeply troubled. Bibi Mott nodded with the look of a penitent about to confess to a priest. "The other day I went to East India House," she blurted. At this news the Governor-General's wife set down her embroidery on a nearby chair, as if such a revelation required her undivided attention. "To inquire after Captain Flynn?" "Yes." "And?" "Apparently he resigned from the company soon after he came ashore. They have no record of him." She lifted her palms from her lap in a gesture of both acceptance and despair. Marian Hastings's lips tightened into a flat smile. "It would seem he is trying to avoid his creditors," she ventured. But the younger woman's expression suggested there was more, and the older woman picked up on it, like a seamstress on a bad stitch. "You know something?" She leaned forward conspiratorially. Bibi Mott glanced over to the door to make sure they were not overheard. "One of the sepoys brought me news. There is a tavern by the docks frequented by the Lascars. There is talk that Flynn is trying to sell the diamond." Marian Hastings leaned back. Well, she muttered to herself before addressing her friend once more. "That could prove most useful to you, could it not?" "I'm hoping so. The word is out that I wish to see the captain." "To negotiate with him?" The younger woman hesitated. "I'm not sure 'negotiate' is the right word." A steely expression suddenly crossed her face. "It is because of him that my husband languishes in jail. He owes him not just money, but his reputation, too." "So what do you propose?" asked the older woman, intrigued. Bibi Mott took a deep breath, as if to gird herself for battle. "I have put a price on his head," she said emphatically. 2 guineas to the man who brings him to me." Marian Hastings lifted both brows simultaneously, but before she could say a word there came a knock at the door. She tutted, annoyed at the interruption, but called out, "Yes?" An anxious-looking Major Scott stood on the threshold. "I apologize for the interruption, ma'am," He bowed, then turned to Bibi Mott and gave another bow. "But I have news from the custom house which I thought you would be anxious to hear." The two women swapped glances. "From the expression on your face it is not good, Major," said his mistress, shooting the officer a wary look as he approached. "I regret to say the customs men have detained not only the ivory bedsteads and the chairs, but the horses too, ma'am." Marianne Hastings looked scandalized. Her large mouth dropped open in shock. "But that is preposterous. First my silk gowns, then my bed, now the horses. Am I to sleep naked on the floor?" An image of the lady in such a predicament clearly flashed through the Major's mind, as he reddened at the thought, but he soon composed himself. He went on to say, "They assured me that you are not being singled out, and that everyone arriving from India is subject to the same rules." "Do you think I care about everyone else, Major?" she snapped, walking to the window. "I should not be subject to the same rules as everyone else, because I am not everyone." She turned back to face him. "I am the wife of the Governor-General of India. Would Queen Charlotte's belongings be impounded? Tell me that." The Major's mouth opened, then shut again before he could think of a reply. His mistress answered her own question. "I think not. No, you must continue to press for the release of my belongings, including my silk robes. How can I be expected to attend all these social engagements, let alone be presented to the King and Queen, with only 4 gowns to my name?" She pointed to the mantel-shelf that groaned under the weight of several gilt-edged invitation cards. "And what am I to give their Majesties?" she continued. "You know as well as I that those Arab horses were intended for them." "I shall tell them of your displeasure, madam." The officer's brow was crumpled in a frown. "Yes, Major, please do," she said, dismissing him with a wave of her fan. Bibi Mott watched him leave in silence, then asked her friend, "What will you do?" "What can I do but wait, dear Bibi?" came the reply. Marianne Hastings's eyes slid along the mantelpiece at the numerous invitations to balls, a concert, and a soirée. But there was one card, smaller than the others, that took her fancy. Major Scott had left it up there unthinkingly when the 2 medical men visited her the other day. She picked it up, studied it, and smiled. "And while we are waiting, we can organize an intimate dinner party," she said. "A dinner party?" repeated Bibi Mott. Marianne Hastings nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, just 5 or 6 well-chosen guests," she replied. Then, taking her friend by the hand, she assured her, "It will take your mind off your travels, my dear, and I know just the person to invite." Chapter 31. It was later in the day, and Thomas had been toiling over the Indian's corpse in the mortuary for at least 4 hours. His grim work complete, and the Indian stitched up as neatly as possible, the doctor began clearing away his tools. As he stretched over the body to reach one of his knives, his arm caught a scalpel. It clattered to the stone floor below, and he bent down to pick it up. As he did so, he noticed what looked like a leather thong under the dissecting table. Curious, he picked it up. He frowned. It was a shoe, a strange shoe that must have belonged to the dead man. The leather on its upper had been pricked and worked into a simple pattern, while the sole was flat and without a heel or a back. It was like a lady's slipper. Its sole, he realized after a moment, was surely like that of the mysterious shoe that had left the bloody imprint in the study at Boughton Hall. Sir Stephen Gandy's arrival interrupted his train of thought. He knew the coroner was expecting his preliminary findings in a written summary. He also believed that Sir Stephen would be eager to know what conclusions could be drawn from the examination. He was, only not in the way that the anatomist had envisaged. Once again the coroner loitered near the doorway. "You have finished the autopsy?" he asked, seeing Thomas dip his hands in a ewer. "I have, sir," he replied, shaking the water away and reaching for a cloth. "Good," snapped Sir Stephen. Thomas walked toward him, picking up his notes as he did so. He drew level with him and handed them to him for perusal, but the coroner shook his head and pushed them away. "There is no need for those, Silkstone," he blustered, "just as long as we can say that Flynn is the murderer." "I beg your pardon, sir," blurted Thomas, taken unawares. His aching back stiffened. "I don't understand." The coroner jutted out his chin, making it clear to Thomas that he felt he had overstepped the mark. "Surely it is obvious. The Indian stole the diamond. Flynn caught him, but the thief refused to divulge where he had hidden it, so was subjected to this." He waved his hand disdainfully at the corpse. Thomas suppressed his rising frustration. "It is plausible, sir, but we cannot lay the blame on Captain Flynn without evidence." Sir Stephen sniffed at his nosegay once more. "Of course not, and that is why I called you, Silkstone, to find evidence against this Flynn. I cannot have such a madman running around my streets. There will be mayhem, riots. The Lascars are already gathering in numbers to protest the brutal slaying of one of their kind. We need to pin the blame on Flynn, and quickly." The coroner paused and allowed his eyes to slide toward the dead man for a moment. "Have you ever seen anything like it before?" he muttered. He turned his head away again quickly, unable to stomach the sight of the corpse. Thomas wished he could take a deep breath to ease the tension in his chest, but his own wound had begun to throb once more. Instead he shook his head. "Never, sir," he replied, and as the coroner beat a hasty retreat to the door, he muttered under his breath, "But Flynn isn't your man." By the time Thomas arrived back in Holland Street, Dr. Carruthers had taken to his bed. He found Mistress Finesilver in an even worse mood than usual. She barely greeted the young doctor in the hallway when she took his hat, and even then made a show of how bad it smelled. Only when she was recovered from the stench did she ask grudgingly if he wanted anything to eat. He did, and said as much, although he was not sure his request for bread and milk registered with her. When, however, he asked her what troubled her, she was more than willing to vent her spleen. "'Tis that servant, Saji or Sajiv, I neither know nor care which," she blurted, hanging Thomas's hat on the hall peg. "What has happened?" asked Thomas. The housekeeper huffed. "He insisted on washing the professor's clothes in the copper. I told him the washerwoman calls next week. Lord knows I don't have time to iron and starch them myself, but no, he seemed to think they needed boiling." "Boiling?" Thomas picked up on the word. "Yes," said the housekeeper. She produced a duster from her apron pocket and ran it over a picture frame as she talked. "Mark you, the shirt did look real filthy," she added. "Did it?" asked Thomas. "And where had he been to make it so dirty, I wonder?" He did not receive an answer. The housekeeper was flouncing off downstairs in the direction of the scullery, so abandoning all hope of any food, Thomas lit a candle and hauled himself up the stairs, his mind simmering away like a stew-pot. Chapter 32. The funeral of Sir Montagu Henry Ambrose Malthus, King's Counsel and Solicitor at Law, was to be held in the chapel at Draycott House, near Banbury. Lydia sat stony-faced in the carriage that was taking her and young Richard to the service. Nurse Pring and Eliza were in attendance and sat opposite as all four of them were jounced and buffeted through the Oxfordshire countryside and over the border into Northamptonshire. Lydia had hoped Thomas would travel with her. Before he returned to London, he had assured her he would attend the funeral. Then his letter arrived just as they were about to leave Boughton. In it, he had spoken of a murder. The Westminster coroner needed him urgently. He begged her forgiveness for his unexpected absence, yet she still clung to the vague vision of him awaiting her arrival at Draycott, even though with each passing mile that vision faded slightly. "Sir Theodosius and Lady Pettigrew will be there, milady," ventured Eliza cheerfully, trying to reassure her mistress. "Yes, of course," replied Lydia, with a tight smile. She would be strong. There were those who would be surprised to see her at all, after what had passed between herself and Sir Montagu. All eyes would be upon her, but she would not break down. She would not show the emotion she felt. It was not grief alone, but anger too, that welled up inside her and needed to be suppressed. She now knew her incarceration in Bedlam had been on Sir Montagu's orders, and she could never forgive him for what he had put her through there. As her carriage drove up the lane that led to the chapel, she could hear the slow toll of the bell. Its mournful sound made her recall how she had found Sir Montagu caked in blood in the study. She shivered at the recollection. Seeing her mistress shudder, Eliza handed over her silk-embroidered shawl. "Here, milady, you are cold." Lydia looked at the wrap. It was one that Michael had brought back from India and given to her as a wedding gift. He would be smiling now from his place in heaven, or hell, or wherever the Lord had seen fit to place him, she thought. He had loathed Sir Montagu almost as much as he loathed her late brother. Few had mourned Edward, and few would mourn Sir Montagu. "Thank you, Eliza," she replied, "but I do not need it." She was not cold. She was full of fear. It was dread that made her shudder. The fact that whoever killed Sir Montagu and stole her husband's diamond was still on the loose filled her with trepidation. For all she knew, the malefactor might even attend the funeral. Her stomach lurched at the thought. Instead of wearing it herself, however, she took the shawl from the maid and covered her sleeping son. As the carriage breasted the final hill before the ascent to the mansion, Richard awoke. Still nestled on Lydia's shoulder, he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, then propped himself upright to peer out of the window. "We are here, Mamma?" he asked her, looking up. Lydia gave him a warm smile. "Yes, my darling," she told him gently. Today would be hard for him. He understood that Sir Montagu was dead. Even though he was still only 7 years of age, Richard was no stranger to death. He had seen it too often in his short life. In his nightmares, he so often relived the times when he was a pipe boy. Lydia knew that more than once he'd witnessed a fellow sweep being dragged dead from a flue, choked by soot in his lungs. His past still haunted him, as it did her. She held him close to her and kissed the top of his curly head. She had to be strong for him. Hers was not the first carriage to arrive outside the chapel. There were at least 6 more lined up on the drive outside. Several men in black suits congregated like so many crows along the path. As Lovelock helped her from the carriage, Lydia saw their heads turn and felt their eyes boring into her. She dared not return their looks, keeping her own gaze to the ground, although she did recognize the occasional familiar face. There was Sir John Thorndyke, for one. He was confined to a bath chair that was being pushed by a liveried servant. He wore the deathly pallor of one not long for this world, and appeared painfully aware that his own funeral, in all probability, would be next. Then there was the Earl of Rainton, sly as a fox, and even in the subdued mood of the moment, she heard Lord Fitzwarren's irritatingly loud laughter, more apt at a bordello than a burial, ring out. There was Gilbert Fothergill, too, the fussy, jumpy little clerk, too officious for his own good. He bowed low when he caught sight of Lydia, and she nodded back, but quickly switched her gaze to the ground once more. She did not dare search for Thomas amid the dozens of mourners. Of him there was no sign. She had hoped that he might have won against the odds and ridden hard overnight to be there with her, but he had not. Even though she was sure his absence was no fault of his own, she could not help but feel the slightest bit let down, the slightest bit tested by him. Like a small stone in one's shoe, his absence irked her. It was therefore with great relief that she heard a familiar voice. "My dear!" She looked up to see Sir Theodosius, a warm smile splitting his flaccid face. He folded his hand over hers. "How are you faring?" Lady Pettigrew came to his side, her black-veiled head inclined. "Lydia." She held out her arms and kissed the woman she had come to regard as her own daughter on either cheek. Then, bending down, she acknowledged Richard. "Dear boy," she said. "Let us go in together," suggested Sir Theodosius, crooking his arm and offering it to Lydia. She smiled and took it. Lady Pettigrew gave her hand to Richard, and the 4 of them walked sombrely into the chapel. They sat in one of the box pews with a good view of the altar, but shielded from most of the other mourners. Lydia was relieved. The only other person privy to her secret, apart from Thomas and Dr. Carruthers, was with her inside this wooden palisade. No one else knew that Sir Montagu was her real father. None of these black-clad vultures now gathered to pick over the remains of his life had an inkling. Or had they? As the pipe organ struck up, the congregation rose in solemn unison. All eyes were upon the funeral procession as it progressed up the aisle. 6 pall-bearers, their faces hard as granite, shouldered the draped coffin to the altar. Memories of her brother Edward's burial came flooding back, and she was forced to dig her nails into her palm to keep herself in the moment. It was then that the thought suddenly occurred to her, what if Sir Montagu had confided in someone? What if he had revealed that he was her real father, and that person had sought to use the secret against him in some way? Blackmail, perhaps? Could the same person who robbed Michael's grave have returned to kill Sir Montagu? And if so, why? While Joe Makepeace had been unable to furnish much useful information about his paymaster, her personal plea to Sir Arthur meant that at least he had been spared the gibbet, if not a jail sentence. At least his death was not on her conscience. But it was small consolation when her father's killer was still at large. She surveyed the flock of black crows that stood with their heads bowed, looking to pick over the carrion. They were scavengers, all right, but were they murderers? Right now there was no way of knowing. "Your ladyship!" The shrill calling of Gilbert Fothergill followed Lydia as she left the chapel. "Your ladyship!" The service over and the interment in the family vault complete, Lydia found herself more than a little relieved to be out in the fresh air once more. Sir Theodosius had remained at her side throughout. The two of them swapped bemused looks at the sound of the clerk's voice, and stopped. "Mr. Fothergill," said Lydia, as the little man presented himself in front of her. He was slightly out of breath. The clerk removed his large-brimmed hat and gave a studied bow. "My condolences, your ladyship," he told her, fingering the brim of his hat. "A most distressing affair." Lydia did not need to be reminded of the circumstances surrounding Sir Montagu's death. Her look betrayed her own distress, and Sir Theodosius stepped in. "You have something to say, Fothergill?" The clerk, seemingly embarrassed by his own awkwardness, apologised. "I wished to tell her ladyship, sir, that the reading of Sir Montagu's will is on Friday in London. I would advise her that she will be requested to attend." He delivered his speech without once looking at Lydia. Sir Theodosius drew himself up to his full height and plumped out his chest before deferring to Lydia. "Her ladyship has heard the request, and is obliged to you," relayed the coroner. Lydia nodded her assent. "And she will indeed make sure she is present." Seemingly satisfied, the clerk bowed low once more and took his leave. "So you are remembered in Sir Montagu's will, my dear," said Sir Theodosius in a low voice, making sure he was not overheard. Lydia was not so sure. She suspected she was being asked to attend the reading in her capacity as the young Earl's mother. "I believe Richard will inherit the Draycott estate," she said in an equally low voice. It was a proposition to which she had given some thought, and her conclusion, she felt, was quite probable. Sir Montagu had been widowed many years, and he had no other natural heirs, to her knowledge. Sir Theodosius's forehead creased in a frown, and he shifted on his large frame, yet he did not look at her. His eyes danced about the chapel grounds at all those still milling around, huddled in small groups, whispering and, perhaps, even plotting. Lawyers always plotted and schemed. It was their natural state, just as ravens roosted at dusk. "If that is the case, my dear," he began, finally switching his gaze to hers, "then you may both be in very grave danger." Lydia frowned. "I don't understand." "Whoever killed your father was looking for something. The murderer may return, and if you and Richard are the heirs—" She digested the thought and felt it settle uncomfortably inside her. "I fear you may be right," she said. Her breath juddered as she inhaled deeply. Like the bell that tolled for Sir Montagu, the coroner's words clanged through her mind for a moment. She was in danger, he had counselled, grave danger. "There is something else you must know," she told him, recalling Thomas's letter. "Oh?" Sir Theodosius was looking about him as if he had landed in a den of thieves. "Captain Flynn is missing." "What?" "According to Thomas, he and his man left their lodgings 3 days ago and have not been seen since. Then Thomas was called to attend a postmortem by Sir Stephen Gandy." Sir Theodosius straightened his back. "Flynn's servant?" He could not say. The coroner stuck out his fleshy chin. "Then that settles it," he barked. "Settles what, pray?" "You and Richard shall stay with Lady Hattie and me at our London residence until this most terrible business is brought to a satisfactory conclusion." Lydia felt her mouth open in a natural protest, but then she thought better of it. She did not refuse. Chapter 33. The day after the post-mortem, Thomas rose early and made his way to his laboratory to finish writing his report on the murdered Indian. Before he settled himself at his desk, he scanned the bookshelves for studies on insects until he came to his trusty copy of Carl Linnaeus's Systema Naturae. Propping the dusty volume on the nearby work surface, he thumbed through the leaves until he found the object of his search. Formicidae, he muttered to himself. Then, carrying the still-open volume, he set it down on his desk, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the musty air. A glass jar in front of him contained what might have been mistaken for small dried fruits, currants or raisins at first glance. They were, in fact, the desiccated corpses of at least 20 red ants that Thomas had removed from the innards of the unfortunate Indian. There had been many more, but it would have taken too long to extricate them all from both lungs. A cold chill suddenly shot down his spine as he thought of the insects swarming in the dead man's lungs. The hot weather seemed to have triggered a plague of them in the city. They were to be found anywhere where there was anything sweet, and the Indian's killer had used this to his advantage. Thomas opened the jar and delved inside with a pair of forceps to retrieve one of the creatures and set it on a glass slide next to an illustration in the well-thumbed reference book. A knock at the door interrupted him. He groaned at the thought of Mistress Finesilver airing yet another complaint about the Indian servant's manners, or some such triviality. "Yes?" he called. He did not even bother to look toward the door when he heard it open, but simply waited to hear his housekeeper's waspish invective. "Forgive the intrusion, Dr. Silkstone," came a voice. It belonged not to Mistress Finesilver, but to Professor Carruthers. Thomas leapt to his feet. "Good day to you, sir," he said, suddenly feeling on edge. There was something about his mentor's brother that made him uneasy. Catching sight of the professor's grotesque and disturbing images had not endeared him to Thomas, nor had the fact that his clothes needed boiling so soon after the Indian's murder. There might be innocent explanations for both, and there might not. The professor, however, seemed unabashed as he moved toward Thomas. "I am sorry to disturb you, Doctor. I know you are working, but I wondered if I might offer you some assistance." His gaze was as intense as ever, and his left eye flickered as he spoke. "Oh?" Thomas registered surprise. "I heard about the Naukar's murder, you see." Thomas tensed. "The murder?" he repeated, wishing to draw out the professor. "Sajeev told me the Lascars are up in arms over it." Thomas was reminded of Sir Stephen's words. "I believe so," he said, offering the professor a seat. "There is talk that the Indian was killed in— how shall I put it? A most irregular fashion," he continued, seating himself by Thomas. The young anatomist resumed his place at his desk. "That is one way of putting it, yes," he said, wondering just how much was common knowledge. Carruthers drew close to Thomas, close enough that the anatomist could feel his breath on his skin. It smelled familiar, sweet and pungent. He did not relish the experience and drew back a little. Then the professor said something that unnerved him. "I know you saw my notebook." His stare locked onto Thomas's face. Thomas was uncertain whether he was being accused or upbraided or both. "I am not sure what you mean, sir," he said, hedging his bets. The professor's left eye began to twitch again. "I think you do, Dr. Silkstone," he said. "You saw those heinous images." Thomas decided to go on the offensive. "I saw them, yes, Professor, and I have to admit, I wondered why they were in your possession." At this time both the professor's eyes blinked rapidly. "And I have to admit I have not been entirely forthcoming about my work, Dr. Silkstone," he began. Thomas was intrigued. "Pray, go on." "There are few Europeans familiar with the ancient texts of India, let alone Englishmen," he began, "and knowing the Governor-General to be a good but much misunderstood man, I offered my services as a translator." Thomas nodded and watched the professor produce the notebook he had rescued from the floor the other night. He set it on the desk and opened it at one of the shocking images. "As you are no doubt aware, Dr. Silkstone, this is a catalogue of the most unspeakable practices known to man, a litany of the vilest tortures ever devised." His voice was flat as he began to turn the pages, each featuring cruel and twisted torments. Thomas looked at them in horror. "You are translating these texts?" "Quite so," Carruthers said with a nod. "There are some fearsome rulers in power in India at the moment who delight in such punishments. These forms of torture are widely employed to subjugate slaves and citizens alike. Even widows are often forced to climb on funeral pyres with their dead husbands to burn. Such an explanation did nothing to enlighten Thomas. And why should Mr. Hastings take such interest in this... Thomas tried to find the words. This barbarity. The professor's neck stiffened, and he twitched again. "You misread my meaning, Dr. Silkstone," he replied indignantly. "Only when we understand the full extent of these practices can the Governor-General outlaw them." Thomas suddenly felt relief flood into his tense muscles. His shock at seeing the vile images had led him to jump far too quickly to the wrong conclusion. He had fallen into a trap of his own making and felt very foolish. "Of course, sir," he said. The professor fixed his glare on Thomas once more. "I can assure you I do not condone them. But I do know something about them. That is why, when I heard of this Indian's fate, I wondered if I could be of assistance to you." Thomas felt his colour rise a little. Perhaps he had rushed to judgment after all. "I would welcome such help," he said with a smile, and he saw no reason to prevaricate. Reaching for the glass jar that contained several dead ants, he set it down before the professor. "In your research, have you come across a method of torture that employs ants or biting insects?" Thomas waited for the professor's reaction as he held the jar up to the light. "I have heard of such a practice, yes." The professor grimaced at the sight of the shriveled insect corpses. "Can you elucidate?" Thomas pressed. Carruthers's gaze settled on the glass jar. "The victim is usually tied down, unable to escape, and a particularly vicious genus of ant native to Africa and certain parts of Asia is unleashed on his face and neck. He is forced to endure the slow gnawing of his soft tissue, his nasal passage, his oral cavities, even his eye sockets become fodder for these marauding savages." His mouth contorted as he spoke at the very thought of such barbarity. "And he dies by the venom?" asked Thomas. The professor shook his head. "No, Doctor. Small children and animals have been known to suffer death by their poison, but 'tis by entering the body through the airways and swarming through the mouth and down the bronchial tract and into the lungs that these creatures are able to kill a man." "So he is asphyxiated?" "Precisely. A most gruesome death." Carruthers set down the jar and pushed it away from him in disgust. "But surely the Indian—" Thomas explained. "The ants were not of the same genus, but commonly found in England, and they were set on the victim's face." "But English ants do not kill," exclaimed the professor. Thomas remained silent, but opening his case took out a file. He had managed to scrape off some of the honey from the dead man's neck and face with a spatula. Uncorking it, he sniffed at it. It gave off quite a distinctive aroma. The victim's face was covered in this. He held the file up to the professor's face, allowing him to sniff it too. And he did not have a nose. The professor's eyebrows lifted. "Ah, there are many such unfortunates in certain parts of India. It is a common punishment." Thomas nodded. "So I believe," he said. "The ants must have been poured onto his face and were free to invade his respiratory system through his widened nasal canal, causing death by suffocation." The mental image of such an invasion led both men to pause for a moment, so that even before Thomas could replace the cork on the file, the tapping of Dr. Carruthers's stick was heard on the threshold. They turned to see the old anatomist shuffling into the room. "Ah, there you both are," he cried, waving his stick in the air. He stopped as he drew level with Thomas, then twitched his nostrils. "Honey," he said suddenly. Thomas swapped looks with the professor. "Yes, sir," he replied. "Here." He wafted the glass tube under Carruthers's nose. "Acacia honey," barked the old anatomist instantly. His olfactory perception and his ability to instantly name any scent were, Thomas knew, quite remarkable. "My favourite. What's it doing here, by Jove?" Thomas pulled out a stool for the old man, and he sat. It had been smeared over the face and neck of the Indian servant whose autopsy I conducted yesterday, sir. "What?" Dr. Carruthers had barely settled on the stool before he jolted upright. "It was used to attract ants, sir. They invaded his lungs and suffocated him," Thomas explained. The old anatomist's forehead was ridged with deep furrows as he floundered to find words. "But who could?
I cannot. Such devilry.
I fear it is a method of torture exercised in India, brother, explained the professor, this time quite calmly. It had already occurred to Thomas that no one would go to such elaborate lengths to kill another man unless he wished to extract information from him before he died. Just as the turn of a handle can increase the exertion of a rack wheel, so an inquisitor could have added more and more ants onto his victim's upper torso in the hope that he would divulge any secrets he might have been keeping. In this case the Indian either could not or would not tell, or perhaps his fate was sealed from the outset, and he was a dead man the moment he was pinioned by the ropes. The rope, Thomas muttered to himself, reaching once more into his case. He had salvaged a length of it from the dead man's feet.
"Rope,"
repeated Dr. Carruthers. Thomas pulled a few fibres from the length and placed them on a glass slide. Walking over to the window, where his microscope could best take advantage of the light, he peered down into the eyepiece. It was as he suspected.
"Coir rope,"
he announced, straightening his back.
"There is a connection,"
the old anatomist was thinking out loud. "Between this death and Sir Montagu's? 'Tis possible," Thomas replied.
"But I thought you had ruled out Flynn,"
interjected the old anatomist. Thomas raked his fingers through his hair in thought. I still cannot see why, if he was in possession of the diamond, the captain would have returned to murder Sir Montagu. It makes no sense.
"But the captain is still missing?"
asked the professor. Thomas nodded. "Sir Stephen has informed the local magistrate, and the runners are on the case, but I do not hold out much hope of them finding him." The old anatomist tapped the floor with his stick.
"Then what is our next move?"
he asked, just as there was a knock at the door. "Come in," called Thomas. Mistress Finesilver, her face as dreary as a wet Sunday, entered carrying a small tray. She gave a shallow curtsy. "Beg pardon, doctors, Professor," she said, "but this just came for Dr. Silkstone." She shoved the tray in front of Thomas, and he reached for the letter on it. Breaking the seal with a scalpel that was to hand, he read the contents.
"What is it?"
snapped the old anatomist tetchily. He was used to bad news being delivered in such a fashion. On this occasion, however, Thomas regarded his old mentor with a smile. "An invitation, sir," he replied.
"Oh?"
"I have been invited to dine at Mrs. Hastings's residence." Dr. Carruthers chuckled.
"Have you, by Jove? The dear lady must have taken a shine to you."
"You are indeed honoured," chimed in the professor. Thomas felt his cheeks flush slightly. From her look, Mistress Finesilver noticed his colour rise. "That will be all now," Thomas told her. But as she turned to go, Dr. Carruthers raised his stick.
"No, wait!"
he trilled.
"Acacia honey."
Mistress Finesilver stopped in her tracks. "Sir?" she replied, with a bemused look on her face.
"We have some, do we not?"
Before his housekeeper's answer was forthcoming, the old anatomist turned to Thomas to explain.
"An old patient of mine sent me a few jars, and I do so enjoy it."
Mistress Finesilver nodded. "I believe there's some in the pantry, sir," she replied. Dr. Carruthers smiled.
"Then I would have it for my breakfast, dear lady," he told her, "spread thickly on my toast."
He licked his lips, as if imagining the taste of the honey. "Very good, sir," she told him, and with that she aimed another curtsy at the gentleman and was away. Thomas wondered that the old anatomist could countenance eating acacia honey ever again after what he had just been told. For him, the taste of it would always remind him of the ravaged corpse he had examined the night before. Dr. Carruthers turned to the professor once more.
"I came to see if you would accompany me to the park this morning, Oliver. The weather is set fair, I believe," he said. "But I vouch you are enjoying your time back in a laboratory after all those years of absence, eh?"
Thomas shot a puzzled look at the professor. "I didn't know you were interested in such matters, sir." From the far end of the large room the old anatomist chuckled.
"You haven't told Thomas?"
he asked. "Told me what, pray?" pressed Thomas. He turned a quizzical look on the professor, who suddenly seemed most uncomfortable.
"Oliver was a surgeon before he dropped his scalpel and took up his pen," revealed the old anatomist cheerfully.
The Professor shot Thomas an embarrassed look.
"It was a very long time ago, William," he replied,
his left eye starting to twitch. "And one you clearly wish to forget," thought Thomas, judging by the Professor's pained expression. He let the matter drop.
"If I am not needed here,"
said the Professor, by way of an excuse to leave.
"You have already been most helpful," Thomas assured him. "Please do not remain on my account." "That settles it," announced the old anatomist, tapping his stick on the floor. "Then let us ready ourselves."
The Professor nodded and began walking to the door with his brother. As he did so, Thomas called out, "There is just one more thing, Professor."
"Yes, Doctor."
Carruthers turned to see Thomas approaching as his brother continued to the door. "Do you have any idea what these characters mean?" he asked, his own notebook in his hand. He was pointing to the strange marks he had seen on the dead Indian's chest and copied down. The Professor glanced at them for a moment, then frowned.
"Why, yes,"
he replied, his eyes blinking in rapid succession.
"This says Gadar."
"Gadar?" repeated Thomas. Carruthers twitched again.
"It is a Hindu word. It means traitor."
Thomas took a moment to digest the translation. Traitor? He looked up at the Professor.
"Oliver!"
Dr. Carruthers called out as he reached the laboratory door. "Coming, brother," the Professor replied, switching back to Thomas to take his leave. "Thank you, sir," Thomas said. "That is most helpful." Chapter 34. The coffee-house was as busy as a beehive, but then it always was. Tucked down an alley off one of the main wharves lined with warehouses, it made an excellent meeting place for those involved in commerce. It was also a favourite haunt for those in the East India Company. Merchants in drab, dusty coats hawked and haggled around the many wooden tables that cluttered the sprawling rooms. They had their cargoes to sell: sugar, ginger, and dyewoods from the West Indies, and spice and silk from the East Indies, not to mention goodness knows what else from all points in between. While the merchants were hard men, enduring hell and high water to bring back their goods to England, the buyers were made of even sterner stuff and always drove a difficult bargain. There would be the odd challenge, the occasional fight, but by and large everyone knew his place and the order of things, and more often than not deals were done and hands shaken. Nevertheless, Nicholas Lupton did not feel at ease in this sort of place. He preferred White's on St. James's Street, where punters could place bets on how long customers had to live, then gamble away their entire estates. He'd heard of a fellow who'd done just that, only to be found drowned in the Thames the next day. He had bagged himself a seat in the far corner, away from the merchants and moneymen. He'd ordered a dish of thick, grimy coffee that tasted like brewed soot, but it kept him alert. In fact, he was sipping it with particular relish because he was savouring his freedom after his wretched sojourn in Oxford jail. Yes, he was savouring, and he was waiting. For the past few days he'd stayed in London. He'd told Silkstone he would search for this reprobate Flynn. He had not meant it, of course. He no more intended to help the American upstart than return to that stinking prison. True, he had caught sight of the red-headed varlet mounting his horse and riding off from Boughton. He would be best placed to find him, but for what? If he had murdered Sir Montagu, then he had rid the world of an overbearing tyrant. If he had dug up Michael Farrell's grave and stolen a diamond, then good luck to the man for his enterprise. He only wished he had known that such a stone had been buried in Boughton's grounds. He'd have been onto it in a trice. No, he had lied to Silkstone, but the situation had subsequently changed. Keeping his ear to the ground, he had heard that the anatomist was not the only one who wanted to talk with Captain Flynn. There was someone else. And what was more, that someone had put a price on the captain's head, and a good one at that, although he knew he could raise the stakes. So that was what brought him here, to this shabby haunt of brokers and wheeler-dealers, at the behest of someone who wanted to find Flynn just as much as Dr. Thomas Silkstone, but who was willing to pay for the service. And there he was, coming into view, scanning the tables, seeking Lupton out. A stocky man with a military bearing, his back as straight as if he were at court. An officer, undoubtedly. He had told Lupton in his note that he would be carrying a copy of the London Gazette, but there was no need. He stuck out among the merchants like a vicar in a brothel. Well-groomed, but with a drink-bloated face, he had an air of a man who would brook no nonsense. Lupton had heard of his needs through an old friend of his father's. It was all about who you knew, not what you knew, in this game. Any good businessman would tell you that. This gentleman chose to remain anonymous. Such a position always rendered a man vulnerable, in his experience. "Nicholas Lupton at your service, sir." He rose to greet his new associate as he looked around him warily. They exchanged handshakes before sitting opposite each other. "You would have coffee, sir?" In reply, the gentleman pursed his lips as if the very thought of the taste repulsed him. "I'd rather drink water from the Thames," he snapped back, settling himself on his chair. "Let us get down to business, shall we?" "By all means," retorted Lupton. "You come on good account," began the gentleman. He eyed Lupton as if trying to convince himself that he could place his trust in the slightly rakish man across from him, whose head was slung low into his shoulders. Lupton did not reply. He did not feel he should be forced to justify himself. He simply twitched his lips into a smile. The gentleman was reticent, nervous even, was obvious from the sheen of sweat around his upper lip and on his forehead. He continued, but then stopped himself. It seemed he had no wish to incriminate his employer by disclosing his or her sex. He bit his lip and started once more. "I am bidden to find Captain Flynn. He owes a great deal of money to an associate of mine who now finds himself in jail because of his debts." Lupton nodded. "And you believe Flynn has the diamond?" The gentleman looked uncomfortable. He fingered his stock to try and loosen it. "You know about that?" Lupton let out a little laugh. "It is the fodder of the news sheets. All of London knows that a diamond was stolen from a grave at Boughton Hall." The gentleman took out his kerchief and dabbed his forehead. It might as well have been waving a white flag in surrender. Lupton knew he had wrong-footed him. "There are grounds to believe that it is in his possession, yes," he conceded. "So you would have him sell it to pay off this unfortunate gentleman's debts?" "In summary, yes." "By all accounts it is a very large diamond. I read it is the size of a plover's egg. Surely such a stone will fetch many thousands of pounds." "Perhaps." "And you are offering 2 guineas to find this scoundrel Flynn, asking me to risk my own life in the bargain and bring him to you?" The gentleman suddenly realized he was being played for a fool. He leaned forward in his seat. "Now look here," he snarled indignantly. Lupton cast his gaze at the men around him as if he thought he might draw courage from their steely business acumen. "I will accept 2, he said, taking another sip of his coffee. The gentleman's back stiffened as if he had snatched a victory from the jaws of defeat. He nodded, and his lips curled. "Good," he retorted. But his conquest was short-lived. "Yes, 2 and 20% of the value of the diamond," added Lupton. The other man's face flushed crimson. "What?" he growled. "You forget, sir, I have friends in high places. 'Twould not be hard to find out on whose behalf you are acting, and I suspect your employer would not appreciate your actions being broadcast among polite society. You would blackmail me, sir." A huddle of merchants at a nearby table switched round in unison, hoping to witness a fight, but Lupton pulled the conversation back from the brink. "Like all these good men around me," he said, gesturing toward the merchants, "I would merely strike a fair bargain. I have a service I can provide, and if I succeed you will have the wherewithal to pay me for it. What could be fairer than that?" The gentleman drummed the table. It was clear a strategy was playing through his mind. Finally he declared grudgingly, "Very well." "Excellent," said Lupton, offering his hand to seal the deal. The gentleman took it reluctantly. "Give me a week and you shall have your man." He enjoyed the thrill of the chase, especially when there was such a sizable reward at the end of it. Lupton watched the gentleman stride out of the coffee-house. He, too, was eager to be gone from the place and rose to leave immediately after. He now had a mission to undertake, inquiries to make. He would call in a few favours from his old company associates, prod a few vipers' nests. He would surely turn up some information that would lead him to his quarry. So preoccupied was he in planning his modus operandi that he did not notice a shadowy fellow seated only a few feet away from him. Bundled by the nearby chimney-breast, His hat planted so far down on his head that his face could not be seen, he had been listening to every word. In front of him was a dish of coffee, which he stirred slowly and deliberately. He watched Lupton for a few more moments, then began to drink. His was a hatred that bided its time. Chapter 35. Thomas's latest encounter with Sir Stephen Gandy had ended disastrously, as he had feared it would. He had held his breath as the coroner flicked through his report and settled straight on its conclusion. It was not, of course, the one that he wanted. Thomas had found no evidence to connect Captain Flynn with his servant's murder, and in a fit of pique Sir Stephen had flung the document on the fire in his office. "A waste of your time and mine, Silkstone!" the coroner had exclaimed as the flames licked the report he'd consigned to the grate. So, newly returned from his bruising encounter and having fulfilled his duty to examine Mrs. Hastings, Thomas found himself free to travel to Boughton. He planned to spend 2 days there. He hoped it was not too much to dare that Lydia would have already forgiven him for not attending Sir Montagu's funeral. He knew she would have missed him sorely, but Thomas was sure he could still be of some comfort to her. Upstairs in his room in Holland Street, he began to pack a few clothes into his small trunk. Then he remembered. Walking over to the window, he opened the drawer of his writing desk and took out a round case in red leather. And there it was, a modest sapphire surrounded by small diamonds and set on a gold band. It had belonged to his late mother, and Lydia was the only woman he had ever wished to wear it. But he had not given it to her. Yet. They had never formally announced their betrothal. There had been a tacit understanding between them when he rode away from Boughton after her mother died. 6 months later, however, she had shattered his dreams when she told him she was breaking off their unofficial engagement. After that, of course, she had tried to take her own life, and then they had searched for Richard. In among all the upheaval and the drama, their own future seemed to have been lost. Not that he had abandoned any hope that Lydia would one day consent to wed him again. A light had always burned inside him. Surely now was the right time to propose. He closed the case and placed it in his coat pocket. He would pick his moment, and then he would ask her once more to be his wife. With Sir Montagu gone, surely she had no reason to refuse. He smiled to himself as he patted his pocket, but then he looked out of the window once more when he thought he heard a carriage pull up outside. He was right, and the sight wiped the smile from his face. He thought it odd. To his knowledge, no visitors were expected, and in his experience, unexpected visitors usually brought bad news. Deciding to ignore the carriage, he returned to his packing, until moments later he heard voices in the hallway. He stopped, then looked out of the window once more. The carriage was still there, and now footsteps were coming up the stairs. He recognized the familiar tread. "Yes, Mistress Finesilver?" he called through the closed door. "Dr. Silkstone," she told him, out of breath and clearly out of sorts. "Sir Theodosius Pettigrew is downstairs to see you." "Sir Theodosius?" repeated Thomas, opening wide the door. His first thought was for Lydia. Had something terrible happened? He brushed past his peevish housekeeper, forcing her to flatten herself against the wall as he rushed onto the landing. "Sir Theodosius!" he called down, then began his descent, striding 2 stairs at a time. The Oxford coroner's great bulk was standing in the centre of the hallway. He lifted up his large head to greet Thomas. He was clearly feeling the heat and was mopping his brow. "Silkstone, pray do not alarm yourself, man," he cried as Thomas made it to the half-landing. "No?" asked the breathless Thomas, carrying on down the stairs. He felt his chest muscles relax at such an assurance. "No, I bring good news," replied the coroner. "Then you are even more welcome than usual, sir," replied Thomas, finally making it to the foot of the stairs. "Yes, dear fellow, I bring you a visitor." Spreading his arms wide like some theatrical impresario, Sir Theodosius shifted his rotund frame to reveal a petite figure behind him. "Lydia!" exclaimed Thomas. He rushed forward and, forgetting all decorum, embraced her. She offered no resistance and allowed Thomas to take both her hands in his. "What goes on here?" Dr. Carruthers's cheerful inquiry interrupted their reunion. The old anatomist appeared at the doorway of his study, waving his white stick. "Lady Lydia is here, sir, with Sir Theodosius," Thomas explained. Young Richard, Nurse Pring, and Eliza followed on over the threshold, and in an instant all was noise and bluster in the house. Dr. Carruthers beamed.
"What a wonderful surprise!"
he chuckled. "Indeed, sir, most wonderful," replied Thomas, forgetting his wound and playfully scooping up Richard in his arms.
"Then let us adjourn to the drawing-room," declared the old anatomist, tapping his stick excitedly on the floorboards, "and we shall have some tea." "And perhaps some cake?" suggested Sir Theodosius. "Cake, yes, and muffins. I shall call my brother, too." Dr. Carruthers turned toward the stairs. "Oliver! Oliver!" Then back again. "Oh, what a time we shall have!" he cried. Hooking his arm into Sir Theodosius's, the old anatomist headed up the stairs to the drawing-room on the second floor. The young Earl took Nurse Pring's hand. Thomas held back with Lydia. "I planned to catch the coach to Oxford later today," he told her, taking her hand in his. "Then we are fortunate that our paths did not cross," she said earnestly. He saw something troubling in her expression and lowered his voice. "What is it? Is it Flynn?" She nodded. "Your letter said he was missing, and I have learned that Richard or I, or both of us, may be beneficiaries of Sir Montagu's will." She swallowed hard. "Sir Theodosius thought it best if we stay at his London house for a few days until the captain is apprehended." Thomas nodded. "He is right. As long as no one finds out that you are here, then you are safer than at Boughton." He squeezed her hand tightly. "Flynn will soon be found, I am sure of it. Lupton is on the case." "Mr. Lupton?" Lydia pulled away. Thomas understood her reaction. Lupton was, after all, the man who had tried and almost succeeded in killing him. "We are reconciled," he explained. "I can assure you he wants to help us." He corrected himself. "Or, rather, to help you." Lupton's jealousy, he knew, could never be fully exorcised. She nodded and smiled. "Very well," she whispered. Thomas returned her smile. "Then come. Let's join the others," he said, holding out his arm for her. Lydia took it, and together they walked up to the drawing-room. By now Professor Carruthers had joined the party, and introductions had been made. "Come, come, you two," called Dr. Carruthers as he heard Thomas and Lydia enter. "Sajeev here is going to make us tea the Indian way," he announced gleefully. Thomas shot a look at Mistress Finesilver standing redundant in the corner. "And perhaps we might have some of Mistress Finesilver's excellent pastries, too," Thomas said, looking directly at the housekeeper. "I know jam tarts are Master Richard's particular favourite." The kettle was already singing in the hearth, and Sajeev set to work, making the tea. "This is such a pleasant surprise," reiterated the old anatomist, shaking his head as if he could not believe his good fortune. Sir Theodosius's face wobbled as he nodded. "We agreed it would be best for all concerned," he said, then added, "given the circumstances." He shot a glance at the young Nauka, who was pouring out the tea. It was clear he did not want to say too much in front of a servant, and the professor picked up on his suspicion. "You may talk freely in front of Sajeev, sir. His English is really quite limited," Professor Carruthers told him, watching the youth grasp a particularly large lump of sugar in the silver tongs. Seeing this, Lydia politely raised her hand. "Not so much sugar, if you please," she said, switching her appeal to the professor for fear of not being understood. The professor smiled. "Have no fear," he told her, swiftly producing an implement from his pocket. "Here," he said, leaning forward to the sugar bowl and unsheathing a knife from an elaborately decorated scabbard. In one fell chop he had severed the large lump in two. Lydia caught sight of the curved blade at the same time as Thomas. They swapped an awkward glance. Professor Carruthers saw the exchange. Latching onto Thomas's thoughts, he butted in with an explanation. "A kanja, Dr. Silkstone," he ventured, slipping the dagger back into its scabbard. "It is most practical. I find it especially useful when peeling fruit, particularly mangoes." The perfectly plausible explanation left Thomas feeling a little uncomfortable. It had become his habit to read meaning into the slightest detail, sometimes to his own embarrassment. "Yes, very practical, I am sure, sir," he agreed, picking up his bowl to sip the tea.
Sir Theodosius rescued the young doctor with a question for the professor.
"How long have you lived in India, sir?"
he asked.
"More years than I care to remember," came the reply. "But I still find its diversity and customs endlessly fascinating, and I hope to persuade my fellow Britons of their merit, too." "A laudable aim indeed," said the coroner, his fork poised over a large slice of chocolate cake. Much of the rest of the afternoon was spent in conversation about life in Hyderabad. Thomas was glad that any mention of Captain Flynn had been brushed aside. He would need to talk in confidence with Sir Theodosius and with Lydia to inform them of developments, but he knew that such conversations would best be conducted in private. Any indiscretion might make the captain even harder to track down. The chimes of the mantel clock brought proceedings to a close. "Good Lord, is that the time?" asked Sir Theodosius, licking sticky crumbs from his fingers. "We must away, my dear," he said to Lydia. "Lady Hattie will be expecting us."
Thomas and the professor rose to bid them farewell, but only the former accompanied his guests into the hallway. His intention was to catch a moment with Lydia. "Am I forgiven?" he whispered to her, as Mistress Finesilver handed Sir Theodosius his hat. "There is nothing to forgive," she replied with a smile, as Eliza and Nurse Pring arrived from below stairs. Aware that they were being watched, Lydia offered Thomas her hand to kiss. "We shall meet again soon, Dr. Silkstone," she told him formally. The coroner echoed the sentiment.
"Indeed we shall, Silkstone."
Both men knew there were pressing matters to discuss. "Soon," Thomas repeated, as he watched the party walk down the steps and, one by one, climb into the waiting carriage. He patted his frock-coat pocket. The ring was still there, and very shortly he would, he hoped, be placing it on Lydia's finger. Chapter 36. There was a new spring in Nicholas Lupton's step. Like a man just cleared of the clap, he strode cheerfully down Fenchurch Street toward the Magpie Ale-house. The air was as steamy as the hot springs at Bath after a heavy shower, and mist rose from gutters and ruts in the roads. He leapt over a filthy puddle with ease and even avoided the splashes from a chamber pot that was being discharged just ahead of him. His fortunes seemed to have changed. He'd quarrelled with Sir Montagu and left Boughton in a rage. Then he'd allowed his jealousy over Lydia Farrell to get the better of him when he challenged Silkstone to a duel. But he'd seen the inside of a jail cell and lived to tell another tale, and now he was on what might, hopefully, prove a most lucrative mission. This was not a salubrious area. Every few yards he had thrown a sly look over his shoulder to make sure he was not being followed. It was not yet dark, but everywhere there were shadows. The stern stock brick terraces faced one another across the narrow lanes, blocking out the fading sun. He'd thought about hiring a moon cursor to ease his path, but he knew that their sort could never be trusted either, so he'd decided to chance his hand and venture out alone, although he did have an ace up his sleeve. Or rather a pistol in his pocket. He patted his coat lightly as if to reassure himself. He hoped he would not have to use it, but he would not hesitate to do so. The inn was tall and thin, and from the open windows clouds of pipe smoke billowed and mingled with bawdy laughter. Taking a deep breath, he went inside. There was an odd smell in here, too. It was not just the reek of the sweat or the dirt, but a sweet, pungent, spicy smell that was unfamiliar to him. He had felt ill at ease in the coffee-house, but scanning the motley collection of patrons, he could tell this place was 100 times worse. As he looked down at the sawdust that covered the floor, he couldn't help but notice the splats of newly spilled blood, either. It was a sailor's tavern, one where Jack tars rubbed shoulders with seamen from the 4 corners of the globe. Women with bulging bosoms that spilled out from their bodices like foaming beer from tankards sat on men's knees. There was spitting and there was cussing. There were lascars, too. This was the place the Indian seamen favoured, and this was the place he would begin his hunt for Patrick Flynn. Heads turned as he walked to the bar. A one-eyed sailor barked something at him as he elbowed his way toward the landlord. He could not make out what he said, although he gathered from the scowl it was not complimentary. "Rum!" he cried above the din. In his hand he brandished a half-crown. It was the only language they understood in taverns like this. He looked nervously about him. It would start with the huddle of Lascars who sat on a settle at the far end. It was unlikely that they spoke English, but his money would do the talking. He had just begun to make his way over to them when he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned and dropped his gaze to see a short young Indian at his side. "Yes?" The youth was not dressed in the white uniform of the Lascars, but wore a silk turban and a heavier embroidered robe that reached below his knees. "You seek information, Sahib?" the Indian asked, with a knowing look in his dark eyes. "How do—" The youth made an odd movement of his head, as if it were held onto his neck by a thin thread. "Men like you, Sahib, only come to a place like this if they look for someone or something," he said. "You have money, yes?" Lupton frowned. He had not expected to find such a helpful accomplice so soon after setting foot in the tavern, but then they both spoke the same language. The Indian was already holding out his palm. "First we talk," Lupton told him firmly. They walked over to a table in the corner, curious eyes following them until they sat down. "What do you want to know, Sahib?" The Indian cut to the chase. Lupton leaned forward. "I'm looking for a captain, from the East India Company." The youth stuck out his bottom lip and nodded. "You know name?" "Flynn. Captain Patrick Flynn. Red hair," he told him, pointing to his own head. "Irishman," he added. But the Indian returned a blank look. It was clear the term Irishman was lost on him. "He may be trying to sell a diamond." At the mention of the word, the Indian's eyes lit up. He suddenly looked very animated. "Diamond, yes. I know Sahib with diamond," he cried. His sudden outburst caused heads to swivel, and Lupton sprang forward and clamped his hand over the Indian's mouth. "Do you want to get me killed?" he growled, before relaxing his hold. "Surely not, Sahib," replied the youth, his head rolling from side to side. Lupton took a deep breath to steady himself. "Then tell me what you know," he said, producing a silver crown from his pocket. The Indian eyed the coin as if it were some sort of charm. "I see this man earlier today. I know where he is." Lupton narrowed his eyes. "You do?" He was not expecting the path that led to Flynn to be so smooth. "He is near?" "Not far," replied the Indian, his eyes still latched onto the coin. Lupton suddenly tossed it into the air, caught it on the back of one hand, then slid it across the table with the other. "There'll be another one of those when I find Flynn." "Very good, Sahib," said the Indian. He bit into the crown with his back teeth. They shone very white in the tavern's candlelight. "I take you now." Lupton drained his glass of rum. He needed the courage. He could not believe his luck. If this Indian did indeed lead him to Flynn, it would be the easiest money he'd made in a while. He only hoped the captain would come quietly. He tapped his pocket. The pistol was still there. He rose and followed the youth, who was already halfway to the door. By now the moon was obscured by a blanket of cloud, and more rain had begun to fall. The Indian dangled a lantern in his hand and lit their way, threading through an alleyway off the main thoroughfare. As they walked at a steady pace, Lupton tried to get his bearings. He sniffed the air. They were heading toward the river. The tang of the Thames began to fill his nostrils. They were making for the Pool of London. After 10 minutes or more, the rain was still pelting down. The narrow dwellings and occasional taverns gave way to warehouses. Avoiding puddles and ruts, they turned into a wider street, lined with a ramshackle collection of buildings. Pulleys and winches protruded from the fascias. The low portals of the city had all but disappeared and given way to doors double the height and width of ordinary ones. These were where the cargoes were stored, full to the brim with hogsheads and crates, bales and barrels. Behind these monstrous doors lay wares from all over the world. In the shadows, Lupton saw a man ease himself against the wall. Somewhere nearby a man grunted and a woman yelped. A dog, chained to the wall, no doubt to ward off intruders, barked ferociously as they passed. "Not far now, Sahib," assured the Indian in a hoarse whisper. They turned the corner and stopped under the eaves of another warehouse. The Indian lifted the lantern, and Lupton could see a small door set into a larger one. The youth fumbled with the lock, and the door creaked open. "You come," he beckoned as he stepped over the high threshold. Lupton dipped his head and followed through the narrow aperture and closed the door behind him. He was glad to be out of the rain. The pool of light from the lantern did not reveal much at first, but once his eyes had adjusted to the semi-darkness, Lupton looked round. To his left was a mountain of barrels piled high on top of one another. To his right there were bales of what appeared to be cotton, perhaps. Next to him were bulging sacks that exuded exotic aromas. But something was not quite right. Lightly he touched his pocket, reassuring himself that he still had the upper hand. "Why have you brought me here?" he asked. His voice was tinged with suspicion. In the lamplight he could see the Indian look slightly indignant. "Why, Sahib? Because you wished to see Captain Flynn, yes?" He tilted his head in the odd way he had before. Lupton could not be sure he was not being mocked. "Yes. Then please." Once more the Indian held out his arm and beckoned. "Come, Sahib. I show you." He turned and ventured farther into the canyon of barrels and sacks. Lupton followed warily. He watched the Indian a few paces ahead, then dipped his hand in his pocket. Suddenly there was a squeak. He saw something in the darkness scurry across his path, and he let out a muted cry. The Indian turned. "A rat, Sahib," he said with a shrug. "Just a rat." Lupton felt his heart pounding in his chest. Now was the time to reach for his pistol. Now was the time to show this Indian he was not to be played for a fool. He had just fumbled in his pocket when his guide turned and stood stock still in front of him, so that Lupton almost barged into him. "What the—" The Indian was beaming. "You say you want to see Captain Flynn?" he said. Holding his lantern aloft, he pivoted round. "Well?" queried Lupton, pulling back his head and blinking away the brightness of the lamp. "Well, here he is," announced the youth. Lupton narrowed his eyes, peering into the gloom. "Where?" he snapped. "Just there," said the Indian, still smiling and bobbing his head. Lupton took 3 cautious steps ahead, where the lantern rays faintly illuminated yet more barrels and crates. He could see very little beyond, but he suddenly became aware of something hanging in his field of vision. He started, and his mouth went dry. As he peered into the blackness, he realized what was before him. A pair of feet dangled in the air at eye level. In terror, he cocked back his head to see they were attached to a body. "My God!" he cried as the shock shot through his chest and down his arms. He plunged his hand in his pocket to grab his pistol, but before he could do so there was a blow to the back of his head. The gun fell out of his hand and he hit the ground. Through blurry eyes he realized the Indian was standing over him with a curved dagger. "No!" he screamed as the blade fell. He managed to roll away to the side and, grasping one of the sacks, hauled himself up. The Indian took another swipe at him, his blade swishing through the air. He missed, but slashed through a nearby sack, sending its contents spilling onto the floor in a cascade of ground ginger. Lupton ran on, toward the door. Close behind him he could hear the youth's footsteps and the flailing of the dagger as it sliced through the darkness. His breath was failing him fast, and his legs were turning to lead. Reaching out into the blackness, he grabbed a small cask and, turning, threw it at his attacker. He heard him cry out, then fall with a dull thud against the sack. Only 4 or 5 seconds separated Lupton from death. He had to make it to the door. A chink of light slashed through a gap under the doorway, acting as his guide. He headed for it and saw that the handle was within his reach, when suddenly he felt the sharp rasp of steel cut his arm. He let out a yelp and staggered, his legs crumpling under him. In the blackness he heard the Indian grunt as he lifted the blade above his head once more and brought it down again. Lupton raised his arm to protect his head, and this time the blade sliced into his shoulder. He could feel warm liquid coursing down his arm as he lunged for the door and careened headlong out of it. Summoning all his strength and clutching his bleeding arm, he staggered down the street, seeking the shelter of the shadows. His strength was deserting him, and his vision was blurring. The Indian stood at the warehouse doorway, his dagger dancing between his fingers. His head twitched left, then right. Then he looked down onto the cobbles. Blood was mixing with the earlier rainwater that still flowed in rivulets down the gutter. English blood. He returned his dagger to his belt. There was no point in pursuing Lupton any farther. He was already a dead man. Chapter 37. The carriage, carrying a dapperly dressed Thomas, pulled up outside Sir Theodosius Pettigrew's London town house. Gone was his usual black frock coat, and in its stead one of royal blue with silver buttons that was worn only on the most important of occasions. He had even donned a wig. He was not sure that it suited him, although Lydia had told him it gave him more gravitas. "Lydia," he whispered under his breath as he tugged at his tightly tied stock. He tapped his pocket. The small box containing the ring was there. Tonight, perhaps? But everything had to be right. No, not merely right. Ordered, precise, perfect. Earlier that day he'd received a message from Sir Percival Pott. It informed him that, unfortunately, he would be unable to attend Mrs. Hastings's dinner party that evening due to a bad attack of the gout. Naturally, the revered surgeon had informed his hostess, and she had been most insistent that Thomas still attend, but bring a guest of his own choosing. The young doctor had jumped at the chance. Lydia had been his obvious choice to accompany him, and now he found himself dressed up like a turkey at Thanksgiving, calling to collect his beloved. He lifted the knocker on the front door. This was the first time he had escorted her in public for at least 2 years. Not since just before the great fog had they attended any social function together. The prospect filled him with a new sense of excitement. There was a second reason for his eagerness, too. The evening would present another opportunity for him to pry a little further into why Mrs. Mott might have an interest in the whereabouts of Captain Flynn. He assumed she would be present, but he knew he would have to tread warily, so as not to arouse any suspicion in her. The maid ushered Thomas inside Sir Theodosius's London residence just as Lydia was descending the stairs. Dressed in a robe of blue silk, with her chestnut hair piled high and studded with pearls, she appeared to Thomas more beautiful than she had ever looked before. A wave of happiness made him want to rush up to her there and then and ask for her hand in marriage, but he checked himself. "You look enchanting," he told her, kissing her hand. Hearing the voices outside, Sir Theodosius appeared in the doorway of his study. At the sight of Lydia his fat face split into a smile. "All the diamonds of Golconda could not outshine you tonight, my dear," he told her as Eliza handed her a shawl. "Eh, Silkstone?" "Indeed, no," agreed Thomas, wishing he had been the one to pay his beloved such an eloquent compliment. "I hear Mrs. Hastings's Indian cooks can conjure up some interesting dishes," Sir Theodosius remarked, suddenly changing the subject. He rubbed his own large belly. "Although I fear they might not agree with my constitution." "We shall tell you all about it, dear Sir Theo," said Lydia, pressing her gloved hands into his. She saw his eyes glass over, like a proud father who realizes his daughter is fully grown. "You must not keep the driver waiting," he told her. She glanced at Thomas, waiting by the open door, and he offered her his arm. "Nor my handsome companion," she replied, taking it with a smile. The night was theirs. Marianne Hastings was greeting her guests in a room she called her salon. Present were Major Scott and the sour-faced gentleman who had accompanied her from India, William Markham. Of Mrs. Mott there was no sign. When Thomas and Lydia arrived at the door, all eyes turned toward them. Mrs. Hastings, her gown embroidered with lizard-green emeralds and her neck adorned with diamonds, moved forward to greet them. Yet the look on her face registered surprise and not a little annoyance. "Dr. Silkstone," she gushed, fluttering her eyelashes at him and flapping her fan. "Such a shame that poor Sir Percival was indisposed," she told him pointedly. Then, turning to Lydia, she asked, "And this is?" "Lady Lydia Farrell," replied Thomas quickly. Lydia dipped a curtsy, and Mrs. Hastings replied with another. When she rose, however, the look on her face was anything but welcoming. "You did say Lady Lydia Farrell." She broke off Thomas's explanation and repeated the name as if it meant something to her. "A pleasure to meet you," she said, but her smile was clearly feigned. Just then Bibi Mott appeared at the doorway, looking resplendent in yellow silk, and Marian Hastings ushered her companion over to make introductions.
"Ah, Mrs. Mott," she said with a smile. "Dr. Silkstone, you know, and this is Lady Lydia Farrell."
At the mention of the latter's name, Bibi Mott's eyes darted back to her friends, but she quickly recovered to curtsy to Lydia, then offered her gloved hand to Thomas.
"A pleasure," she said to Lydia, but Thomas was not sure she meant it.
A moment later dinner was announced, and all the guests were through into the dining-room straight away. They sat at a large rectangular table with Mrs. Hastings at its head. As Thomas had anticipated, the Governor-General's wife held sway. She was the queen of her court, and those around the table with her were mere players. At first, the conversation was kept light and frivolous. The weather was discussed, as were the ladies' initial impressions of London. The meal was served in a lavish manner, even though those dining numbered only 6. Servants wearing brightly coloured turbans carried great platters of spiced meats and vegetables. There was chicken cooked with rice, pistachios and sultanas, and a dish of yellow lentils served with flour pancakes.
"This is excellent fare," remarked Thomas. "Your cooks are most skilled," he added, thinking of Mistress Finesilver's miserable offerings. "I am glad it is to your taste, Dr. Silkstone," replied Mrs. Hastings. She put down her fork and fixed her guest with an inquiring look, as if to signify that she was done with small talk. "So, Dr. Silkstone," she began, "you are an American." Her manner was almost accusatory, as if hailing from that land was at worst a crime and at best a misdemeanour. "From whereabouts do you come?" Thomas slid a look at Lydia. Both had half expected such an inquisition. He dabbed his mouth with his napkin. "I was born and raised in Philadelphia, madam," he replied politely.
"Philadelphia, eh?" repeated Scott. "I've heard 'tis quite civilized there."
He raised a brow and waited for the mistresses Hastings and Mott to respond with titters, which they did most predictably. Thomas took such behaviour in his stride. He refused to rise to the bait. After almost 10 years living in London, he was used to such ribald comments at the expense of either his countrymen or himself. "Its inhabitants enjoy many of the luxuries of their British counterparts," he replied with a measured nod, then added mischievously, "Most of their children even attend schools." "So what brought you here?" asked Mrs. Mott. She had not joined in the conversation a great deal and appeared very reserved, but her question seemed to show a genuine interest in Thomas. "My profession, madam," he replied. "My father is a doctor, and he knew of the work of a noted London anatomist. I was accepted as his apprentice before the war, and I have stayed here ever since." "Then America's loss is our gain, Dr. Silkstone," commented Mrs. Hastings, a coquettish glint in her eye. The rest of the meal passed pleasantly enough, and the conversation was kept light until it was time for the women to leave the men to their port and pipes. It was at this point that Thomas hoped to make more headway in his investigations, subtly questioning Scott and Markham in an effort to delve below the surface of this whole murky affair. The servants placed decanters of port and sack on the table, and then one of them produced large pipes that Thomas supposed to be made of bamboo.
"You look perplexed, Silkstone," ventured Markham, seeing Thomas's expression. "Have you never seen an opium pipe before?"
Thomas had to confess he had not. "I use the poppy to ease pain in my profession, sir, but I have not smoked it recreationally." Scott smirked.
"Then it is high time you tried, Silkstone," he told the doctor, taking a pipe and allowing a servant to light it for him.
Thomas felt awkward and intrigued at the same time. He knew that opium could have a most extraordinary effect on a man's behaviour and intellect. He believed Professor Carruthers to take it, and now these two. He also knew that whoever murdered Sir Montagu had smoked it as well. "I shall stick with my usual tobacco, gentlemen, if you please, for this evening." Markham shrugged.
"Of course. You are escorting the lovely Lady Lydia."
He smiled as he puffed at the pipe.
"I am sure you will need all your faculties about you for later."
Ignoring the insinuation, Thomas lit his pipe. "So you gentlemen knew Captain Farrell?" After witnessing his hostess's reaction to the name, he decided to call the men's bluff. It paid dividends. Markham, too, lit his pipe, but his face hardened.
"They called him Ring Farrell, on account of the diamond on his fingers," he replied. "Rumour had it that he had even murdered for it."
Thomas wondered if they had heard news of the robbery at Boughton. So he had quite a reputation in India? Scott, an unlit pipe in his hand, had remained relatively diffident up until this point. Now, however, he strode toward the mantelpiece and turned his fire on Thomas. "You have some nerve, bringing that woman here," he suddenly blurted. "I beg your pardon?" Thomas was taken aback. "You must have known that Farrell and his sidekicks used to hire out their services to Philip Francis." The Major was vehement in his accusation, pointing the stem of his pipe at the doctor. "And it was Farrell who entrapped Thomas Mott because he was one of Hastings's staunchest allies." Now Markham joined in. "Farrell, Lavington, and Flynn," he snarled. "They did everything in their power to bring down Hastings, and now it looks like they have succeeded, albeit later than they would have wished." Thomas recalled Dr. Carruthers's mention of a duel between Hastings and this Francis. The latter had been seriously wounded, but had recovered and returned to England 3 years ago. Yet he still bore a grudge. Thomas needed to know more. He feigned ignorance and shook his head. "I do not follow," he said. "Do not play the innocent abroad, Silkstone," flashed Scott. "Hastings is isolated. Thanks to Farrell and his cronies picking off all his allies, he'll not last another year in post. There's even talk of his impeachment. Philip Francis is in league with Charles James Fox to bring him to his knees." "And you choose to invite Farrell's widow as your guest to this house?" Markham was shaking his head. Thomas suddenly thought of Lydia. He was used to being treated discourteously by English gentry, but she was not. Fearing she might also be suffering, he rose. "Gentlemen," he said with a bow, "thank you for enlightening me. I now realize why Lady Lydia and I are not welcome, and apologize if our presence caused offence. I shall take my leave. Good night to you both." Not bothering to wait for a servant to show him out, Thomas stalked into the hallway and asked a sepoy to notify Mrs. Hastings of his intention to leave, taking Lydia with him. Keen not to sour the atmosphere, however, he decided to invent an excuse. A moment later both ladies emerged from a nearby room. Marianne Hastings looked agitated and Lydia perplexed. "Dr. Silkstone, I am told you have to leave," said his hostess. "A patient, I fear," lied Thomas. "I must attend to him urgently." Lydia frowned and looked at him quizzically. Suspecting something was gravely amiss, she turned to Mrs. Hastings. "Please forgive us," she said. "'Tis a matter of life or death," Thomas said assuredly. His hostess's bejewelled hand reached up to her throat in alarm. "In that case you must surely hurry," she replied. "We surely must," agreed Thomas. "Thank you for a very interesting evening," he said with a shallow bow. And with that he steered Lydia away by the arm and made for their waiting carriage. Chapter 38. "I should never have asked you to come," fumed Thomas, shaking his head. As he sat by Lydia's side on their way back to Sir Theodosius's house, he grasped her hand and held it tightly. Unsure as to what irked him, so she shook her head. "Will you please tell me what is going on?" He paused to look at her for a moment. She seemed quite composed. "Mrs. Hastings and Mrs. Mott," he began, "they did not insult you?" Lydia shrugged. "They were civil enough, if a little distant," she replied. "Besides, I am growing accustomed to being regarded as an outcast," she added. "An outcast?" He frowned. Lydia rolled her eyes. "The Farrell name is a blight. I know Michael did some very bad things, and as his widow, it seems I must bear part of the blame." Thomas clutched both her hands. "You know that is not true, my love. You cannot blame yourself for Michael's misdeeds." She shook her head. "Clearly other people do." "They insulted you?" asked Thomas. "About Michael?" Lydia's eyes slid away from his. "No." She shook her head, but her reply was less than convincing. "What did they say?" urged Thomas. Her eyes returned to his. "They did not say anything. It was their manner toward me." Thomas sat back in the carriage. He was relieved that nothing had been said to hurt Lydia's feelings, but she would not let his behaviour rest. "But 'tis you who owes me an explanation," she told him. "I know there is no sick patient." Feeling his chastisement justified, Thomas turned to her once more, but paused, thinking how to frame his words. I'm sorry to have whisked you away like that, but I feared that the ladies might turn on you."
"Turn on me?"
She looked shocked. Thomas cleared his throat. "You see, I learned tonight something of the Governor-General's arch-enemy." Lydia lifted a brow.
"Philip Francis?
You know of him?"
"All of England, and indeed India, knows of the enmity between the two men. They fought a duel, and—"
She broke off suddenly when she saw the look on Thomas's face.
"You're going to tell me that Michael was in Francis's service?"
Thomas nodded. "And Lavington, and Patrick Flynn." Lydia dived in to finish the list.
"You cannot think he would harm Mrs. Hastings, could you?"
The thought had occurred to Thomas the moment he knew of the association. "I fear that perhaps he may," he replied. "But can you think of any connection between Sir Montagu and either Hastings or Francis?" After a short pause, Lydia shook her head.
"You know, I was never informed about his business dealings, although—"
She broke off. "Yes?"
"Perhaps Mr. Lupton might know something."
Thomas nodded. "You may well be right. I shall ask him as soon as I am able." He was due to meet with the former Boughton steward the following day to hear him report back on his mission to track down Patrick Flynn. He would also quiz him over how Lydia's card came to be in the possession of Flynn's mysterious caller. "Finding the captain is our only hope of ever discovering who killed Sir Montagu," he told her.
"I know,"
said Lydia, looking at Thomas. There was both a resignation and an understanding in her tone, and she smiled at him tenderly. A moment later, the carriage had arrived at their destination, and Thomas was helping Lydia down the folding steps. "I am so sorry," he said as they stood in the forecourt of Sir Theodosius's townhouse.
"For what?"
Puzzled, she tilted her head. "For putting you in harm's way tonight," he said. He felt his heart beat faster, and he bent his head to kiss her hand.
"Nonsense," she upbraided him, "and at least you have learned something more to help you in your investigation."
"I have," he conceded, thinking about Farrell's connection to Philip Francis. He paused and looked at her. For a split second he wondered if he should ask her, there and then, to marry him. He heard her catch her breath, as if she was expecting him to say something profound, but he suddenly shrank from the idea. It did not feel right. He took a small step back from her, but it might as well have been a voyage home across the Atlantic. The moment was lost. "May I call on you tomorrow?" he asked her. He heard her breath escape in a barely discernible sigh.
"I would like that very much,"
she replied. Chapter 39. That night, as she lay in her feather bed, thousands of miles away from her husband, Bibi Mott cast her mind back over the evening's events. Had she known that Michael Farrell's widow would be at dinner, she would have steered clear, feigned sickness or tiredness, or both. It was so hard for her to try to make polite conversation when all she wanted to do was tell the world how her beloved husband had been so wronged and betrayed. And then she was reminded so cruelly. Hearing the name Farrell took her back to a night 9 years ago that had sealed Thomas Mott's miserable fate. It had been hot, too hot for an Englishman, as her husband would so often say. The home they shared stood on the other side of the Musi River from Hyderabad. Their residence was on the water's edge, but even the breeze along the river did little to cool the air. During the monsoon season, the Musi was turned into a raging torrent, but back then it was little more than a slow, fordable stream. From her bedroom window, Bibi Mott had watched her husband pace the veranda. She knew that he had long ago dismissed his punkah-wallah, but 2 sepoys hovered on the threshold, their daggers clearly visible at their belts. They would ensure he was not threatened in any way. At least she could be confident that his personal safety was not at issue. Once more her husband had wiped away the beads of sweat that gathered on his forehead. She could tell he was going over the deal again in his mind. Captain Michael Farrell, dashing, debonair officer that he was, had come to the house for their first meeting. There were 2 others with him, Lavington and Flynn, but Farrell had been the talker, charm personified, she recalled, and Mott had fallen for his wiles. He had given him what he wanted, a length of fabric covered in strange symbols that no Englishman could understand, that he had purloined on his travels in Sumbulpur. Her husband had confided in her that he considered it a worthless trifle. "Of course there are stories that surround it," he had told her, but this land seems to thrive on stories. Clearly the Irishman, however, did take heed of the wild tales, believing the embroidered scroll to be some sort of map of the diamond mines. In return for it, the officer had assured her husband of a gem beyond compare. Still uncut, it weighed nearly half an ounce, he was told. In the hands of an expert it could be hewn into one large stone of at least 400 carats, a cushion brilliant, perhaps, like the famous Pitt diamond, together with several secondary ones. That was what her husband had gambled on. That was why he had handed over 12,000 pagodas to retain his interest. It was a down payment, Farrell had told him, and a sign of their mutual trust. Bibi Mott recalled how that night her husband had turned toward the river and squinted into the gloom, looking for any lights from a budgerow or other craft. He saw none, but his expression had changed. Lifting her gaze, she wondered what clearly troubled him, and found the answer on the horizon. Hyderabad was lit by a bright red light. It seemed there was a fire in the city. Had her husband's plans gone up in smoke too? Another hour must have passed before he admitted that he had been deceived, or let down, or both. He dismissed the sepoys. Slipping on her silk robe, Bibi Mott left her bed and joined her husband on the veranda. Draping her arms round his neck, she had urged him to come to bed. But it seemed he was not interested in seduction. He was too enraged. "I've been a fool," he told her, his voice crackling with anger. "I'll wager those 3 scoundrels will soon be boarding a ship and making their way home to England to spend my money." "Come, my love." She reached out for his hand, but he refused it, walking ahead of her into the bungalow, shaking his head as he did so. Her advances rebuffed, Bibi lingered a moment longer. She cast an anxious look at the citadel. She'd heard talk among the servants. One of the Jagirda's miners had escaped and was being harboured by a merchant within the city walls. His men were seeking them out, and woe betide anyone who was hiding them. Shutting out such unpleasant thoughts from her head, she was just about to follow her husband inside when she spotted something odd in the water. The light from the city was reflecting on the river, and she leaned over the balcony for a closer look at what she thought, at first, was a tree trunk bobbing on the surface. It was only when her eyes focused on the object a second or two later that she realized it was not a tree trunk at all that was floating downriver. It was a severed leg. The memory still made her nauseated 9 years on. Yet even now, nothing would give her greater pleasure than to see Patrick Flynn's body float down the River Thames too. Chapter 40.
"Dr. Silkstone! Dr. Silkstone!" Thomas was rudely awakened from a fitful sleep by cries below his window and a furious rapping on the knocker. It was light, but still early. He lifted his head from the pillow and heard the front door creak open downstairs and Mistress Finesilver's loud reproach. "What in the name of heaven?" she cursed as she saw a rough sort of man, all brawn and no brain, standing on the doorstep. He was a driver, and his cargo was behind him in a wagon. Another ruffian accompanied him, while a third, sheepish-looking dolt, sat slumped on the passenger seat. "Coroner's office," barked the thug, handing her a letter of authorization. She barely gave it a look, but stepped forward over the threshold and began berating the man. "What you got in there?" She waved her arms at the cart. She could see from her vantage point on the steps that its cargo lay under a tarpaulin. The driver sniffed and wiped a stream of mucus from his nose with his sleeve. "Can't you read?" he sneered, pointing at the letter she held in her hand. "'Tis a body for Dr. Silkstone." Mistress Finesilver's hands flew up to her face. "Not here, you fools!" she cried. "Take it round the back." She seemed more anxious about what the neighbours might think than the fact that a corpse had arrived on her doorstep. By this time Thomas had slipped on his breeches and shirt and was careering down the stairs. He arrived at the doorway just in time to witness the driver setting off in the direction of the side street that led to the rear gate and the laboratory. "Well, I never!" Mistress Finesilver was still fuming. "Who do they think they are, bringing a body to the front door?" "A body?" She turned and, still scowling, handed Thomas the letter. "From the coroner's office," she told him. He scanned it quickly. It was written in Sir Stephen Gandy's own hand. "Silkstone, I have authorized the removal of this corpse from the mortuary. The man accompanying it is a shopkeeper, an ironmonger, who found the victim still alive but mortally wounded.
Apparently the unfortunate gentleman repeated your name several times before he died. The ironmonger duly reported the death, and I took custody of the body, but thought it best if you inspect it in the hope that you might identify it, as it seems he knew you by name. If you think necessary, I would also ask you to conduct an examination to ascertain who might be responsible for his death. Please inform me of your intentions as soon as you are able. Yours, Sir Stephen Gandy, Westminster Coroner.
Thomas hurried back through the hallway and out into the courtyard to see the back gate opening and 2 men carrying the covered corpse on a stretcher. He called to them to follow him and unlocked the laboratory door to allow them access. "Here, if you please," he said, directing the porters to lay the body, wrapped in dirty sacking, on his dissecting table. The 2 coroner's men took their leave, but a third, the one Thomas assumed was the ironmonger, held back. "You found the man?"
"That I did, sir."
He nodded his head, but regarded Thomas with eyes that were so askew that the doctor could not tell where his gaze was focused. Thomas approached the table and inhaled through his nose. The corpse was relatively fresh. He was not sure who he would find. All he could be certain of was that the victim knew his name. Bracing himself, he pulled back the sacking, and his stomach suddenly lurched as he saw the face for the first time. "Lupton," he muttered. Catching a glimpse of the dead man, the shopkeeper turned away.
"You know him, sir?"
Thomas did not reply. The shock of seeing his old enemy lying dead on his dissecting table caused the bile to rise in his throat. "Where did you find him?" he asked, after a short pause. The ironmonger clutched his tricorn nervously.
"In my shop doorway, sir," he bleated in a thin voice.
For a moment his tongue was hobbled in his mouth, then he lifted his head toward Thomas again. Sticking out his chin as if he had suddenly found a little courage, he added,
"The coroner said you'd see me right, Doctor. I've had to close my shop to come here. I'll lose a day's takings."
Thomas gave a weary smile and reached into his pocket. Even the most timid of men, it seemed, would seek to make money from someone else's misfortune. But he would make this chancer sing for his supper. He took a shilling from his purse. "Here," he said, holding the coin up in front of the man's crossed eyes. "Tell me all you know, and this will be yours." The ironmonger seemed to accept that this was a fair exchange for his information. He nodded and began to relate how he had come upon Lupton.
"Yesterday morning I found him, sir. He were lying at the door of my shop, blood everywhere."
"And where is your shop?"
"Over in Fenchurch Street."
The ironmonger waved his arm toward the east. "And he was still alive?"
"If you could call it that. White as a sheet he was, moaning a lot too. He kept saying, 'Silkstone, Silkstone.'"
The ironmonger fixed Thomas with one of his disconcerting looks.
"That's you, ain't it, sir?"
Thomas nodded. "What did you do?"
"I called for help. I'm a widower, you see, sir, and we took him round the back. Still bleeding like a stuck pig he was. We got some rags and gave him some gin, but he died a few minutes later."
The ironmonger dropped his gaze. "Did he say nothing else, apart from my name?" The man shrugged.
"Mumbling, he was. He did say something."
"Yes?" Thomas leapt on his words a little too eagerly, and the ironmonger saw it in his manner.
"I might need a sixpence to recall it, sir,"
he said, touching his forehead. Thomas dipped into his purse once more. "Here," he told him, depositing a coin in the man's grimy hand.
"I remember now,"
he responded cheerfully, pocketing the coin.
"It was something like gin or Finn. He said, 'I've found gin, or Finn, or—'"
"Flynn. Could it have been Flynn?" Thomas pressed him. The ironmonger's eyes swiveled in his head.
"Flynn," he
cried, nodding.
"That was it. I found Flynn," he said. Then he went to meet his maker."
Thomas allowed his own eyes to return to Lupton's corpse. "So he found Flynn," he muttered to himself. The ironmonger dipped his head low, as if trying to attract Thomas's attention once more.
"Is that all, Doctor?"
he asked, then added with a laugh,
"I've got a shop to open, you know."
Thomas turned and looked at the man, who bobbed a bow. "Yes, thank you. You've been most helpful," he said. Left alone with his old adversary, Thomas shook his head and slowly pulled down the sheet a little farther. Although Lupton was still dressed, Thomas could see through the blood-caked coat that there were at least 2 great gashes on the arm and shoulder. His prognosis was easily reached. He did not need to conduct a postmortem to see that Boughton's former steward had bled to death. The brachial artery had been slashed. The end would have been slow. But whose hand had brandished the murder weapon? Flynn was the most obvious suspect. Lipton might have found him and approached him, and the errant captain might have responded with a blade. But not just any blade. Thomas examined the wounds more closely. He took out his tape measure, then reached for his magnifying glass, and after less than 5 minutes he was convinced. The blade responsible for such mortal injuries was curved. Now Thomas felt the burden of responsibility press down on his shoulders once more. Even though Lupton had volunteered to assist him in his inquiries, he still counted himself partly to blame for his death. He had warned him of the danger, but perhaps he should have accompanied him in his search. Lupton's endeavours had cost him his life. Now, however, Thomas knew it was up to him to locate Flynn and seek him out. He felt his heart cringe below his breastbone as he pulled back the winding sheet even farther to inspect Lupton's body. "You will have to tell me where you found Flynn," he told the corpse. "The secret lies in you." Carefully Thomas stripped Lupton of his upper garments, the top-coat and shirt. There were indeed 2 great gashes that had slashed through the material and the flesh to stop just short of the bone, one by the ulna and the other just shy of the scapula. This latter wound had severed the brachial artery, causing the fatal bleeding. He would examine the wounds later in more depth, but for now it was Lupton's hands that snagged his attention. He lifted up the right one first. It was caked in dried blood, but beneath the crimson he spied something else. He reached for his magnifying glass and squinted through it. A reddish powder was sticking to the blood. With his scalpel he scooped under the fingernails and sniffed the powder as it sat on the blade. "Ginger," he said to himself. With renewed energy he rolled back the rest of the sheet to reveal the lower half of Lupton's body. He scanned the breeches before his eyes latched onto the stockings. Beneath all the dried blood he could make out another colour. Again he grabbed his magnifying glass and peered at Lupton's calves. They were smeared with a dark purplish colour. Thomas felt his heart lurch in his chest once more. The legs were streaked with indigo. Chapter 41.
"Dear boy, is that you?"
Dr. Carruthers's voice carried from the study as Thomas grabbed his hat from the peg in the hall and made his way to the front door. He stopped in his tracks. He did not want his mentor to know of his mission. "Yes, sir," he replied. He was aware that he would have to engage in conversation if he was to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Thomas put his head around the door to see the old doctor sitting by the hearth, opposite his brother.
"What was all that kerfuffle this morning?"
he asked.
"Mistress Finesilver seemed most perturbed," added the professor with a sympathetic twitch.
Thomas swallowed hard. "I had a delivery, sir."
"A delivery?" repeated his mentor. "By which you must surely mean a corpse."
Nothing escaped the old man. Thomas was forced to concede. "I do indeed, sir." Dr. Carruthers nodded.
"A corpse in August, eh? You'd best work on it quickly in this weather."
For a moment Thomas remained quiet and shifted uneasily, switching his nervous gaze to the professor, who arched a suspicious brow.
"Surely it is not someone you know?"
asked the old anatomist. Thomas knew that the professor could read his reaction. He tried to steady his voice before he replied, "'Twas Nicholas Lupton, sir."
"God's wounds!"
cried Dr. Carruthers, grasping the arms of his chair. If his joints had allowed it, he would have leapt up at the news.
"The steward at Boughton?"
queried the professor. "The very same," answered Thomas.
"Murdered?"
asked the old doctor. "Yes, sir."
"Flynn?"
Thomas hesitated. "Perhaps."
"So where are you going in such haste now?"
His mentor's tone had turned inquisitorial.
Thomas was forced to concede it made no sense to hide his actions. "I believe I know where I might find the captain," he replied.
"Oh? So on what do you base this assertion?"
Dr. Carruthers tapped his stick aggressively on the floor. Thomas suddenly felt like a schoolboy again, being quizzed by his old master. Apparently, just before he died, Lupton said that he had found Flynn.
"Did he, by Jove?"
Thomas continued. "Lupton was found in Fenchurch Street. Under his fingernails there was ground ginger, and on his stockings were traces of indigo." The old anatomist harumphed.
"Ah, the all-important fingernails," he said knowingly. "So you will begin your search in warehouses around Fenchurch Street?"
"I will, sir." Dr. Carruthers nodded, as if satisfied with Thomas's logic.
"I believe that is a sound premise," he agreed.
But then he added,
"However, I must insist on one thing."
Thomas let a sigh escape from his lips. "What might that be, sir?"
"You must take Oliver here with you," he said,
waving his stick in his brother's direction. The professor's eyebrows lifted simultaneously in surprise. "Professor Carruthers?" Thomas was taken aback. He had no wish to be accompanied, least of all by a man who constantly challenged his trust. Dr. Carruthers chuckled, but remained firm.
"You're a lamb to the slaughter in those parts. You know you should not go alone, dear boy. I insist you go together."
Thomas knew what his mentor said was right. The dock area was the haunt of thieves, cut-purses, and, of course, murderers at any time of the day. He did not wish to put the professor in harm's way, but at the same time he knew there was safety in numbers. "Very well, sir," he replied, shooting a glance at the professor. "We shall search for Flynn together." The coach soon left the pleasant environs of West London and journeyed into Cheapside, where the landscape and the smell of the city changed. The elegant houses and shops had long given way to meat markets and butchers' shambles, and the summer stink of entrails, so familiar to Thomas, caught on the back of his throat. He did not find the professor easy company, and of course, because he was a reluctant passenger, their conversation was naturally stilted. But Thomas decided to make the most of the opportunity to venture a little further into his territory. As they rattled along the narrow streets of the square mile, Thomas decided to find out what Carruthers knew about the mysterious Bibby Mott. "My dinner with Mrs. Hastings and her friends last night proved interesting," he said, gazing out of the window. The professor, taciturn for most of the journey, now seemed prepared to engage. "I trust she was in good health?" "Yes, she appears very well," said Thomas. "She enjoys much company."
"And her companion?"
Thomas arched a brow as the professor looked him in the eye. "Mrs. Mott?"
"Yes. How fares she?"
Thomas thought of her enigmatic expression and the faraway look in her eyes that he had noticed at the dinner-table. "She seems a little subdued, perhaps," he observed, eager to see how the professor might react.
"Subdued, eh?"
The professor's left eye suddenly started to twitch again. Thomas switched round, puzzled. "Do you have a notion why that might be?" he asked.
"You do not know?"
asked Carruthers, turning to face Thomas, his brows dipping into a frown. "Know what, pray?"
"Thomas Mott was a minor official."
"Was?" Thomas picked up on the professor's use of the past tense.
"He was declared bankrupt. He is in jail in Calcutta," came the wholly unexpected reply.
"Jail? For debt?" The professor pursed his lips.
"He owes several £1,000.
"Does he indeed?" Thomas's mind suddenly flashed to his chance encounter with Bibby Mott at East India House. Might Patrick Flynn be one of his own debtors? The professor sniffed and twitched again.
"It would not surprise me."
Thomas nodded. That might explain Mrs. Mott's anxious efforts to find Flynn and the diamond, he told himself. The proceeds from the sale of the stone would surely be enough to secure her husband's release. Professor Carruthers might just have furnished him with a missing piece of the puzzle. A moment later the carriage drew into Fenchurch Street and stopped as directed outside the ironmonger's. It was a district that was already familiar to Thomas, yet it still filled him with a sense of impending danger. Close to the quayside, Yet, set back a little from the river, it was an area where every street corner was home to a downtrodden doxy, and every alley concealed cut-purses, and worse still, cutthroats. Gentlemen venturing along the lanes lined with warehouses would no doubt attract the attention of the wrong sort, but it was a risk that Thomas would have to take. He suddenly found himself glad that he was not alone. "What is your plan, Silkstone?" asked the Professor, his voice raised over the street noise. Both men stepped out of the carriage onto the cobbles. Thomas pointed ahead of him. "This, I believe, is where Lupton was found yesterday morning." He strode a few paces to his left, keeping his eyes to the ground that was already littered with detritus, namely horse dung and sawdust. There had been no rain for the last few hours, and sure enough, there was blood on the stones. Keeping his eyes firmly on the uneven ground, Thomas was able to follow the intermittent trail of crimson. It stopped outside the entrance to the ironmonger's. "Lupton was badly injured," he told the Professor, pointing to the dark brown stain on the stone porch. "He could not have travelled far." He looked up toward the row of warehouses on the opposite side of the street. The Professor nodded, still looking about him warily. "Ginger and indigo, eh?" he said, recalling that Thomas had found traces of both on Lupton. "An East Indies warehouse for sure." The two men set off down the street, looking from side to side. Now and again Thomas returned his gaze to the ground, looking for any sign of blood, but there were several feral dogs in the district, and he guessed that by now they would have licked most of it up. Ahead of them, a wagon was partially blocking the street, so passers-by had to squeeze through a narrow gap in the road. A winch on the second floor of one of the warehouses was lowering large bales of what appeared to be silk into the waiting trailer. Farther along, men were rolling barrels down a plank and onto a waiting dray cart. There were shouts and whistles, punctuated now and again by the loud neighing of a nervous horse. There was, however, one saving grace in this scene of mayhem. The aromas of countless spices hung in the air, and their pungency blocked out the usual stink of piss in the open gutters. Thomas stopped outside one of the buildings where a piquant perfume was wafting underneath high double doors. Set inside the large doors designed to take wagons, there was a smaller door. He dropped his gaze to the threshold. There was no blood. His hopes faded. Nevertheless, he pulled at the padlock. "What do you think you're about?" came a gruff voice from behind. Thomas turned to see a docker behind him, scowling. Theft from warehouses was rife, and Thomas had to admit he was acting suspiciously. He bowed graciously to the man. "My mistake, the wrong door," he said meekly, and backed away. Moving on a few more paces, they came to another warehouse with similar doors. Thomas stopped and sniffed. It smelled promising. The Professor agreed. "Ginger and turmeric," he said with a nod. The ability to determine the source of smells was obviously a family trait, thought Thomas as he tried the lock. Making sure he was not seen, he shouldered it, and it budged slightly. "Stand here," he told the Professor, keeping his back to the door. "I think I can open it." Carruthers obliged, shielding Thomas as he took out a lancet he had pocketed should such an eventuality arise. Within a minute he had managed to pick the lock. "We're in," he said in a loud whisper, and he stepped over the threshold swiftly, followed by Carruthers. Inside, the heady smell of spice was overwhelming, but it took a while for both men's eyes to adjust to the gloom. Fingers of daylight managed to penetrate through the odd broken plank in the large doors, and within a few seconds their partial sight was restored. But what they could now see disturbed them both greatly. As Thomas stepped forward, he could feel something sticky under his shoes. He looked down to find he had trodden in syrupy blood. The men swapped anxious looks and sidestepped the pool to continue in silence. A few paces away, to the left, they saw a sack had been slashed, and its contents spilled out over the floor. Thomas scooped up a little of the reddish powder in his fingers. "Ginger," he said. Ahead of them, barrels and crates lay piled high, 8 to 10 feet tall. They walked on through the man-made gorge in the semi-darkness. Suddenly the Professor grunted. "Indigo," he whispered. Thomas turned to see him poised over a bale that had been broken open, exposing its inky blue contents. "This has to be the place," he said, his eyes darting from left to right. "Flynn has been here. I'm sure of it." They walked on in the gloom until suddenly Carruthers stumbled on something beneath his feet. It clattered as he kicked it.
He looked down. "A pistol," said Thomas, bending low to pick up the weapon. He smelled the barrel. "It hasn't been discharged recently," he whispered. He inspected it more closely. "But it's cocked." "Do you think 'tis Flynn's?" asked the professor. "Or Lupton's," he ventured. He gripped it by its handle and pointed it in front of him. He only hoped he wouldn't have to fire it. They ventured farther into the ravine of hogsheads and sacks. Thomas glanced up. Overhead, across the ceiling, stretched long beams, and from them hung a variety of hooks. There were ropes and pulleys, too, that festooned the rafters. Through a hole in the roof, a shaft of daylight lanced its way, casting a pool of light into the middle of the warehouse. Thomas stopped suddenly. He could see more clearly now. They were coming to a crossroads. To their left there were more crates, to their right more sacks, and something else. A brazier, half filled with coals, sat in the middle of the aisle. He'd say the heat had long been allowed to dwindle. The embers no longer glowed. Nervously he leaned into a corner crate and peered around it. Everything appeared in order. He could see no further signs of an intrusion. It was only when he turned back to signal to the professor that all was clear that something caught his eye. A strange shadow was being cast onto the bank of sacks. He glanced back, compelled to look up to the rafters to see what might be making it. A large sack at the end of a pulley, perhaps? But no. He edged closer, not daring to breathe, until shock forced the air out of his lungs in a horrified gasp. "What is it?" asked the professor in a hoarse whisper. He did not need a reply. He lifted his gaze and saw for himself. Captain Patrick Flynn, late of the East India Company. He was suspended by his arms 10 feet above the ground. His lifeless body was dangling from the end of a rope. Chapter 42.
"Dear God!"
Sir Theodosius's eyes widened and he turned away. Patrick Flynn's corpse lay on the dissecting table in the Holland Street laboratory, his red hair plastered round his skull. But Thomas was paying particular attention to the lower limbs. The coroner's constitution was as strong as an ox, and his stomach could, and very often did, handle much more than the average man's. But on this occasion even he had been pushed to his limits. "I should have warned you, sir." Thomas watched Sir Theodosius hitch up his coat-tails and place his very large behind on a stool at the far end of the room. From the safety of his new refuge, the coroner, his brow still puckered, tried to make sense of what he had just seen.
"What in God's name happened to him?
He hesitated, and Thomas jumped in for him. "I fear he was burned, sir. He was studying Flynn's feet and calves. The soles were blistered and blackened." Thomas recalled the brazier he had seen in the warehouse close to where he had made the gruesome discovery. The burning coals had obviously been held to Flynn's feet as he dangled helplessly from the rafter. Death was possibly the result of a heart attack, but he could not be sure until he had examined the corpse more thoroughly.
"You mean he was tortured?"
asked Sir Theodosius, his voice an octave higher than usual. Thomas saw no point in softening the truth. "His feet were chained together," he said as he cut through the iron links with a tool usually reserved for the trickiest of amputations. "And then hot coals were applied." Sir Theodosius winced at the thought.
"Presumably so that he would divulge information?"
Thomas never liked to presume anything, although on this occasion the coroner, he felt, made a fair assumption. "Yes, that is likely."
"So whoever did this wanted the diamond?"
Thomas nodded as he snapped a link and the fetters fell away from around Flynn's charred feet. "It is a possibility. Professor Carruthers tells me this burning is a common torture in India."
"Ah, the professor."
Carruthers's name appeared to stick in the coroner's craw.
"He seems to be well versed in such methods, if I'm not much mistaken."
Thomas paused, taken aback by Sir Theodosius's tone. "You suspect him of involvement in all this?" The coroner pushed out his bottom lip, then said,
"I left him singing the praises of the Indian way of doing things. He's taking tea with Lydia and the doctor in your drawing-room, dear fellow."
Thomas was fully aware of the professor's admiration for many aspects of Indian culture. "He is what I believe you call an Orientalist, sir," said Thomas. "He has begun translating several ancient texts into English."
Sir Theodosius gave a sceptical grunt.
"Do you not think it a coincidence that Sir Montagu's murder, the diamond theft, and now all these ghastly killings have all occurred since his arrival?"
Such an aspersion did not surprise Thomas. The thought had also occurred to him, although he felt the coroner's candour needed to be challenged. He turned to face Sir Theodosius. "Do you base your accusations on anything other than coincidence, sir?" The coroner pulled a sour face.
"There is just something about the fellow that I do not trust," he said bluntly.
Thomas knew what his old friend meant, but he did not let on. He, too, had seen an unnatural intensity in the professor's eye. At first he put it down to his belief in a different type of religious asceticism or spirituality. What was that he practised? Meditation? There were times when Oliver Carruthers had been unaware he was being observed, when Thomas had caught him as if in another dimension, one that transcended time and place. It had occurred to him that this devotion might yet mask a deeper truth. The thought had started to lurk in the shadows of his mind long before Sir Theodosius had voiced his own suspicions. They could not be discounted. And then there were the nervous twitches. Thomas knew these often developed after experiencing a psychological problem or an emotional trauma or stress. Despite such suspicions, Thomas would not be rushed to judgment. "You know full well, sir, we need facts before we make accusations," he admonished, turning back to the corpse. "And the fact is that I need to open up Flynn here to find out exactly what killed him." Sir Theodosius glanced at the outstretched body on the table and looked slightly bilious at the thought. He cleared his throat.
"Then I will let you get to work," he said. "Besides, I do not wish to leave Lydia in the professor's company any longer than I have to."
Thomas looked up from the table. "I fear I will be a while here," he called to the coroner as he lumbered toward the door. Before he began his work, Thomas arched his aching back, and as he distanced himself a little from the corpse, his eyes suddenly latched onto something out of place. Flynn's neck. It was an area he had not yet properly examined, and there was something odd about it. The captain's body had many secrets to yield up, he was convinced of it, and this might be one of them. He squinted at the throat and the large bulge at the side. A swollen gland, perhaps? A distended thyroid? He felt the lump. The protrusion was hard. He frowned and picked up his scalpel, directing the blade at the trachea. He made a deep incision at the edge of the protuberance, then folded back the flesh. What he saw caused him to gasp out loud in amazement. There, lodged not in his windpipe, but in Patrick Flynn's esophagus, was a large diamond. The captain had choked to death. "Sir Theo!" cried Thomas. The coroner, halfway out of the door, turned. Peering toward the far end of the laboratory, he saw Thomas walking toward him. He narrowed his eyes, then widened them. "No, sir," said Thomas, fast approaching, brandishing something in his hand. "Your eyes do not deceive you." Thomas drew level with him and lifted up the forceps that held in their grasp a gemstone the size of a plover's egg.
"The diamond!" exclaimed Sir Theodosius. "Where did you find it?"
"In Flynn's throat," replied Thomas bluntly. "It killed him." The coroner's forehead crumpled.
"You mean—"
"I mean it was shoved into his mouth, and he was made to try and swallow it, sir, knowing that it would cause asphyxiation."
"Good Lord!"
Sir Theodosius shook his head in disbelief, as his eyes remained fixed on the bloody gemstone. After a moment he asked,
"But if Flynn was not tortured for the diamond, then why?"
The coroner had come to the nub of the matter. "That is the question we must strive to answer, sir, and I suspect the answer lies behind all 4 murders," said Thomas. Originally he had thought that, once he found the diamond, he would be able to make a clear judgment on the murderer. But this discovery had changed everything. Now the imperative was to find the motive that he was sure linked all the brutal murders. Then, and only then, could he hope to find the crazed killer. Chapter 43.
"So Flynn's murder makes 4,
ventured Dr. Carruthers, tapping his stick on the floor 4 times as if he needed to press home the point.
"And all killed in a most vile way."
Tea was being taken in the drawing-room.
as Sir Theodosius had informed Thomas. Once again Sajeev had made an infusion and was serving Lydia, Dr. Carruthers, and his brother with great ceremony. But no one was in the mood for polite chit-chat. Earlier in the day, not only had Thomas been obliged to break the news to Lydia of Patrick Flynn's murder, he'd had to inform her that Nicholas Lupton had been killed too. As a result, the occasion was tempered with shock and laced with a certain sense of fear. The professor clearly disapproved of his elder brother's forthrightness. He shot a look toward Lydia and saw the pained expression on her face. "You must not talk so in front of your guest, brother," he chided him. Dr. Carruthers shook his head apologetically. "Forgive me, my dear. I quite forgot my manners." He reached for his tea bowl, and Sajeev, watching intently, stepped forward and guided it to his lips. "Ah, thank you," the old anatomist smiled. "Your man is most attentive, Oliver." The professor nodded and looked approvingly at his servant. "Yes, Sajeev has been with me almost 9 years now. Loyalty and service are very much part of the Indian culture," he replied, before sipping his own tea. Lydia agreed. "Yes, my late husband, Michael—" She paused and began again with proper formality. "Captain Farrell, that is, always spoke highly of his sepoys." Her eyes slid towards Sajeev, who was at the grate, boiling another kettle of water. A slightly awkward lull ensued as the professor stirred his tea. "Yes, India really is a fascinating country." He paused, as if framing a thought. "I have an idea," he said suddenly, looking up from his dish. "Why do we not go and see the elephant in St. James's Park?" Lydia's face broke into a bemused smile. "An elephant?" "Yes, by Jove," piped up the old doctor. "Paraded daily, apparently." "Then I'm sure my son would love to see such a sight." "As would I," replied Lydia. "What sight might that be, my dear?" The door opened wide to allow Sir Theodosius to shamble inside and slump into the nearest chair. It groaned in protest under his weight. Lydia spoke across the room. "Professor Carruthers was saying there is an elephant that is walked often in St. James's Park. I thought Richard might find it amusing. The poor child deserves some diversion," she suggested. "I am such poor company at the moment." "Tush, tush, my dear. You must not blame yourself for the calamitous events that have occurred," Sir Theodosius assured her. "We are all most perturbed by them." As he spoke, the attentive servant put down a tea-bowl by his side, but he waved it away. "No tea," he snapped. "I need a brandy." Then, as an afterthought, he added, "And biscuits. Where are the biscuits I was promised?" "You are out of sorts, dear Theo," ventured Dr. Carruthers with a frown. "I fear I never find your laboratory very amusing, sir," he countered, sliding a sideways look at Lydia. Had she not been there, he would have added, "especially with a corpse in it." "Ah," said the old doctor, "you have been with Thomas. How is he faring with the latest delivery?" Sir Theodosius nodded, but wary of offending Lydia's sensibilities, he skirted the question. Instead he replied in vague terms, "There has been an interesting development," he conceded, but added, "Yet I fear we are no nearer to getting to the bottom of this unholy mystery, sir." He reached up for the brandy that the professor's servant handed him. "I regret to say we may never know who killed Sir Montagu, or even why." It took another hour for Thomas to finish the autopsy on Patrick Flynn's body, and to ensure that it was in a satisfactory state to be received back into the custody of the Westminster Coroner's Office. 2 burly ruffians were sent to collect it. By the time the young anatomist had scrubbed away the blood from under his fingernails and donned his top-coat, it was almost time for Sir Theodosius and Lydia to leave. Exhausted, he walked into the drawing-room to find them about to make their exits. Professor Carruthers turned and smiled as he saw Thomas approach. "Ah, Dr. Silkstone," he said, "your guests are about to depart. Sajeev has called their carriage to the front." Thomas, catching Lydia's eye, tilted his head. "That is a great shame," he said, smiling at her. She returned his smile, but the exchange was short-lived. "Ah, Thomas," barked Sir Theodosius, "a word, if I might." He beckoned the doctor toward him and looked very earnest. Thomas obeyed and followed the coroner out into the hallway. "You have news, sir?"
he asked. He wondered if Sir Arthur Warbeck had uncovered something in Boughton and sent word during his short absence in the laboratory. Sir Theodosius shook his head.
"Not exactly," he began, "but seeing the diamond today jogged my memory."
"Oh?" Thomas arched a brow.
"Yes. 'Tis about Farrell."
"Farrell?" The coroner directed his gaze toward the drawing-room door to ensure it was shut.
"I recall he came to me a few months before the sixth Earl's death. Told me he had a business proposition that might interest me."
He shifted his weight.
"Said that it was widely thought that diamond mines at Golconda were all but exhausted."
Thomas was aware that avaricious eyes were now turned on South America as a new source of diamonds.
"But he told me he knew otherwise."
The doctor's eyes widened in surprise. He leaned in. Did he indeed? Sir Theodosius nodded.
"Said he had a map, an ancient map, that showed where there were more reserves of diamonds, bigger and even more valuable than any found before."
"And he wanted you to invest in an expedition?" ventured Thomas. The coroner's jowls flapped as he nodded.
"Exactly so."
"What did you tell him?"
"I said that such a venture was too risky for me, but I wished him luck elsewhere."
"And you heard no more of it?"
"No. I thought no more of it either until I saw you holding that infernal stone."
He lifted his hands up in a show of revulsion. Thomas nodded. "You are right. It puzzled me why Flynn stole the diamond, then supposedly returned to murder Sir Montagu. We now know that whoever killed him was looking for something other than the stone. Perhaps it was this map."
"'Tis my thinking too, Silkstone," replied the coroner. "But where to start to look?"
Sir Theodosius paused for a moment, then his eyes latched onto the wall clock in the hall.
"Sir Montagu's will," he said suddenly.
Thomas frowned. "What of it?"
"I am to accompany Lydia to the attorney's office this afternoon for the reading," he said. "Perhaps it might contain something—"
He broke off in search of the word.
"Interesting?"
Thomas nodded. "Perhaps," he replied, "because at the moment, sir, I am at a complete loss as to where to turn next." Chapter 44. In the morning-room in South Street, Marian Hastings sat working on her embroidery. She was alone and bathed in the warm sunlight that flooded through the full-length casements when the door suddenly flew open and in rushed Bibi Mott. She was looking most distressed. "My dear, whatever is the matter?" asked Marian, putting down her sewing-frame. "Sit down, please." She patted the chaise longue where she herself sat, but her companion declined. She was close to tears and began pacing the room. "He's dead," she wailed, clutching her handkerchief and shaking her head. For a moment, Marian Hastings froze. "Your husband?" Bibi Mott shot her a horrified glance. "My God, no," she countered, "although he may as well be now," she added. Her shoulders began to undulate in sobs. "Then who is dead, my dear?" Marian rose and walked over to her, putting an arm around her friend. "Captain Flynn," she bleated. "Flynn?" repeated Marian. Now she understood. With Flynn's death, any hope of raising the money to pay Thomas Mott's creditors had evaporated. He would remain in jail in India. "How? How did he die?" Bibi looked her companion in the eye. "He was murdered." A gasp escaped Marian's lips. "Not—" She knew that her friend had engaged a man to track down the errant captain. The younger woman shook her head. "I do not think so." "You do not think so?" Marian repeated, a note of frustration in her voice. Her obvious shock prompted another flurry of tears from her friend. "There's been no word from Mr. Lupton," Bibi told her between snivels. Marian's chin jutted out. "So you think he would have told you if he had murdered Flynn?" She was finding it impossible to hide her exasperation. She walked to the mantelpiece, then back to the window. "And what does the Major say about this?" Bibi looked up at her with red-rimmed eyes. "He is unhappy." "Unhappy?" repeated Marian incredulously.
Unhappy? I should say he will be unhappy when his name is linked to the murder of a former East India Company man and one of Philip Francis's henchmen to boot.
She knew of the Major's part in arranging Flynn's apprehension.
If word gets out, there will be the scandal.
She dropped back into the chaise longue at the very thought of all the gossip and recriminations that would surely follow. If word spread that one of Warren Hastings's closest allies was linked to a murder, his political enemies would surely see it as valuable capital. The possibility of the Governor-General's impeachment would come a step closer. For a moment Marianne sat in silence, listening to the intermittent sobs of her friend. Then she rose.
"We must take action,"
she said decisively.
"Action?" echoed Bibby, looking up from her handkerchief. "If Flynn was found murdered, there may well be a postmortem." "I do not understand."
Bibby narrowed her glassy eyes so that more tears spilled over and ran down her cheeks. She watched as her friend strode purposefully over to the fireplace.
"We need to find out who was responsible for the captain's death," she said, reaching for the calling card propped up against the mantel clock. "And I think I know the man who might be able to tell us."
Hardacre's apothecary shop lay not 5 minutes away from Holland Street. Over the past few weeks it had become a regular haunt of Oliver Carruthers. Mr. Hardacre was by now used to welcoming the erudite gentleman from India with his tall frame, slightly stooped gait and melancholy air. The main thing was he always left happy, even though he might have been a shilling or two lighter. That morning, as soon as the apothecary clapped eyes on his regular customer, he signalled him into the back of his shop. Dipping low through an archway screened by a thick velvet curtain, the professor was received by Mistress Hardacre, a homely woman with a large bosom and a broad smile. She led him into a darkened room where the heavy red drapes were always drawn and the banter was always the same.
"Good day, Professor. A fine day, sir." Or, "A cold day, sir." Or, "A wet and most miserable day, sir."
But whatever the weather outside, Oliver Carruthers knew that he could always look forward to the warm embrace afforded by the bountiful poppy. As usual, he settled himself onto a sizable daybed to enjoy a pleasurable smoke. Mistress Hardacre handed him a freshly prepared pipe, and he lit it, as he always did, with a relish and anticipation of the ecstasy to come. In such a state, he would spend a good 2 or 3 hours each day, drifting off into a state of unparalleled pleasure afforded by the opium. Sometimes he was joined by other gentlemen. Mr. Markham from Benares, for one, might occasionally imbibe, sometimes not. It did not trouble him because his mind was elsewhere, flying over the mountains of the Himalayas or swimming in the coral seas of the Bay of Bengal. Swathed in the sweetest of exotic smells, he became oblivious to all his troubles. The past and the future became irrelevant. He was living in the glorious moment. Nothing else mattered. Nothing and no one. For a few hours each day he could be at peace with himself, and all was right in his fantastical world. The problem was that reality, when he returned to it, was becoming increasingly difficult to bear. Chapter 45. Thomas's eye sockets felt as though they were full of gravel, and his chest wound was throbbing again. He had spent the rest of the afternoon in the laboratory, writing up his post-mortem report on Flynn. He therefore welcomed the tapping of Dr. Carruthers's stick on the flagstones outside. A moment later the door opened, and in his mentor walked.
"I heard what you said to Sir Theo,"
he told Thomas without ceremony. Thomas looked puzzled.
"Oh? That you are at a complete loss when it comes to getting to the bottom of Sir Montagu's murder, not to mention the other terrible goings-on."
Thomas was glad the old anatomist could not see his expression. He hated to admit defeat, but on this occasion he felt his dogged determination alone was not enough to solve all 4 murders. He needed a stroke of luck, a coincidence, an unintended consequence to fire him up once more. He was going round in circles, chasing his tail, looking for a motive for murder, and he feared that the longer he did so, the more likely it was that the killer or killers would strike again.
"Do you have chalk, dear boy?"
asked his mentor, settling himself down on his customary stool. A large rectangle of slate covered one wall of the laboratory above a workbench. It was where Thomas sometimes formulated his physic and made various calculations, or left aide-memoires to himself. He reached for a piece of chalk from a jar. "I am ready, sir," he said, walking over to the slate.
"Then let us get to work," pressed Carruthers. "We have 4 men dead, and you have conducted 4 postmortems. Is there anything that links all of them?"
Thomas, his sheaves of notes in front of him, had asked himself the same question many times over. The answer remained unchanged. He began to write on the slate. In the cases of Sir Montagu, the servant, and Flynn, there were traces of the same coir rope on the bodies. In the cases of Sir Montagu and Lupton, the injuries were inflicted by a curved blade. In the case of the servant and Flynn, Indian torture methods were employed. There was also an Indian word carved on the servant's chest. He chalked up the word Gadar on the board, then went on. The bloody footprints in Sir Montagu's study may have been made by an Indian slipper. The smell of opium was also detected at the scene of Sir Montagu's murder and on the servant's body.
So your thoughts at the moment veer to—
The old anatomist threw out an open-ended question as Thomas studied his jottings on the slate. When the reply came, it reconfirmed his initial suspicions. "India," said Thomas. "The motive for these murders lay there."
"India,"
repeated Carruthers. He rubbed his chin in thought. Then, as if picking up on the thread of Thomas's thought, he began to nod vigorously.
"Flynn was with Farrell and Lavington in India, yes?"
"Yes, sir," Thomas nodded.
"And Mott, too?"
Again Thomas nodded. "Yes, he was known to them as well."
"But Mott is in jail, you say?"
"Yes, sir."
"So who else may be caught up in this tangled web?"
The chalk remained poised over the slate as Thomas considered his mentor's question.
"Did you not mention other East India Company associates?" asked Carruthers.
For a moment Thomas was puzzled. Then he grasped the old doctor's meaning. He thought of the awkward dinner party and how he had been rounded upon afterward by 2 of Hastings's allies, the weasel-faced opium smoker and the bottle-bloated military man who clearly pulled strings on behalf of Warren Hastings. "Markham and Scott," he murmured. He paused to gather his thoughts. They were probably trying to track down Flynn too. "You are right, sir, although Markham arrived in England too late to have killed Sir Montagu."
"And Scott?" asked the old anatomist. "Did you not tell me that he was sent on ahead to prepare everything for Mrs. Hastings's visit?"
Thomas's eyes opened wide. "I most certainly did," he said, remembering that he had read out a newspaper report to that effect to his mentor a few weeks back. He hurried to a drawer and rifled through it, pulling out an old news sheet and scanning it quickly. "You are right, sir," he said, slapping the paper. Carruthers nodded his head.
"So it is possible that he commissioned the murder. He must have several men, Indians, under his command."
Putting down his chalk, Thomas marched over to his desk and picked up a note he'd received earlier in the afternoon. It was an invitation to take supper with Marian Hastings at South Street the day after next. "Yes, sir," he replied. "The Governor-General's cronies certainly have some questions to answer."
"But you do not sound convinced."
The old anatomist, sensing that Thomas was holding back, handed him the opportunity to raise a very thorny issue. Thomas took it, even though there was no easy way to put it. He braced himself. "There is one other person within the frame of my suspicion, sir." He could not believe that his words had tumbled out so clumsily.
"Oh?"
Thomas saw his mentor's nose twitch. He sniffed trouble, he could tell, but the die was cast. "Professor Carruthers."
"Oliver?"
"You are aware, sir, that your brother smokes opium?" Carruthers frowned and puffed out his chest defensively.
"'Tis not a crime to partake of the poppy," he huffed. "Did not the great Dr. Johnson say only recently that no happiness in the world can surpass the charms of this agreeable ecstasy?"
Thomas disagreed. "No, sir, 'tis not illegal to smoke opium, but you know as well as I that such narcotics can sometimes prove addictive, not to mention poisonous. They can also induce the most irrational and pernicious behavior in people." Both the old anatomist's brows shot up simultaneously, and he nodded slowly.
"And these latest killings bear all the hallmarks of a crazed mind acting under the influence of narcotics."
Thomas nodded. Certainly the deaths of the Indian and of Flynn showed utter depravity, which may well have been induced by opium. Dr. Carruthers's brow dipped.
"Surely you cannot be suggesting—"
Thomas felt his chest tighten. "This is not easy for me, sir, and I know it cannot be easy for you to hear either," he began.
"But—"
The old anatomist straightened his back as if tensing himself for an assault. Thomas reluctantly took the plunge. "But we are conjecturing that whoever murdered Sir Montagu, the Indian servant, Lupton, and, of course, Flynn, had recently arrived from India. Furthermore, the person or persons was well versed in Indian customs and methods of torture, and may have acted under the influence of opium as they carried out these heinous crimes." Dr. Carruthers remained stony-faced.
"You need more than that for a conviction."
"I fear there is more, sir," replied Thomas. "Apparently the professor's servant was tasked to boil his master's clothes in the copper the night after the murder of the Indian." Carruthers inhaled deeply.
"Who told you that?"
"Mistress Finesilver mentioned it, sir."
"Blah, that woman,"
barked the old anatomist, sticking out his tongue to show his disapproval.
"I do not believe it."
He hit the floor hard with his stick.
"I cannot believe it, Thomas. What possible motive could Oliver have for murder?"
Thomas knew he needed to recap. The doctor was not cognizant with all of the facts. "Whoever killed Sir Montagu may have done so thinking he was James Lavington, sir."
"What? The braggart lawyer who did for Farrell?"
"The very same, sir. Captain Flynn only discovered he was dead when he visited Boughton. There was no question that he arranged for the theft of the diamond, but it always puzzled me, if the diamond was in Flynn's possession, why he should return to kill Sir Montagu. It made no sense."
"And what did you conclude?"
"That whoever killed Sir Montagu mistook him for James Lavington because they believed he had whatever they wanted in his possession. At first I thought it was the diamond. I supposed Flynn's servant had been so cruelly tortured in order to obtain information about the stone, but no. Lupton was set on Flynn's trail and was lured into a trap in the warehouse. He was a hindrance, no more. That's why he was attacked, but allowed to escape only to bleed to death. That leaves us with Flynn himself. Again, he was tortured, but I found the diamond stuck in his gullet."
"Good God, no! The diamond? In his gullet?"
Thomas had not had time to inform his mentor of his findings earlier. "I was as shocked as you, sir." The old anatomist shook his snowy head.
"But that means the diamond was not the motive for all these murders."
"Precisely, sir. The killer, or killers, is after something else."
"A bigger prize?"
"Much bigger."
"And you know what?"
"I believe I do." Thomas backed away from the slate. "I believe Michael Farrell had in his possession an ancient Sanskrit map of a region that was virtually unexplored just north of Golconda, and certainly unexploited. He had heard that the most enormous gemstones, bigger than anything as yet mined, were still to be unearthed."
"You sound most sure of yourself,"
remarked Carruthers, tapping the flagstones with his stick. "I have something here," replied Thomas, crossing over to his desk and pulling out a small leather-bound book. "I came across this account of an excursion undertaken by Thomas Mott."
"Mott?"
repeated the old anatomist.
"The man married to Mrs. Hastings's companion?"
"The same Thomas Mott who now lives in a debtor's prison," said Thomas with a nod. "He was employed by Lord Clive on a mission to Sambulpore to open a trade in diamonds with that country. He wrote a detailed account of his travels, and I happened to find a copy in the library at Boughton." On his last visit to the hall, Thomas had trawled the well-stocked shelves, looking for works pertaining to India. Quite by chance he stumbled across an intriguing document entitled Narrative of a Journey to the Diamond Mines at Sambulpore in the province of Orissa. He went on, "I had hoped to discover something about Indian curved swords in light of the postmortem on Sir Montagu, but events overtook me. I pocketed the work, but the volume remained closed," he explained. It was only since the ill-fated dinner party with Marianne Hastings that he had realized its significance. Earlier in the day he had managed to grab a few minutes to read the account, and had been amazed by what he found. He set the book down by his mentor and opened it. Mott tells how he journeyed to a far-off land where he found several mines full of priceless stones. It is said he also came back with a map.
"Interesting," commented Carruthers.
"And when Farrell and Lavington returned to England, I do not believe they returned empty-handed."
"No?"
"By fair means or foul, Farrell managed to obtain the map, a map that, unbeknownst to Mott, is the key to the ancient diamond mines."
"And you think this map is here, in England?"
"I firmly do, and I believe the killer does too." Carruthers took a deep breath, as if to ready himself for what he was about to say.
"By killer, you mean my brother?"
The words left his mouth like ashes. Thomas had been uneasy about Mistress Fine Silver's complaint that Sajeev had been boiling clothes for his master, but when the professor had produced a curved dagger at tea, his suspicions were aroused even further. "There is only one way to find out if that is so, sir." His mentor nodded slowly.
"You want to set a trap?"
He always read from the same page.
"You want to set a trap for my brother and his Naukar?"
Thomas loathed himself for suggesting it, but as much as it pained him, he hoped such a gamble would be worth the risk. Dr. Carruthers sighed deeply, mulling over the proposition. He closed his watery, unseeing eyes as if to blur the thought. Finally he replied,
"I will, but only to prove you wrong."
He jabbed a finger toward his protégé.
"A negative proof will suffice on this occasion."
Thomas very much hoped that would be the case. "I know it is hard for you, sir." Carruthers managed to pull his lips into a smile to reassure the doctor that he understood the need to take such action.
"What do you propose?"
Still feeling uneasy about such underhanded methods, Thomas nevertheless outlined his plan. "I suggest you tell the professor that an acquaintance of Flynn's has come forward with some of the captain's effects, and that among them was a map. Tell him it is stored here in the laboratory, and will be taken to the coroner on the morrow. If the map is still here in the morning, then the professor will be exonerated. He will not realize he has been tested and will be none the wiser."
"And if it is gone?"
"Then your brother will not be the honourable man I believe him to be." The old doctor lifted his head toward Thomas.
"I have your word that, if the map remains, he will never know of this?"
Thomas walked forward and shook his mentor's hand. "My word."
"Very well."
Carruthers nodded emphatically. Just as Thomas patted his mentor on the arm, Franklin, who had been shuffling in the corner by the window, let out a squeak and ran for his cage.
"What ails the rat?"
asked the old anatomist. Thomas looked toward Franklin, suddenly eclipsed by a shadow. The loss of light from the window high up in the wall had unsettled the creature. Thomas looked up to see the shadow fall away. "A fly, sir. Only a fly," he replied, even though he had the distinct impression someone had been listening to their conversation. Chapter 46. The offices of Hoxton and Fothergill lay within the vast precincts of Lincoln's Inn. Lydia recognized the place from her dealings with the late Charles Byrne, also known as the Irish Giant. As her carriage swept through the new archway, she saw dozens of lawyers swathed in black gowns scurrying about. The very sight of them filled her with dread after all she had suffered at the hands of at least 3 of their kind. Sir Theodosius, seated beside her in the coach, patted her hand reassuringly.
"You look nervous, my dear."
"Should I not be?" she asked with an anxious smile. He shook his head.
"This is a mere formality, I am sure of that."
On their arrival, a sombre-looking clerk led the pair of them into a dark office. Much of the daylight was blocked out by piles of legal ledgers and bills that leaned precariously in front of the small windows. Behind a commodious desk that made him look even smaller than he actually was, sat Gilbert Fothergill. If Sir Montagu had been a raven, then his clerk was a sparrow, all dishevelled and fidgety, thought Lydia. He rose to greet his visitors. Although he had spent much of his time in Sir Montagu's employ, it seemed he was also in partnership with another solicitor, and now acted as the deceased's attorney. "My condolences once again, milady," he told Lydia. She nodded graciously, even though she felt nothing but loathing for the little man. He had, after all, colluded to have her committed to Bedlam. He was not to be trusted. "So," he said, busying his hands with the papers in front of him, "shall we begin?"
"The sooner the better, man."
The Theodosius felt almost as much contempt for Fothergill as Lydia, although he was prepared to show his feelings.
"Very good, sir,"
he replied, peering over his spectacles. He cleared his throat.
"I, Montagu Henry Ambrose Malthus, being of sound mind, do hereby revoke all former testamentary dispositions made by me, and declare this to be my last will and testament."
Fothergill's eyes darted from Lydia to Sir Theodosius and back.
"Get on with it,"
grunted the coroner in a curmudgeonly fashion.
"Subject to the payment of my debts, funeral expenses, and administration expenses, and having no legal issue, I give all my estate, to include Draycott House, its adjoining lands and farms, both real and personal, to Richard Michael Frederick Crick, the 7th Earl Crick, to be held in trust by his mother, Lady Lydia Sarah Farrell, until he reaches the age of 21,
pronounced the solicitor. Lydia had not realized that up until that point she had been holding her breath. She now allowed herself to exhale. Sir Theodosius reached for her hand and patted it once more. She felt there was a certain justice to the legacy, a righteousness in Sir Montagu bequeathing his entire estate to her son by way of an apology for the torment he had caused her. It was then, however, that Fothergill produced a trump card, or rather the ace that Sir Montagu had held up his sleeve.
"There is, I must warn you, a caveat,"
he told Lydia, without daring to look her in the eye. Sir Theodosius scowled.
"A caveat?"
he repeated.
"What the deuce?"
He leaned forward in an attempt to grab the document from Fothergill's hands.
"Caveat? Give me that!"
"Sir, please," urged Lydia, staying the coroner's hands. "Allow Mr. Fothergill to continue." The solicitor's feathers were clearly ruffled, but he carried on.
"The said bequest is made on condition that the said Lady Lydia Sarah Farrell shall not remarry, but remain in her widowed state. Failure to comply will result in the trusteeship of the estate reverting to the Court of Chancery."
For a moment there was silence in the room. Outside a blackbird chirruped in a tree, and a bell tolled the hour, but inside the solicitor's chambers Lydia was in shock. She had not expected this.
"A mere formality," Sir Theodosius had said. "Oh, my dear, even in death he continues to haunt you," said the coroner,
the edges of his mouth sloping sharply in his disappointment. Lydia, however, straightened her back and stuck out her chin. "Can I not challenge this, Mr. Fothergill?" she asked.
"In court, milady?"
She nodded. "Yes, in court." Sir Theodosius intervened.
"That will be most costly, my dear, and—"
"And if I do remarry, Mr. Fothergill, what happens then?" She leaned forward, her voice growing more agitated. The solicitor lifted the document from the desk, then put it down again nervously. He pushed back his glasses, which had slipped down the bridge of his nose, and focused once more on the will.
"There is a clause here that will put the entire estate in the hands of the Treasury," he said. "In that case, my lady, I fear the Earl would lose all his inheritance."
Chapter 47. That night Thomas set the trap. Over dinner, Dr. Carruthers had informed his brother about the existence of the map, and that it lay, until its collection the following morning, in the laboratory. It would then be presented, the professor was told, to Sir Stephen Gandy, the Westminster coroner. Thomas had spent the evening with both siblings. Then, as the clock struck 10, he announced he would retire. The brothers followed suit, and Thomas saw both enter their respective rooms. He, on the other hand, after a decent interval had passed, grabbed a candle and returned downstairs to the laboratory. Deliberately leaving the door unlocked, he entered the darkened room. The street lamp up above shone through the high windows, providing a little extra light. In the corner, Franklin could be heard rustling and squeaking intermittently in his cage. Feeling his way through the gloom, Thomas headed for his desk and lit the lamp he kept primed on top of it. As the light pooled, he opened the top drawer and took out a scroll of paper. It was an old map of the Boughton estate. He had secreted it in his case a few weeks back so that he could show it to Lydia at the height of Sir Montagu's efforts to enclose the common land. Now it was, to all intents and purposes, redundant, but he had a much more valuable use for it. As long as the professor did not inspect the map too closely at first, there was every chance he would be fooled. In the dark, such a document might well pass for a sketch of the diamond fields. At any rate, that was what he was gambling on. Next, Thomas walked over to a large barrel in the corner in which sand was stored. He started to shovel some out, spreading it thinly on the flags below, as was his practice before an autopsy. It soaked up blood and body fluids. Now, however, its purpose was different. It would, he hoped, help trap a murderer. Even if, by some strange twist of fate, he failed to apprehend the professor, or perhaps an accomplice, stealing the map red-handed, the culprit's footprints would be left behind. If they matched the bloody imprint he collected from Sir Montagu's study, then he would have more evidence that might lead to a conviction. Satisfied that the sand was evenly spread around the desk, Thomas then snuffed out the lamp and groped his way through the blackness toward the large store cupboard. He was relieved when he felt the handle of the door and opened it. The dank space, crammed as it was with bottles and jars and casks of all sizes and descriptions, was large enough to accommodate 3 men comfortably, but it was not an enticing place to spend the night. Preserved livers and pickled brains did not make good bedfellows. Nevertheless, Thomas did find a moth-eaten blanket that had been used to wrap a femur. He laid the bone in the corner and pulled the blanket around himself. Leaving the cupboard door slightly ajar, he settled himself down to watch and to wait. He knew it would be an interminably long night, but he also knew that by the end of it there was a real chance he might have some answers. Not that he relished the prospect of catching Professor Carruthers, or his servant for that matter, in the act of stealing this elusive map. He hoped he would be proved wrong, and if he was, although he would be none the wiser as to the murderer's identity, neither would anyone else. There could be no aspersions cast, and no recriminations. For the first hour or so, Thomas managed to keep awake, listening to the sounds of the street above as they crept through the grill. As the night wore on, however, so the music of the humdrum died away. The carriage wheels stopped turning, the horses' hooves ceased clattering, and sleep came calling, until suddenly the sound of the lifting latch startled Thomas from his half-sleep. His eyelids sprang open, and he shook the fug from his head. Someone was entering the laboratory. His heart beat fast as he listened to footsteps cross the floor. He frowned. They were light, not a man's heavy tread. He held his breath as the intruder came into view and stood in the circle of light cast by the street lamp. So stunned was Thomas by what he saw that he cried out, "Mistress Finesilver!" Leaping round to face him, the housekeeper crossed her hands over her breasts as if to try and still her own heart. "Dr. Silkstone!" she cried, steadying herself by the desk. Thomas jumped to his feet and marched out of the cupboard. "What on earth?" Still panting, Mistress Finesilver straightened herself and pulled her wayward shawl around her shoulders. "You gave me such a fright, sir," she wailed. Thomas reached for the lamp and lit it quickly. "May I ask what you were doing creeping round in my laboratory at this time of night?" The housekeeper lifted her peevish face to his, but the normal look of resentment was replaced by embarrassment. I, she began hesitantly. "Well, mistress?" Thomas knew that she sometimes trespassed into his domain for her laudanum in his absence, but this foray was so brazen that it beggared belief. "I came to see if you had any honey, sir," she said. "Honey?" repeated Thomas. "Whatever for?" "For Dr. Carruthers, sir. He asked me most particularly to have acacia honey for breakfast the other day." "Yes," Thomas recalled the occasion. "I knew we had 3 or 4 jars that an old patient had given to him a few weeks back, but when I went to the pantry I couldn't find them anywhere." "So you thought I might have taken them?" he asked, in a more measured voice, realizing it was a thoroughly plausible explanation. "Yes, Doctor. I didn't want to cause a fuss. I thought you might have used the honey for your experimenting, sir, or your pills and potions." Thomas let out a deep sigh. "I can assure you I did not, Mistress Finesilver," he replied, thinking that she made him sound more like a warlock or a wizard than a medical practitioner. "Perhaps it might be easier to ask me directly in future." In the lamplight, Thomas saw her purse her lips together as if she were slightly wounded and wished to retort. She did not. Instead, she dipped a curtsy. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir," she replied. even though the apology seemed to stick in her gullet. Nevertheless, there was a smattering of humility that Thomas was not used to.
"Good night, then, sir,"
she told him, dismissing herself. "Good night, Mistress Finesilver," he said, as he watched her go.
"Honey,"
he said to himself with a shrug. But then the memory of Flynn's hapless servant returned. "Acacia honey," he mumbled. He grimaced as he recalled the man's face smothered in the sweet substance to attract ants. Dr. Carruthers had been certain that it had been acacia honey when he smelled it. Thomas flinched suddenly as the unwelcome thought took root. Could someone in this very household have stolen the honey and used it to torture the Indian? His mind turned again to Professor Carruthers and his servant. Were they, between them, capable of such barbarity? It was difficult to tell what heinous crimes a man might commit under the influence of opium when his reasoning and senses were in altered states. The store cupboard door remained ajar. The professor might yet venture into the laboratory in search of the elusive map, Thomas told himself. He returned to his place. The wall clock opposite remained in his sight. It was not quite 11. The night was, regrettably, yet young. Chapter 48.
"Still no honey?"
moaned Dr. Carruthers, munching his buttered toast at breakfast the following morning. He stuck out his tongue to signify his displeasure. Mistress Finesilver, pouring him a glass of milk, was about to answer when Thomas entered the room. He had slipped upstairs just as the housemaid rose to light the kitchen fire and managed to change his clothes. Nevertheless, he still bore the scars of a virtually sleepless night, dark bags under his eyes and a pale complexion. At the sound of the opening door, Mistress Finesilver's gaze met Thomas's, but hers slid away almost immediately. She busied herself collecting dirty plates.
"No, sir, still no honey, I fear," she mumbled,
conscious that Thomas's eyes were upon her. The news made the old anatomist more insistent.
"But I swear Joseph Crossley gave me some jars from his own hives a few weeks back."
Seeing the situation might escalate, Thomas intervened. "I am sure they've been put safely somewhere," he soothed, seating himself opposite his mentor. Carruthers wiped his chin with his napkin.
"There you are, dear boy,"
he greeted through a mouthful.
"That will be all, thank you, Mistress Finesilver," he said, waving a dismissive hand.
The housekeeper was pleased to oblige, and gathering up her stack of dishes, left the room as quickly as she could.
"Well?"
asked the old anatomist as soon as he heard the door click shut. Thomas could not decide whether his tone was conspiratorial or self-righteous. "The professor is—" Thomas began slowly, wanting to make sure they would not be disturbed.
"My brother is not yet up. We are quite safe."
"Then I am pleased to report that no one attempted to steal the decoy last night." Carruthers gave a triumphant nod.
"By no one you mean my brother and Sajiv."
There was an aggrieved righteousness in his tone. Thomas could see that the old anatomist wanted him to eat his words. "I am sorry I doubted the professor and his man," he said humbly. He was happy to make such an apology, although he did not regret laying the trap. Nor did he let on that he had not ruled Oliver Carruthers and his servant entirely innocent. The old anatomist let the words hover on the air for a moment, allowing himself to savour them before he asked,
"So, what now?"
Thomas shrugged as he buttered a slice of toast. "What now, indeed?" he repeated, letting his knife slice easily through the soft pat before him. "Tomorrow I shall be seeing Major Scott, and I shall try and prize some information from him."
"And in the meantime?"
Thomas detected a mischievous note in the question.
"Might you take a little time off from the laboratory to clear your head?"
The old anatomist paused.
"And perhaps pay a visit to Lady Lydia later on. I know she is engaged this morning, but—"
"Engaged?" Carruthers nodded.
"My brother, my blameless brother," he added with relish, "is taking her ladyship and young Richard to see the elephant in the park, I believe."
Thomas arched a brow. "Oh?" was all he could say. He did not divulge that there was still something about the professor that made him uneasy. His rapid speech, his intense gaze, and, above all, his nervous tic, so often associated in his experience with stress or a singular trauma. He was, Thomas deduced, a troubled man with a hidden past. His mentor picked up on his reticence, and his features hardened a little.
"You still harbour your suspicions about Oliver?"
Thomas's mind knew it was useless being anything less than absolutely honest with his mentor. "I confess there are certain things," he admitted, pouring himself coffee from the pot. Carruthers shook his head.
"Oh, ye of little faith," he muttered. "My brother may be a little eccentric, but he is no murderer. You will be proved wrong."
"I hope I will, sir. I really do," replied Thomas. He downed his coffee quickly, then rose from the table, his chair scraping on the floorboards. "And now, if you'll excuse me." The old anatomist raised a buttery knife in the air.
"Just one more thing,"
he called as Thomas made for the door. Thomas switched back. "Yes, sir?"
"Lady Lydia left her shawl here yesterday. I think Mistress Finesilver put it over there."
Thomas scanned the room and spotted the wrap folded over the back of one of the dining chairs.
"Perhaps you could take it to her?"
There was a wheedling note in the old man's voice. Thomas caught his meaning. "Perhaps I could," he said with a smile. He lifted the shawl and instantly smelled Lydia's perfume. For a moment it was as if she was standing next to him.
"Promise me this,"
said Dr. Carruthers suddenly, breaking the spell. Puzzled, Thomas looked up. "Sir?"
"Do not let Lydia go again, dear boy. Even if you neglect your own happiness, you cannot put right all the wrongs in the world. You know that, don't you?"
Thomas nodded and let a sigh escape from his lips. He acknowledged his mentor to be right. He needed to rekindle the fire between Lydia and himself that had been doused by countless absences and obstacles. And among all this murderous mayhem, he still had to find time for her. "I do, sir," he replied. Chapter 49. Professor Carruthers was in good spirits when, as arranged, he called at Sir Theodosius's mansion at 11:15 later that morning. Unaware that his integrity had been tested and appeared to be unimpeachable, he arrived to collect Lydia and Richard. Nurse Pring was in attendance too. "Richard is most excited," Lydia told the professor as they made the short carriage ride to St. James's Park. "He has never seen an elephant before." She paused to look at her son, who was leaning out of the carriage window, his curly hair blown back from his face. "Nor have I," she added, with a slight shake of her head.
"Then I am honoured to be the one to introduce you. I am sure you will both be most impressed. Yes, indeed," the professor told her with his usual brusque delivery.
The party decanted at the grand gates of the park. Carriages were only allowed inside by express permission of the king before making its way on foot. Inside was a hive of activity. There seemed to be more deer and cattle than people, and the squawking of the waterfowl only added to the general sense of gaiety. On strict orders, the park sentinels were to bar any rude boys, beggars, or anyone hawking their wares, so Lydia felt quite at ease. There was little else to do but promenade with the other gentlewomen around the park, but still she found the novelty of it all quite enchanting. The trees were in full leaf, and there were displays of flowers in beds dotted alongside the shallow lake. Beyond the commonplace sights and sounds, there was, however, another novelty that vied for Lydia's attention. An army of carpenters was camped at one end of the park, putting the finishing touches to a long wooden structure. "What are they doing over there?" asked Lydia, as she strolled along with the professor. Up ahead, Nurse Pring trotted along behind Richard. Carruthers crinkled his nose and stared intently ahead. "I believe they are constructing a gallery for the display, my lady," he replied. "A display?" The professor stopped to study the large awning being fixed into place to form a covered gallery. "Fireworks," he told her curtly. "There is to be a firework display in honour of some visiting prince or foreign potentate tomorrow." The prospect of such a display clearly pleased Lydia. "It is open to the public?" she asked. "Yes, indeed. There is a poster at the gate. 'Tis possible to pay for seats in the gallery." He jerked his head toward the embryonic structure in front of them. "Then we must go," she said excitedly. "We shall make up a party." Meanwhile Richard was tugging at Nurse Pring's hand. "Where is the elephant, Mamma? Where is he?" He was jumping up and down impatiently. The professor bent low to address the child, who backed away, a little afraid. Undeterred, Carruthers explained, "The creature will come from the direction of the King's Mews." He pointed beyond the trees. "Here shall be a good spot from which to see him. Yes, indeed." They had stopped at the side of the path, along with a few other parties of women and gleeful children. Carruthers looked intently at Richard as he held his nurse's hand. "He is so like you," he remarked to Lydia as they waited in the sunshine. Lydia caught something sad and doleful in his tone. "Do you have children, Professor?" she asked. Carruthers's eyes still played on Richard. "No children, no wife. I am married to my work," he replied wanly. Lydia felt as though she had intruded on his personal life, when he suddenly lifted his gaze and gave a tight smile, something she had rarely seen him do. For a split second she felt the professor had lifted his mask, but it came down again soon enough. "Mamma, look!" Richard cried excitedly. His hand shot away from hers to point to her right. Just emerging from the tree-lined avenue a few yards ahead was an enormous elephant. Draped in a large blue cloth that was fringed with gold, the beast was being led by a keeper dressed in a jacket of matching blue, with a rose-coloured silk robe and a cap in the Turkish style. 2 liveried Indians followed on behind, carrying long staffs. By now a number of other onlookers were also lining the path to watch the regular ritual. Several of them cheered as the elephant passed, its trunk swaying placidly from side to side. Richard seemed transfixed by the sight at first, but as the creature advanced to within a few paces of where he stood, he seemed to grow more anxious. He suddenly clung to his mother's skirts and hid his face. "There is no need to fear," Lydia told him, stroking his head. "Look, my sweet, look." Whether it was because of the cheering of the crowd or the fact that a flock of cackling geese took off from the nearby lake was not clear, but the elephant suddenly raised its trunk and trumpeted loudly. Some of the women screamed. A few men laughed and jeered, but the combined effects of the noise seemed to make the creature even more agitated. It shunted its rear off the path, and in response its keepers hit its flanks. Their actions only appeared to irritate the elephant further, however. Its slow, measured pace suddenly turned into a trot, and it veered off onto the grass. The little clusters of onlookers started to disperse, and some children broke away from their mothers and nursemaids and began running hither and thither. "Get back!" called the professor, grabbing Lydia by the hand. "Richard!" she cried, reaching out to her son. She managed to grasp him and pull him to her. Nurse Pring, picking up her skirts, ran too. Retreating into the shelter of the trees, they huddled together and watched anxiously. The elephant had stepped up its pace and started to run amok, trampling through the carefully tended flower beds up ahead. The keepers ran behind it, shouting and waving their sticks to warn any unsuspecting walkers who found themselves in harm's way. "You are unhurt?" asked the professor, still catching his breath. Lydia nodded and drew Richard closer to her. "Look, soldiers!" yelled the boy. From the direction of the main gate, 6 guards suddenly appeared. With muskets at the ready, they hurtled toward the elephant, which by now had reached the outer perimeter fence. A loud cry went up, and a volley of shots rent the air. A deafening trumpeting followed, then silence. "Oh, no!" exclaimed Lydia, shielding Richard's eyes. "Mamma, what has happened?" he wailed. Lydia glanced at the professor, who had ventured out from the shelter of the trees. He stood a few feet away, within view of the soldiers. His back was toward her, but she suddenly heard another low trumpet, then an enormous splash. The professor stood motionless, watching the action. Lydia dared not look. "Is the elephant hurt, Mamma?" Richard was pulling at her arm, straining to see the creature. A moment later the professor turned and started making his way back toward them. Lydia read his expression. He seemed relieved. "All is well," he told them. "But the gunshot," pressed Lydia. "They fired into the air," he replied, shaking his head. "A foolish move, but the creature plunged into the water. He is calmer now. See? Yes, indeed, calmer now." He pointed to a large, dark mound on the edge of the lake. The elephant was half submerged, scooping up trunks full of water and showering itself. It appeared much more contented as its keeper tried to soothe it with pats and soft words. "We must be thankful that no one was hurt," said Lydia.
"Quite so, quite so,"
agreed the Professor. Lydia nodded and took Richard firmly by the hand. "Now let us return to the carriage, shall we?" she said. "We have had quite enough excitement for one day." Thomas felt his pulse race, even though he was standing stock still. His bedchamber was chilly. The sun had not yet come round to heat it, but it was too warm to have a fire laid. And yet the palms of his hands were clammy. After another moment's pause, he reached for the desk drawer. Once more he took out the ring case and opened it. He held it to the light. It was a modest jewel, certainly compared with the magnificent diamond brilliant he had retrieved from Flynn's throat, and certainly by the standards of the English aristocracy. The meagreness of his offering suddenly seemed quite pathetic. He was not Lydia's social equal, not in English eyes at least, and his income was paltry when measured against the wealth of the Boughton estate. Most would say he was mad to even contemplate marriage to a titled lady, and yet she had said yes to his proposal before. They were standing in the orangery at Boughton Hall on the morning of his departure after her mother's death. He had asked her to be his wife, and without hesitation she had said yes, and nestled her head on his shoulder. There had been no ring then, just a tacit agreement between them that they would be conjoined in holy matrimony. Events since had marshalled against them, but now that Sir Montagu was dead, there were no more obstacles, no more excuses. Why should she not agree again? "Lydia," he whispered under his breath, as he slipped the case into his pocket and tapped it gently. This time there would be no prevarication, no hesitation. His mentor was right. He could not afford to lose his beloved again. He would propose to her that very afternoon. Chapter 50. Lydia took a deep breath. She was relieved they were all safely back at Sir Theodosius's house after the incident with the elephant. Although none of them had ever been in any real danger, the whole episode could have turned out very differently. Professor Carruthers had called it an adventure, and he and Richard had talked animatedly about the episode until they dropped him off in Mayfair to visit a friend. She had seen a whole new side to him on the excursion, and for that, too, she was gratified. "Shall I take Master Richard for his nap now, m'lady?" asked Nurse Pring as they congregated in the hallway. "Yes, please," replied Lydia, stroking her son's curly head. "Go with nurse," she told him with a smile. Then, turning to Eliza, who had just appeared, she said, "I think I will lie down too." The maid curtsied. "Very well, my lady," she replied, and began to climb the stairs to turn down the bed for her mistress. Hearing the general commotion, Sir Theodosius put his head around his study door.
"Ah, you are back, my dear," he remarked. "I trust you had an enjoyable excursion."
Lydia nodded, but before she could answer in full, a scream tore through the house.
"What in God's name?"
thundered the coroner. "Eliza!" Lydia gasped, hurrying toward the foot of the stairs. "Eliza!" she called again as she climbed to the second floor as quickly as she could. Dashing along the upstairs corridor, Lydia saw Nurse Pring leave Richard's bedroom and head toward her chamber. The housemaid too appeared from the linen store and hurried in the same direction. They all converged at the open door at more or less the same time to see Eliza, her hands still clamped over her own mouth, in shock as she scanned her mistress's room. Lydia gulped back a cry. "What the—" The others at the door drew aside to allow their mistress to pass. Lydia's mouth first opened wide, then shut again, as she walked into the scene of devastation. Every cupboard had been emptied, every drawer pulled out, every pillow and bolster slashed open, so that fluff and down were scattered all around. A breeze suddenly blew in from the open window and caught a pile of the feathers, lifting and whirling them like snowflakes. Lydia dropped onto her bed as if the shock had made her light-headed. She surveyed the room. Pictures were torn from the walls, a vase had been upturned, and even the heavy drapes had been lacerated.
"God's wounds!"
cried Sir Theodosius breathlessly. He had lumbered up the stairs in the wake of the ear-piercing scream to see for himself what calamity had been visited upon his household. His jaw dropped as he contemplated the scene. By now Eliza's shock had turned to tears.
"Who could have done this, my lady?"
she sobbed, standing by the window. Lydia rose and walked over to her maid. Putting a comforting arm around her, she shook her head. She did not have a reply. There were no words.
"Only Dr. Silkstone can find the answer to that,"
mumbled the coroner, still trying to catch his breath.
"We'd best send for him immediately."
As good fortune would have it, Thomas was already on his way. The weather was pleasant, and he had decided to walk the mile or so to Sir Theodosius's house. Banishing all thoughts of the many burdens that weighed heavily on his shoulders, he concentrated instead on how he was going to frame his proposal of marriage to Lydia. He patted his frock-coat pocket. The shawl was there. Its return gave him a good pretext for his visit. Not that he should need one, but it could be used to his advantage. After he had placed it in Lydia's hands, he might suggest they take some air. Together they would venture into the garden, and there, in the sunshine, surrounded by flowers and bird-song, he would hold her hand in his and ask her to be his wife. Or should he be more formal? In the absence of Lydia's father, should he first ask Sir Theodosius's consent, even though he held no official role? Should he ask her in the drawing-room? Either way, should he go down on one knee, or should he remain standing? Spontaneity was not in his nature, and yet on this occasion and in these circumstances he really could not make up his mind. As he walked through the wrought-iron gates of the mansion, he was forced to concede that he might have to do what seemed most natural when the time came. Feeling slightly more confident, but nevertheless nervous, he climbed the front steps and lifted the knocker. The sound of the rapping broke into the shared sense of bewilderment and fear of those who had gathered upstairs in Lydia's ransacked room. "Who?" barked Sir Theodosius, almost jumping out of his skin. But Lydia's finger flew up to her lips to call for silence. The butler was heard to answer the door, and a familiar voice inquired if her ladyship was at home. "Thomas!" she cried. "'Tis Thomas!" She hurried out of the room and onto the landing to see the young doctor hand the butler his tricorn. "Dr. Silkstone," she called down more formally. "Thank God! Come, please." From the distraught look on her face and the note of panic in Lydia's voice, Thomas could tell that something terrible had happened. He loped up the stairs 2 at a time, and within seconds witnessed for himself the devastation wrought. "What the—" He cast his gaze around the room. The slashed curtains, the ruffled bedding, the drawers tossed onto the floor. "Is anyone hurt?" he asked, hurrying over to Lydia. She shook her head. "No, mercifully not. I was out and came back to find this." She flapped a hand distractedly. "But I was in my study!" exclaimed the coroner indignantly. "Such dashed nerve!" "Has anything been stolen?" asked Thomas. Lydia and Eliza exchanged a quick glance, and the maid rushed over to the casket where her mistress kept her jewellery. It lay discarded on the rug by the bed. She picked it up and inspected it. The lock had not been tampered with. She shook her head. Striding across the room, Thomas headed for the open casement. "I fear this was no random intrusion," he said, sticking his head out of the window. The branches of a large tree reached to within inches of the ledge. Glancing at the pavement below, he could see a few broken twigs and several fallen leaves. It was clear to him that the intruder had climbed the tree to gain access. Sir Theodosius, running his fat fingers over the shredded drapes, nodded in agreement. "Whoever did this must have known you were out, my dear," he told Lydia. Thomas turned to her, frowning. "And you were with Professor Carruthers?" he said. Lydia looked puzzled. "How—" "Dr. Carruthers told me about your planned excursion to the park," he replied. "I thought you would have returned and—" Thomas suddenly stopped mid-sentence, realizing that the real reason for his visit needed to be postponed in the circumstances. "And?" Lydia pressed, sensing he was holding something back. Her suspicion forced him to think on his feet. "I wanted to return this to you," suddenly remembering the shawl that Lydia had left at Holland Street. Thomas delved into his pocket and brought it out. "Thank you," she told him with a smile, taking the wrap from his grasp. She let it fall open, then slipped it around her shoulders, shivering as she did so. Seeing her body judder, Thomas recognized the telltale signs. "You are in shock, my lady," he told her. "You should rest." "The doctor is right, my dear," agreed Sir Theodosius, lumbering forward and hooking an arm around her. "And you?" she asked, fixing her eyes on Thomas. He gave her a reassuring smile and cast a look around the room.
"I fear I have work to do here," he replied.
"Come, my dear," said the coroner, guiding Lydia toward the door. "We must leave the good doctor to his own devices."
Lydia nodded, but turned back suddenly. "You think you might be able to discover who did this?" she asked. Thomas nodded. "There will be clues somewhere among this mess," he told her. "It is my task to find them."
"Come, my dear,"
repeated Sir Theodosius, growing slightly impatient. Thomas watched the pair leave the room, followed by Nurse Pring. Eliza stayed behind and, bending low, started to pick up the shards of a broken mirror from the floor. "No!" Thomas called out. The maid froze. She switched round, her eyes wide. "Please, do not touch anything," he told her. "I need to inspect the damage for myself." "Yes, Doctor," she said. "Shall I—" She pointed to the door. "If you please." She dipped a curtsy and scurried away, once more on the verge of tears, shutting the door behind her. The escritoire near the window had suffered most in the burglary. Not only had all the drawers been cast aside, the leather that lined the inside of the drop-down lid had been slashed too. This was not the work of some opportunist thief. This destruction, he could tell, was targeted and purposeful. "A map," he muttered to himself. The lining would have been an obvious place to hide the ancient Sanskrit document that appeared to be in the murderer's sights. He would wager that it was the object of this search, conducted with the same frenzied fury as all 4 killings. Suddenly a breeze rustled the drapes once more, and he strode over to the casement, this time armed with his magnifying glass. Bending low, he inspected the window ledge. The intruder clearly had climbed up the nearby sycamore tree, but it would have been no mean feat. The trunk was relatively smooth. There must have been rope. He squinted at the branches once more. There was no sign, but there were marks on the sill. Muddy smears, the prints of fingers, no doubt holding onto the ledge. He peered at them through his glass. There were 4 marks of varying size. Something did not ring quite true about them, although he was not sure what. Nevertheless, he moved on, inspecting the slashed pillows and the ransacked drawers over the next few minutes. No bolt of lightning struck him. There was no eureka moment, no inspiration, no hard evidence that told him who was responsible. As so often happened with this mystifying case, at the end of his inspection, he had drawn a blank. Chapter 51.
"Ah, Thomas!"
Sir Theodosius greeted the young anatomist when he entered the drawing-room half an hour later.
"Found anything of note?"
he asked, cocooned in his favourite armchair. Lydia sat opposite him. Thomas sighed and closed the door behind him. "Nothing conclusive, sir," he replied, walking into the room, "although I do believe that the intruder may well have been searching for the map." "A map?" asked Lydia. She was seated on a sofa, still wrapped in the shawl. Sir Theodosius recapped his conversation with Michael Farrell about the existence of a rich source of stones. "Did he ever mention anything to you about the mines?" Thomas asked her. "Never." Lydia shook her head.
"And you found no evidence of any documentation when you were going through the captain's papers?" ventured the coroner.
Again Lydia shook her head, but in the ensuing silence the mention of the affairs of a dead man raised the spectre of Sir Montagu in all their minds. It was as if the very thought of him cast a dark shadow across all their faces. Thomas broached the subject. "And there was nothing telling in Sir Montagu's will?" He switched his gaze from Lydia to Sir Theodosius and back. "The reading went ahead as planned, I assume?" he asked quickly. Sir Theodosius and Lydia swapped wary glances, and Thomas caught the anxiety in their expressions. "Something is amiss?" All along he had harboured a fear that Sir Montagu would even in death have the last laugh. He imagined the tyrant acting like a puppet master, pulling the strings of those left behind to pick up the pieces of his empire from the comfort of his coffin. It was obvious they were holding something back from him. He needed to know. "Tell me, I pray." Sir Theodosius pointed to the mahogany cabinet that held several decanters.
"Pour yourself a brandy, Thomas,"
he directed. Thomas protested. "What is it?" He felt the cold steel of a knife twist inside him.
"Please."
The coroner lifted up his flattened palm in front of his face to silence him. Thomas reluctantly obeyed, and seconds later, glass in hand, sat down beside Lydia on the sofa. His stomach began to knot once more. He braced himself for bad news. The coroner took a gulp of his own brandy.
"'Tis a case of both good news and bad," he began.
Thomas straightened his back as if readying himself to bear the blows. "The good first, then, if you please." He needed to remain positive. Sir Theodosius nodded to Lydia.
"My dear,"
he said, inviting her to take the lead. She took a deep breath and forced a smile to lift her lips. Sir Montagu left his entire estate to Richard. Thomas considered what she had said for a moment. He had feared that neither Lydia nor Richard would benefit at all from the late lawyer's will. Such a bequest would ensure not only the young Earl's financial security, but that of Boughton too. "That is indeed good news," he said, casting around for appreciation. "Is it not?" For a moment he could not understand why neither of the others shared his pleasure.
"It is indeed good news,"
agreed the coroner, nodding enthusiastically.
"Of course, until Richard's majority, 'twill be held in trust by his mother."
He jerked his head toward Lydia. Thomas nodded. "Well, that seems reasonable."
"Yes,"
drawled Sir Theodosius. "But there is a caveat." Thomas had already guessed there was a negative aspect to this arrangement. "Of course there is a caveat," said Lydia, no longer able to contain her frustration. She rose from the sofa and headed over to the window as if she could not bear to face Thomas when he heard the news. Sir Theodosius remained seated, but the anatomist made to rise.
"No, wait,"
snapped the coroner, his outstretched arm barring his way. Thomas looked at him askance and stayed where he was. Sir Theodosius took a deep breath, put down his glass, and tried to compose himself again. He lifted his troubled face.
"All this can come to pass only on condition that Lydia remains unmarried," he said.
He clasped his hands behind his back so that his large stomach was thrust forward. And there was the rub. For a moment Thomas remained rooted to the sofa as the news and its implication sank in. His shoulders sagged and his expression darkened. "So Richard cannot inherit Draycott if we marry?" Sir Theodosius sucked in his cheeks.
"'Tis not just you, Thomas. 'Tis—"
Thomas leapt to his feet. This time the coroner did not try to stop him. "Of course the clause was designed specifically for me. That tyrant could not bear to think of me as the master of Boughton," he cried. He could hear his own heart pounding in his ears. "He could not bear it if we were wed." Looking over to Lydia for some shred of comfort, he suddenly remembered the ring. Plunging his hand into his pocket, he brought out the box and opened it. He strode over to where she stood and thrust it in front of her. "This is the real reason I came here today. I was going to ask you to marry me again," he said, the words almost choking him. "But I can see I wasted my journey." He snapped shut the box and turned, not wishing her to see that his eyes were welling up with tears. "No!" cried Lydia. "No!" she called out again, rushing after him as he headed toward the door. Tugging at his sleeve, she pulled him around to face her. Her eyes were glassy, too. "You don't understand, my love," she said, her hands reaching for his jacket. Thomas nodded his head and swallowed back his anguish. "I do understand, dearest Lydia. I understand that your son's inheritance and the continuation of the Crick line is more important than any love we ever had for each other." His voice remained measured. "And the fault is all mine. I was deluding myself if I ever thought an American anatomist could be considered worthy of an English noblewoman," he said, and taking her right hand in his, he kissed it and bowed low. "Goodbye, milady," he said. He turned round and bowed to the coroner. "Sir Theodosius," he muttered, then continued toward the door. "No!" cried Lydia once more. "Thomas!" She rushed after him. "I will marry you!" she called after him as he grasped the door handle. At her words he stopped still, then wheeled round. His brows remained dipped in a frown. "What did you say?" Hurrying forward, she threw herself into his arms. "I will marry you," she repeated. "I have no care for what others might think." "But Richard, his inheritance—" Sir Theodosius intervened. Judging from his startled look, this decision was clearly news to him.
"My dear, are you sure?"
Lydia turned and lifted her face toward the coroner, thrusting forward her chin. "Richard will come to understand that a person's happiness is worth so much more than any land and property," she said.
"That is true,"
conceded the coroner with a nod. Yes, it is true," replied Lydia, reaching for Thomas's hand and gazing at him. "Richard will not miss something he has never had. And I want to be your wife, my love. More than anything else, I want to be your wife." Thomas took a breath and looked deep into her eyes for a moment. He knew she was speaking the truth. He smiled and reached into his pocket once more. "Then you will consent to wearing this?" he said, opening the box. Removing the ring, he took her hand in his and slipped the stone on her finger. She held her hand out for a moment, studying the small sapphire. "'Tis the most beautiful ring I ever set eyes on," she said. Chapter 52.
"But we must celebrate!"
Dr. Carruthers clapped his hands gleefully.
"We must indeed. Yes, indeed," chimed in his brother. "Hearty congratulations, Doctor," he said, shaking Thomas's hand, then muttering, "'Tis welcome news in among all this murder."
The professor's mumbled words did not, however, go unnoticed. They jabbed sharp as a stiletto, suddenly deflating Thomas's buoyant mood. For several hours he had barely given a single thought to the 4 unsolved murders that had hung over him for the past few days. He had returned to Holland Street in the late afternoon. Sir Theodosius had insisted he stay for a celebratory luncheon washed down with liberal amounts of wine and port, and had loaned him his carriage for the return journey home.
"A dinner! We shall host a dinner!"
exclaimed the old anatomist.
"And fireworks,"
added the professor.
"Fireworks?"
queried the old anatomist.
"There are fireworks in St. James's Park tomorrow evening. 'Twill be most spectacular, and Lady Lydia was anxious to make up a party," explained his brother, barely pausing for breath. Thomas regarded this verbal sparring with a mixture of amusement and dismay. His happiness at Lydia's acceptance of his marriage proposal was tempered by the thought that he was really no nearer to unmasking the killer or killers at large. His unease was compounded by the fact that he had also just remembered he had accepted a supper proposal with Marian Hastings and her coterie. He knew the meeting could prove very useful to his investigations. He also planned to find out if any of them knew of the existence of this ancient map. Finally, he interrupted the brothers' banter. Gentlemen, your attention," he pleaded. Both men turned in his direction. He went on, "I have accepted an invitation to sup with the Governor-General's lady tomorrow." The old doctor looked crestfallen. The professor's expression registered disappointment. Any plans for a celebratory dinner were thrown into disarray. Thomas raised a finger. "But the fireworks will not begin until dark, so I propose that we all rendezvous in the park a little later." His suggestion was considered in silence for a moment until first the professor and then his mentor nodded slowly.
Yes,
agreed Dr. Carruthers, adding,
"as long as you describe the displays to me, dear brother."
"It would be an honour, yes indeed,"
came the reply. "Good, then 'tis settled," said Thomas, clapping his own hands and rubbing them together. Tomorrow evening would be a combination of business and pleasure. He was aware that to mix the two often proved wholly unsatisfactory. He very much hoped that his plans would prove the exception rather than the rule. Thomas retired to his room a little earlier than usual. Slipping off his clothes, he laid them neatly over his chair and eased on his nightshirt. Then, after plumping his pillows, he climbed into his bed to contemplate events. It had been a momentous day, a day of surprises, both welcome and unwelcome, but above all a day of celebration. Thanks to Sir Theodosius's hospitality, he still had the headache to prove it. The wine had flowed freely, and future plans were discussed. When the late hour forced him to go, he had left Lydia happier than he had seen her in many a long month. She was positively flushed with excitement. They would read the marriage banns as soon as possible, as soon as Lydia felt it safe to return to Boughton. Their wedding would take place before Christmas. At least that was what was hoped. Of course, until Sir Montagu's killer had been apprehended, there could be no ceremony. Even in death he stood in the way of their happiness. Thomas turned over to lie on his side. And yet, he told himself, by making Lydia Richards executrix, the dead lawyer had, in effect, been testing her. It was not beyond the bounds of possibility that he had staked everything on her acceptance of his terms, that, for Richard's sake, she would not turn down the Draycott estate. Sir Montagu had not, however, bargained on her putting her love for an American before her duty. But then again, neither had he. When faced with such a choice, Thomas had feared Lydia would put Richard's future before their own in order to secure the vast acreage that adjoined Boughton. Instead, she had chosen to follow her heart rather than her head. For that he would be eternally grateful. He only hoped that Richard would not resent his mother's decision. He turned onto his back once more. Somewhere in the night, a dog barked. It set a baby crying, who caused a man to shout. Thomas sat up and walked over to the open window, reaching for the latch. As he did so, he remembered the devastation of Lydia's room and the casement through which the intruder had gained access. He thought, too, of the large thumbprints on the window ledge. They had puzzled him at the time, and now he suddenly realized why. Stepping forward, he felt something beneath his feet. He looked down to see a pencil on the floorboards. He stepped back and bent down to pick it up from under his toes, and that was when it struck him. The strange prints had not been made by a thumb at all. They had been made by toes. Big toes. Whoever shinned up the tree and slid in through the window did so in bare feet. A climbing boy, perhaps, although there was no sign of any soot. Few Englishmen would have been capable of such a manoeuvre. An Indian, mayhap? He thought of the coir rope, the curved blade, and the bizarre ant torture. It was suddenly even more important that he attend Marian Hastings's supper. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that the murderer was of Indian origin. Somehow he needed to question members of the large entourage that had accompanied her. Glancing over at his desk, he saw the pile of letters written by Patrick Flynn. In the light of all he now knew, he would go through them one more time. Perhaps he had missed a vital clue. It would be another long night. Chapter 53. It was all arranged. Shortly before dark, at 9 o'clock, a carriage was to call at Holland Street to pick up Dr. Carruthers and his brother, accompanied by his nowcar. They would be transported to St. James's Park. There they would make their way to the grand viewing gallery to meet the rest of the party. Sir Theodosius and Lady Pettigrew, Lady Lydia and the young Earl and his nurse would all be there, no doubt in a high state of excitement, as they awaited the start of the firework display. Thomas would join them as soon as he could make his excuses from his prior engagement in South Street. By late afternoon, the young doctor had readied himself upstairs. Bewigged and perfumed, he was about to leave the house when he looked in on Dr. Carruthers to make sure he was happy with their plans. However, what he saw as he opened the door disturbed him. He found the old anatomist very out of sorts. Ensconced in his usual chair, he barely acknowledged Thomas's presence when he entered the room. "Sir, you are unwell?"
"I fear I am most light-headed," came the feeble reply.
Thomas felt the old man's pulse. It was weak. He had seen him in a similar condition before and was forced to acknowledge that his aging body was beginning to falter. "Some of my tonic, perhaps?" he suggested, walking over to a bottle on a nearby table that was kept for such eventualities. He poured out the thick, syrupy, fortified wine and handed his mentor a glass. He guided the rim to his mouth. Carruthers slurped the tonic.
"I fear I will not be able to come tonight, dear boy," he said, licking his lips.
Thomas squeezed his hand. "I think you are wise, sir," he replied. "No doubt the fireworks will be very loud."
"But there is no reason why my brother cannot go."
Thomas shook his head. "No, if he still chooses to." The old doctor smiled.
"Oh, he seems most excited by the prospect of roaring rockets and thunderous explosions."
Thomas smiled too. "Then I shall see him there," said Thomas. "If you are sure." Carruthers waved a feeble hand.
"I am much better off here,"
he assured his protégé.
although I doubt I'll get much rest with all the bangs."
"I doubt if any of London will, sir," agreed Thomas, letting the old man's hand drop. "But now I must away to see Mrs. Hastings."
"Ah, yes," replied Carruthers, "the enigmatic Marian. She has clearly fallen for your charms, dear boy," he remarked with a chuckle, then added, "but your interest is purely professional."
"I shall be asking some surreptitious questions about her servants, yes," he admitted. Thomas had remained awake until the early hours, reading and rereading Flynn's letters to Lavington. With the benefit of the knowledge now gleaned, he had paid particular attention to the account that reported in horrific detail the execution by elephant of an Indian merchant. It was then that he discovered something he had previously overlooked. Buried in the tiny text, he had picked up the fact that the merchant was reported to be from the Gujarat region, and his name was Baba Lakhani. In the solitude of his room, Thomas had coupled this new intelligence with a throwaway remark made by William Markham after dinner the other night. Referring to Michael Farrell's diamond ring, he'd said there was a rumour that the captain had murdered for it. He feared there might well have been blood on the precious stone long before he'd removed it from Patrick Flynn's throat. Acutely aware that he needed to act with caution, Thomas settled into the sedan chair to take him to South Street. He had no desire to arouse suspicion among the select party, and yet he was convinced that there had to be a link between the arrival of the Governor-General's wife in England and the 4 murders, even though Sir Montagu was killed before her coming. The strongest connection surely lay with Mrs. Mott. Her husband languished in a debtor's prison in Calcutta, thanks at least in part to Patrick Flynn. There was no doubt she had a motive to murder the captain, but what of the others? He contemplated Scott, a close ally and friend of Mott's. Was his bite equal to his bark? He had arrived in an advance party and had been in England when Sir Montagu was so brutally murdered. Might he have mistaken the lawyer for the late and not at all lamented James Lavington? Could he have commissioned a Lascar to inflict such horrendous torture on the Indian servant and Flynn? Or Markham, quietly efficient William Markham with his addiction to opium? Warren Hastings had enlisted his organisational skills to ensure that his wife's stay in London passed effortlessly. Perhaps he had also applied these skills to murder. The countless possibilities whirled around Thomas's head as he alighted from the sedan chair. He marched up the steps of the townhouse. Shown into the drawing-room by a turbaned servant, Thomas was greeted by Mrs. Hastings and Mrs. Mott.
"Ah, Dr. Silkstone, we are delighted to see you again," Marian Hastings gushed.
Her companion also seemed more lively than usual, and her smiles appeared more forthcoming than on previous occasions. "Good evening, ladies," Thomas said with a bow. An Indian servant immediately appeared with a tray of glass cups containing some sort of punch. Thomas waited until the ladies had taken theirs. He had expected to be joined by Major Scott and Mr. Markham, but after a minute or two of small talk and idle pleasantries, it became obvious that neither was going to make an appearance.
"We wanted you all to ourselves, Dr. Silkstone," explained Mrs. Hastings.
She slid a sideways look at Mrs. Mott.
"You see, Dr. Silkstone,"
she hooked an arm through Thomas's,
"we heard about the murders. First Captain Flynn's servant, then Mr. Lupton, and now Captain Flynn himself."
Few things, Thomas knew, could be kept secret in London, so it did not surprise him to discover they knew of the murders of the captain and his man. But it beat him how the ladies could have known about Lupton's death. "You are well informed," he told them.
"But how?"
"I told them," said an unfamiliar voice from the doorway. Thomas's head jerked round to see a smallish gentleman, smartly dressed, making his way toward them. Baby Mott turned as he approached, then linked her arm in his.
"Dr. Silkstone," she said to Thomas, "allow me to introduce you to my husband."
"Mr. Mott?" Thomas could not hide his shock. "Forgive me, sir, but I understood you were in jail, Dr. Silkstone. In Calcutta?" Again Thomas could not hide his shock. "Yes." "Indeed I was, up until 4 months ago, when I was mercifully freed," explained Mott, his cheeks hollow and his skin weathered. "A close friend of mine paid my passage, and my ship anchored in the Channel 2 days ago. I made it to London yesterday to discover my worst fears founded." Baby Mott beamed and looked up at her husband.
"It was a complete surprise, but a most wonderful one."
"A surprise?"
repeated Thomas, thinking aloud. Mott nodded. You are wondering why I did not inform my wife of my release, Dr. Silkstone. Thomas found himself floundering. It was because I came to warn certain people. Warn? Warn who? Asked Thomas, growing increasingly agitated. Mott turned to Mrs. Hastings. Perhaps I could be permitted a moment alone with Dr. Silkstone, he said. Of course, agreed Marian Hastings, fluttering her fan. She glanced at Bibi Mott, who slid her arm out of her husband's. Both left the room. Please. Mott gestured Thomas to a chair by the fireplace, and the doctor sat. I understand you have been investigating these terrible murders, Dr. Silkstone, he began, settling himself opposite. I have, replied Thomas, eager to allow Mott to explain himself. The chair in which Mott sat swallowed him up, making him look even more emaciated than before. It was clear to Thomas he had been through a great ordeal. My only regret is that I arrived too late to prevent them, he said, shaking his dark head. Thomas leaned forward, eager to know more. Pray explain yourself, sir, he urged. Mott took a deep breath, but his eyes slid away from Thomas's. The information I am about to divulge is for your ears, and yours alone, Silkstone, he began. Mrs. Hastings tells me you are a man of integrity and can be trusted. His gaze switched back and latched onto Thomas's face. Sir, if you have any intelligence about these murders, I beg you tell me. I fear more lives could be at stake, Thomas told him. Mott nodded gravely. You are right, Dr. Silkstone. You are right. Suddenly he rose and leaned his elbow on the mantel-shelf. While I was in prison, I shared a cell with a merchant. His head darted back to Thomas. Have you ever been in a jail, Dr. Silkstone? Thomas nodded. I have had the misfortune to see its appalling conditions several times, he said. Mott stuck out his chin. Then you'll know that it can be the loneliest place in the world, and that any companionship is most welcome. I can imagine it must provide some comfort. This merchant and I passed the days avoiding the scorching sun, and the nights avoiding the rats, but in between we talked. There was a faraway look in Mott's eyes. We swapped our life stories, as you might expect, but little did we know that our paths had already crossed. How? Mott returned to his seat and faced Thomas. This merchant was a Banya, a Gujarati, who once had an associate with a diamond to trade, a huge diamond from Golconda that had been brought to him by an escaped miner. Go on, urged Thomas, feeling his muscles tense. So my cellmate's associate made a deal with some East India Company men. Thomas's eyes widened as a picture suddenly began to take shape. By the names of Farrell, Lavington, and Flynn? Mott nodded. Farrell, Lavington, and Flynn, he repeated, spitting out the names as if they were venomous. The scoundrels had already approached me and told me of this magnificent gem. They wanted to make a trade for it, and they knew I had a map of Sambulpur, showing the location of the untapped mines, interjected Thomas. That was what they believed, and I did not discourage them, but in truth I thought it worthless. I had brought back many mementos from my travels to the interior, and Farrell wanted what he thought was a map. What he thought was a map? Queried Thomas. India is a land of mysticism, Dr. Silkstone, of rich and fanciful things where legends abound. A rumour had it that I had an ancient map in my possession. It was a decorative silk scroll embroidered with lines and symbols. No Englishman could either read it or translate it, but for some reason Farrell thought it valuable. Sanskrit, murmured Thomas. Meaningless patterns, Mott countered with a flap of his hand. Anyway, the scoundrel insisted I give him a down payment to secure my interest in the merchant's stone that he intended to purchase. 12,000 pagodas I gave him. That's almost £5,000. He assured me it was worth at least 50 times that amount. And that was the last you saw of him? Oh, I waited for him to show up with the stone, of course, but he did not. He was meeting with the merchant and the miner at the appointed time, but he never returned. I was forced to cut my losses. You were plunged into debt? Mott shook his head. "Hear me out, if you will, Doctor." He sighed deeply. "I was still reeling from the financial blow when, 3 days later, I was invited by the Nizam himself to witness an execution. As an Englishman of some standing, I was to be the honoured guest. I never relished the prospect. I had been to a couple before, but this was to be a special execution. It was the Nizam's birthday, and he had selected the method of death. A merchant had been found guilty of murdering one of his escaped miners and stealing a large diamond. His punishment was to be pulled limb from limb by an elephant." Thomas thought immediately of the newspaper cutting, and the same wave of revulsion flooded over him. "But I have seen a report of this, sir." Mott shrugged. "It was much talked about at the time, but I doubt it mentioned that the merchant's young son fell at the Nizam's feet and begged mercy for his father." Thomas pictured the heart-wrenching scene. "What happened?" A look of disgust swept over Mott's face. "The Nizam ordered the child strapped to a chair by his throne and forced him to watch his father's anguish in front of the cheering crowd." He closed his eyes for a second. "I am not squeamish, Silkstone, but the sight will stay with me for as long as I live. Can you blame the boy for swearing to avenge his father's death by killing everyone who had betrayed him?" Thomas's mind was racing to catch up with the shocking story Mott was telling. "What happened to the child?" he asked. Mott's tone lightened slightly. "The boy was shown pity by an Englishman who took him into his service." "An Englishman?" Thomas was intrigued. "Yes." Mott fixed Thomas with a stare. "An Englishman who arrived in London but recently, bringing his trusty servant with him." "And this trusty servant is the very same," Mott nodded. "And you fear that this young man is still hell-bent on revenge?" Mott reached into his waistcoat pocket. "I know he is." He flourished a letter. "Shortly before he left India, he wrote to me in jail. After all these years, he was finally travelling to England. He taunted me with his intentions, knowing I was powerless to act. Before I could warn anyone, his ship had set sail for London." He handed the letter to Thomas, who scanned the poorly formed characters. The English was poor, but the intention very plain. "Who is the young man's master?" Mott shook his head. "I fear I have not managed to find out. All I know is that he is a surgeon." "A surgeon?" repeated Thomas. He leaped to his feet. "A surgeon turned academic?" Mott's head jerked up. "You have someone in mind?" "I do," said Thomas, heading for the door. Everything was suddenly falling into place. "And from what you've told me, I fear he could be the next victim." Chapter 54. There was a great flurry of excitement as Professor Carruthers's carriage pulled up outside Sir Theodosius's house. Plans had changed due to the elderly anatomist's indisposition. Rather than arrive at the venue alone, the professor had decided to rendezvous with the rest of the party prior to setting off for St. James's Park. He had therefore hired his own carriage. The Oxford coroner stood on the threshold to greet the professor. Lady Pettigrew was dressed in all her finery and even sported 2 stuffed finches in her hair. Richard, too, was dressed in a new pale blue silk coat. "Can I travel with Sir Theo, Mamma, please?" asked Richard as they gathered on the steps. "You may, my dear, if that is well with Sir Theo," replied Lydia, looking at the coroner as she spoke. Sir Theodosius chuckled. "Lady Hattie and I always welcome young company. Of course you may, young sir," he said, and with that Richard was ushered into the first carriage together with Nurse Pring. In Dr. Carruthers's absence, Lydia was left to take the other. "Then may I have the honour of accompanying you, your ladyship?" asked the professor from the carriage window. Lydia looked up at him. "The honour is mine, sir," she said with a smile as she settled herself into the carriage, smoothing her skirts. The professor sat opposite, with Sajeev, resplendent in a saffron turban, next to him. A moment later the whip was cracked and off they went, and at a goodly pace behind the coroner's carriage. "And I believe congratulations are in order?" The professor's droopy face suddenly lifted as he struck up the conversation. Lydia smiled back. "Yes, indeed," she replied. She touched her hand almost involuntarily, just to reassure herself that the ring remained on her finger. The Professor noted it, and an odd look returned to his face, as if an unwelcome thought or memory had reminded him of a past event.
"A little more modest than your late husband's diamond," he said, thinking aloud.
The remark shocked Lydia, and she withdrew her hand like a crab retreats into its shell. "You knew my husband, Professor?" she asked, hiding the ring in the folds of her skirts. Seeing her displeasure, however, Carruthers tried to rectify his thoughtlessness.
"Forgive me, your ladyship, I did not,"
he said, groping for an excuse.
"Yes, I did encounter your late husband."
Although she was taken aback by his candour, Lydia had no desire to make the Professor squirm with embarrassment any more than he already was. "My late husband was an interesting character," she told him with an enigmatic smile. "Perhaps we should leave it at that." The Professor, eager to seize the diplomatic lifeline she had thrown him, had just begun to nod his head enthusiastically when their vehicle, which had made painfully slow progress, suddenly came to a halt. The two carriages had originally set off in convoy, but as they approached the park, the thoroughfares had become unusually busy. Several times the driver was forced to pull up, to allow another convenience to pass or overtake them. As a consequence, the party became separated, Sir Theodosius's carriage making better progress. Such delays put Lydia a little on edge. She began looking out of the window, wishing the buildings to pass faster. Now that they were stationary, the Professor put his head out of the window to see what was amiss.
"Some chickens have escaped from their crate," he told Lydia. "'Tis mayhem."
Lydia looked out to see for herself several men running hither and thither after a dozen squawking fowl. Shouts and caterwauls filled the air, and it was a full 5 minutes until the road was once more cleared. By this time it was almost dark, and buildings were no longer landmarks, but obstacles to be avoided. In the gloom, the streets merged into one long thoroughfare that twisted and turned, with long bends and sharp angles. Indeed, such was the general confusion of the journey that both Lydia and the Professor assumed when the driver veered down a side street that he was taking a short cut to avoid the traffic. Shortly after, however, Lydia began to express her doubts. "Surely we must be nearing the park soon," she said, lifting her gaze to the window once more. The Professor shrugged.
"It is madness out there, your ladyship,"
was all he could say. Soon, however, they felt the carriage start to slow. Lydia craned her neck.
"But surely this is the King's Mews?" she asked.
The Professor also peered out.
"The King's Mews,"
he repeated incredulously.
"By Jove, so it is."
Although they were only a quarter of a mile from the park gates, Lydia knew they were not in the right place. They drew to a halt in front of a large brick block with grills high up in the tall walls.
"This is where all the King's carriages are kept," she protested. "We are in the wrong place. We must tell the driver."
A loud roar suddenly tore through the air, followed by several hollers or grunts.
"What on earth?"
Lydia's hand flew up to her chest as if to still her heart. The Professor smiled.
"It must be one of the King's tigers. Yes, indeed. There is also a small menagerie housed there, I believe, your ladyship."
Lydia remembered the elephant.
"Ah, yes," she replied with a nod. "But what are we doing here? Surely we do not have to make our way to the park gates on foot."
"Most strange," agreed the Professor as his left cheek began to twitch. "Most strange. Yes, indeed." Chapter 55. Darkness now cloaked St. James's Park as Thomas frantically elbowed his way through the throng. Somewhere in the near distance the strains of violins could be heard. They mingled with the calls of vendors selling nosegays for the ladies and pies for the men. Ignoring the pain that had flared once more in his chest, the doctor sprinted toward the long gallery. Here the more genteel people who had paid a pretty penny for their tickets could be found. He prayed Lydia's party would be there by now. As Thomas ran, the first punch of a volley of rockets burst forth, scattering white sparks like diamonds into the dark blue sky. Screams went up from the crowd, which was taken unawares by the thunderous bangs. Next came a cascade of red feathers spilling out from a huge explosion of gold, then shards of silver that exploded and shimmered like stars. Loud alarums and squeals of delight rose into the air. A group of ladies nearby flapped their fans excitedly. Others broke into spontaneous applause. The night air was heavy, with a bitter smell of sulphur. Grey clouds of it rolled along like fog. There were other notes, too. Had he been there, thought Thomas, Dr. Carruthers would have been able to identify them, antimony, and possibly a hint of phosphorus. Noxious gases billowed in puffs where the fireworks had been ignited, as if from the mouth of some great unseen dragon. Where, amid all this, was Professor Carruthers? And where was Lydia? Soon he reached the gallery, and his heart missed a beat when he managed to pick out Sir Theodosius in no time at all. He and his gentleman friends were laughing loudly, downing cups of punch. Lady Pettigrew was one of a huddle of elderly ladies, whispering and nodding as they watched the crowd like hawks. But of Lydia and the Professor there was no sign. Richard, licking a lollipop, sat next to Nurse Pring. Spotting Thomas in the crowd straight away, he leapt up. "Dr. Silkstone!" he called, waving. The doctor hurried toward the young Earl. "Where is my mamma, Dr. Silkstone?" he asked as Thomas drew level. Thomas looked anxiously to Nurse Pring for an answer. "Her ladyship and the Professor were following in the carriage behind, sir," she replied with a shrug. "They must have been delayed." The news sounded alarm bells in Thomas's head. His heart began to pound even faster in his chest.
"There you are, Silkstone!"
The coroner's voice boomed across the gallery. His face was flushed red, and it was immediately clear to Thomas that the punch had gone to his head.
"By Jove, what a show, eh?"
"Lydia, sir," replied the doctor, ignoring the coroner's question. "Have you seen Lydia, or Professor Carruthers?" His eyes were firmly set on the sea of heads in front of the gallery, scanning their familiar faces. Thomas edged forward. "Are her ladyship and Professor Carruthers not here, sir?" he asked. It was no use trying to suppress his mounting anxiety.
"Dash no," declared the coroner. "Must have got lost. Be about somewhere, Thomas. Do not worry yourself."
He lifted his tankard.
"Here, have some punch. It's got a real kick to it," he added with a wink.
Lady Pettigrew chimed in. "'Tis a pity dear Lydia is missing the display." Thomas nodded. "Indeed," he acknowledged solemnly. "And you do not know why she might be delayed?" The elderly lady shook her head so that one of her bird ornaments dislodged itself slightly. "Although I believe the driver was new," she added, not taking her eyes from the crowd before her. "A new driver?" Thomas frowned. "Yes, the Professor's boy recommended him. An Indian, I believe," she said, fluttering her fan excitedly. Thomas's eyes widened, and his stomach churned at the news. Lady Pettigrew noted his fearful expression. "Whatever is it, Dr. Silkstone?" she asked. She did not receive a reply. Thomas melted back into the crowd, his brain awash with nightmarish thoughts. An Indian driver? A stranger recommended by Sajeev? Loyal, dutiful young Sajeev? He tried to suppress the thought, but like an infected swelling it kept rising and throbbing in his brain. Could he be the dead merchant's son? How easily he could slip out of Holland Street to commit his heinous crimes. Where had he been the other day when the Professor was at the park with Lydia? Ransacking her bedchamber, perhaps? Thomas suddenly thought of the other opportunities the servant had been handed. Had he not had access to the opium and the acacia honey? Perhaps it was he who was listening when he had hatched the plan to trap the Professor, and now he was missing along with Lydia. Thomas had to get away from these crowds. He had to find her before Sajeev took yet more revenge. If Professor Carruthers was indeed the surgeon who showed pity to him, then perhaps he was safe, but Lydia, as Farrell's widow, would surely be the deluded servant's next victim. Chapter 56. Apparently marooned outside the King's Mews, Professor Carruthers grew more agitated by the second. "But we shall miss the display," he complained. Lydia nodded in agreement. The Professor turned to his servant, who'd sat in silence throughout the journey. "Sajeev, go and see what the driver thinks he is playing at," he instructed. Sajeev, however, remained motionless, his palms resting on his thighs, his eyes set straight ahead. The Professor frowned. He switched to his Nalkar's native tongue. "Manne samajhnati padde, Sajeev," he said, his tone much firmer. "I don't understand. What is wrong?" There was still no response. "Is there something amiss with him?" asked Lydia, watching the servant, a puzzled look on her face. Carruthers shook his head in frustration. "Jaldi!" Just as he was about to remonstrate further, the driver suddenly flung open the carriage door. Although he was dressed in a tricorn and frock coat, Lydia noticed he was an Indian. By the look on his face, something she knew was wrong. Her alarm seemed to be the signal for Sajeev to act. He lunged across the carriage to land beside her. In one swift move, he drew a familiar dagger from his belt and held it to Lydia's breast. "My Kanja!" cried the professor. "What the—" Carruthers lurched forward in an effort to save his companion, but the driver produced a dagger too and barred his way. "You right, Professor," said Sajeev, his English broken. "This is royal menagerie, and we make special visit to one of the animals." "Have you taken leave of your senses, man?" The professor's eyes bulged with fury. "No, Professor," came the servant's reply. "I am taking my revenge. Out! Now!" He jabbed the air with his dagger, motioning his master to alight. Carruthers shuddered but reluctantly obeyed. Lydia, the Khanjar now at her back, followed. They stood at the bottom of a flight of wooden stairs that hugged the side of a high building. "Up!" growled Sajeev, gesturing with a Khanjar. "What do you think you are doing?" cried Carruthers. "Not up!" Sajeev screamed back. "There is no need for this," pleaded the professor, holding out his arms to signify he had no idea what was happening. But Sajeev was unyielding. "Jaldi karo!" he screamed, jostling the professor up the stairs. In the gloom they climbed up to stop in front of a door in the wall. The Indian driver unlocked it and pushed the professor and Lydia inside. The first thing that struck them as they crossed the threshold was the stink of ammonia. It stung their eyes and the backs of their throat. Lydia coughed. It took a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness, and when they did, she realized they were standing on a raised mezzanine platform in a huge, high-ceilinged building. From the stink she gleaned it must be a stable that had never been cleaned. The orange light of the street lamps was glowing through the high grilles, but below all was in deep shadow. Suddenly something stirred. "What was that?" Lydia gasped. Sajeev, lighting a lantern, smirked. He motioned her forward to the wooden gallery railing, the rays of his lamp pooling on the floor below. Warily, Lydia peered down, and there, in the gloom, she saw something large, lumbering about restlessly. She could hear it slurping and sniffling as it shuffled toward the light. Then, when she saw its eyes, small and wide-set, looking out from its enormous head, and its long trunk dangling from its head with ivory tusks on either side, she realized. The elephant they had seen in the park, that had shown both the majesty and the menace of its wild nature, was standing a few feet below them. She wheeled round to face her captor. More than fear, it was anger that burned inside her. "Why have you brought us here?" she demanded. She watched as the professor, too, leaned over the railings to see the elephant shuffling in the shadows. "What the—" Carruthers looked askance at his servant. "Does this bring back a memory, Professor?" asked Sajeev, still holding the Khanjar threateningly. "Or should I say, Dr. Carruthers?" Lydia switched her gaze to the professor. "What does he mean?" Fear flickered across the professor's face like the candle flame in the lamp hanging on a nearby peg. He grasped the gallery rail as if to steady himself. "I don't know what you're talking about," he snapped, although it was clear from his expression that he did. "Do not lie!" Sajeev suddenly lurched forward and jabbed him in the ribs, forcing the professor to look again at the elephant. "No!" cried Lydia, her hands flying up to her mouth, but the Naukar motioned to his accomplice. He was guarding the door, but now came forward to keep her in check while Sajeev devoted his attention to the professor. "Does it remind you of something?" he barked, catching hold of his master's jaw and wrenching his head to the side. "Look!" he cried, suddenly switching back to his native tongue. He forced the professor to double up over the railings, his hand tight around the nape of his neck, so he had no choice but to look at the elephant. "Does it remind you of seeing a man, his hands tied behind his back, a blindfold on his head, kneeling on the dusty ground, surrounded by a crowd baying for his blood?" With each word the Indian became more inflamed. He brought the dagger up to the professor's neck and pressed the curved blade against his flesh. Seeing the professor in danger, Lydia lunged forward. "No, please!" she cried, tugging at the Indian's sleeve, but he thrust her back with a single blow from his elbow. She lost her balance, falling to the floor. Still forcing the blade against the professor's neck, Sajeev continued. He spat out his words so that spittle flecked Carruthers's cheek. "Does it remind you of seeing the elephant slowly advance to within a few paces of the man, then, at the command of its mahout, lashing out its trunk to knock him to the ground?" The professor gritted his teeth and closed his eyes for a second as the blade suddenly broke his skin. He dared not breathe, but the Indian went on, his words roiling in his native tongue and his mind caught up in a maelstrom of violent memories. "Does it remind you of the piteous cry that went up just before the elephant's foot crushed his chest, or the groan that he made as he was tossed into the air, then speared by one of the tusks?" The Indian's eyes were wild with a mix of rage and terror as he recalled the execution. "Does it?" He pushed back the professor's jaw. "Yes, yes," he replied, in the Indian's own language. The acknowledgment seemed to break the spell for a moment. Sajeev withdrew the blade, and the professor's chin dropped down. "I do too," said the Indian, wiping the spittle from his lips with the back of his hand. He reverted to English. "I was 12 years old, and that was the last memory I have of my father." Lydia had by this time hauled herself to her feet. "Your father?" she repeated. Sajeev switched his gaze to her. "Yes." He nodded before his eyes latched onto the professor once more. "Baba Lakhani. He was a trader, a diamond trader." He pointed to the professor with his khanjar. "And this man has his blood on his hands. You remember how you and your friends killed the miner and stole the diamond?" In the candlelight, Carruthers's eyes were glinting with tears. No, 'twas not like that, I swear," he protested. But his protestations only served to anger the Indian, who once again thrust the khanjar to the professor's throat. "You cut off the miner's leg to steal the diamond, then left him to die." The professor's hands flew up to his ears. No, I refused to amputate. I couldn't do it. It was Farrell who did it. Farrell, I swear." "What?" cried Lydia. At the mention of her dead husband's name, she barged forward. The Indian suddenly turned on her, thrusting the khanjar under her chin. "Farrell, yes, your husband." Released from the servant's grasp, the professor fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Lydia stepped backward as Sajeev now turned his fire on her. "They all in it together. They should all have been charged with killing one of the Jagirdar's miners. Not my father. He tried to save him. But Farrell, Lavington and Flynn, they ran away, and Baba Lakhani took all the blame." The professor heaved himself up against the railings. "Please, leave me, Sajeev. I wanted no part in it." The Indian jabbed the dagger against Lydia's bodice. "My father tell me the whole story. As he clung to the bars of his stinking jail, he'd tell me about the 3 English officers, and he'd tell me about the map." "The map?" repeated Lydia. Things were beginning to fall into place. The fear that she had held at bay for so long now began to make its presence felt. Her chest tightened and her palms became clammy. The Indian nodded. "The ancient map of the lost diamond fields. It was supposed to secure his future and mine and my children's." "So it was you who ransacked—" Lydia trailed off, the words cleaving to her mouth made dry by fear. She suddenly realized, too, that this silent, loyal Indian must have murdered 4 souls. He would surely not care about murdering 2 more. Suddenly a sound like a loud thunderclap broke overhead. The noise reverberated around the lofty stable, bouncing off the walls and ceiling. The boom set the door frame juddering. The Indian raised his eyes heavenward. "The fireworks," he said. Worse still, in the darkness below, the startled elephant let out a mighty trumpet. The Indian's lips split into an unsettling smile. "He does not like them," he said. "They make him restless." Lydia's heart pounded. She saw her chance. Thinking of Thomas and his reasoned manner, she wondered how he might act in such a situation. She spoke in a measured tone. "Your father's suffering was terrible. But the past cannot be changed. We cannot undo what has been done." She paused for a moment, hoping for some reaction. There was none, so she continued. "I am sorry for what happened. I am truly sorry. But you do no good holding us here. What purpose can be served?" For a moment she thought her words might have made an impact on the troubled youth before her. Watching his expression, she held her breath. In the candle glow, she saw the whites of his eyes, moist with tears. She saw, too, his humanity and the fragility of his condition. He had been so wronged. Slowly she held out her hand. She hoped he did not notice she was shaking. "Your dagger," she said softly. He remained still, his breath rasping in his chest. She took a small step toward him and was suddenly so close that she could smell his breath, sweet and exotic in the gloom. Then, without warning, he raised his arm and with a roar coshed the professor with the hilt of his dagger. He watched Carruthers fold like a rag and fall to the ground before he lunged after Lydia. In one bound he had pinned her up against the wooden pillar. "Tie her up," he ordered the other Indian, and in a second she felt a coarse rope cut into her wrists as she was bound tight against the wood. "You are Farrell's widow. In my country, that means you must die too. We call it sati."
"Good God, no!"
cried the professor, hauling himself up from the ground. He lunged at the servant. Sajeev lashed out with the kanja, and the blade sliced through Carruthers's coat sleeve, drawing blood. "No!" screamed Lydia, pulling at the bindings. But it was no use. She was held fast. "Down!" ordered Sajeev, pointing to the wooden stairs from the gallery with the dagger. "We go down!" The professor mouthed a protest, but confronted once more with the blade at his chest, he turned and started to stagger down the stairs into the darkened bowels of the enormous room. Sajeev followed, pausing only to unhook the lantern from its peg. "Down!" he shouted again. Chapter 57. As Thomas walked out from under the canopy of a tree, another cascade of sparks exploded from a large scaffold a few yards away, pouring down smoke. It was swiftly followed by a burst of maroons. The explosions ricocheted around his head. Each blast was a hammer blow to his brain. The sulphur stung his eyes and nose. He coughed for want of fresh air. His head, too, was fit to burst. He needed to escape the cacophony of the battlefield. He needed to find Lydia. He quickened his pace toward the main gate, and the farther he walked away from the display, the thinner the crowd became. He could see whole people once more, not just disembodied hats and wigs. It was then that he spotted a young woman, her chestnut hair piled on top of her head. She was wearing a peacock blue dress, his favourite colour. "Lydia!" he called, hurrying his step. She did not respond. "Lydia!" he cried again. He was within a few inches of her, and hearing his breathless approach, the lady turned. His heart sank when he realized his mistake. "Forgive me," he told the scowling woman. Growing more anxious with every step, he walked on, all the while searching, his eyes latching onto every lady he saw. Within a minute he had reached the main gates, where stalls selling gingerbread and hot-cross buns were ranged along the park railings. Bootblacks were doing a good trade, too, polishing the muddy shoes of those who were leaving the display. The sounds of exploding fireworks, although still loud, had dissipated with the distance. Thomas could even hear the hawkers barking their wares on the other side of the perimeter rails, but below their raucous cries he detected something else, unfamiliar sounds, discordant and jarring in the distance. He stopped dead to listen, then hurried on through the gate. Turning to his left, he saw the great edifice of the King's Mews up ahead. Suddenly he could make sense of the resonances. They were neighs and bleats and roars and squawks. The animals and birds in the nearby menagerie were unsettled by the fireworks. Cooped up in their cages and stables, many of the creatures had been thrown into paroxysms of fear by the deafening explosions overhead. What made him walk on toward the mews he did not know. That the animals were clearly in distress rattled his nerves, but he knew he was powerless to help. Yet his footsteps took him faster and faster, and as he drew level with the great edifice, he noticed that something was not quite right. There seemed to be a flurry of activity around a side entrance. He sniffed. The familiar tang of sulphur from the fireworks already hung heavy on the air, but now there was something else. He hurried through the gate, narrowly avoiding colliding with a dark-skinned man fitted out in a tricorn and plain dress. The two exchanged wary glances, and the latter seemed agitated. He barged past Thomas, forcing him against the gate-post, and began to run toward the park. Thomas shouted after him, but there was no time to chase him. He knew that. As soon as he sniffed the air again, he understood. As the fireworks continued to pound the night sky, it seemed all hell had broken loose. Men and boys rushed around with pails of water amid volleys of shouts. Animals were braying and barking and kicking against the doors of their pens, and amid the chaos Thomas saw a stable lad tugging two blindfolded horses across the courtyard. Then he heard someone shout the dreaded word, "Fire!" Within a minute the courtyard began to fill with smoke. From the corner of his eye Thomas saw men hauling a wooden engine over the cobblestones. They positioned it outside one of the large stables where smoke was arcing up from under the huge closed doors. Suddenly a loud boom buffeted the air. It caused Thomas, standing nearby, to jump. But the sound was not made by a firework. It came from inside the stable. "Keep clear!" shouted a hostler nearby. "What's in there?" called Thomas. "An elephant!" Through the smoke, Thomas spied the outside staircase. He ran up the steep flight to the side door. As he did so, he could hear cries coming from within and a woman's screams for help. Frantically he tried it. It did not budge. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he shouted down, "There's someone inside! Open the main doors! For God's sake, open the doors!" He stumbled halfway back down the stairs and shouted again, "Open the doors!" Most of the men ignored him, but one of them shook his head. "The elephant!" he screamed over the sound of the cracking flames. "It'll run amok!" Thomas ran back up the stairs and listened at the door once more. There was the cry again. Terror fused with panic as he realized the voice belonged to Lydia. There was no time to lose. He shouldered the door. It remained held fast. He tried again, harder. This time it yielded. Inside, the smoke was thick and choking. He felt his lungs fill with it immediately. "Lydia!" he called. Nearby he could hear her coughing. "Thomas!" she croaked through the fumes. "Thomas!" she called again, and he followed her voice to the pillar. Scrambling to untie her hands, he tried to reassure her. "You'll be safe in a moment," he told her. "Professor Carruthers," she coughed, wringing her bleeding wrists. "He is down there." She pointed to the flames that licked around the hay feeders below them. The elephant could still be heard, stomping and kicking the door and trumpeting loudly. "Get out of here!" Thomas pushed her toward the open door. "But out now!" he cried from the top of the staircase. It was iron, and as soon as he touched the banister, it seared his flesh. He squinted through the smoke, but could see nothing. He ventured farther toward the blaze and suddenly felt himself stumble on something halfway down the stairs. He looked down. A leg. His eyes followed it to make out Professor Carruthers, sprawled head down on the treads. There was no time to check if he was still alive. The fire was taking hold of the wooden pillars that supported the roof, and the elephant was still lashing out, its great bulk smashing against the wooden door as it tried to free itself. Bending low, Thomas hooked his arms under the professor's and hauled him up the half-dozen stairs. By now a group of men had stationed themselves at the door by the outside staircase at Lydia's bidding. They knew there were men in the building. Thomas delivered the unconscious professor into their waiting arms. Then, snatching a towel from a hook on the wall, he turned to go back down. "What are you doing?" cried the head keeper after him. But Thomas did not reply. He was already halfway down the stairs, the rag tied over his nose and mouth. By now the elephant was weakening. It had collapsed on its side just by the main doors, and although it was still bellowing, it was rapidly losing its strength. Its life was ebbing away as the flames advanced, sucking the oxygen from the air. Thomas looked to the source of the fire and managed to make out a water pump in the corner. Dodging the flames, he took off his coat and, winding it round the metal handle, he began pumping water furiously. Seconds later he realized he was not alone. 3 stable hands joined him and began to fill leather buckets. "Quick, men! Hey!" he stuttered through his coughs. The stable hands passed the pails in a human chain, dousing the blaze as fast as they were able. The flames began to retreat, hissing like snakes as they did so, enabling more men to move in with beaters. Soon the fire was under control. Hauling himself up the stairs, his face grey with soot, Thomas made it back to the gallery and staggered out through the door, gulping down lungfuls of air. The keeper was waiting for him. "Open the main doors," Thomas ordered. "What? The elephant may yet be saved. Do as I say." The keeper sprang into action. He nodded to his men, and together they ran down the steps to the great doors. It took 2 lads to lift the huge bolts and heave them open. Thomas arrived just in time to see the unleashed smoke billowing out in thick clouds, but the flames were all but extinguished. After a moment, the keeper wrapped a damp cloth round his face and entered. He did not have to venture far into the building to find the elephant. Its huge bulk stretched across the doorway. It lay on its side, struggling to breathe. Its massive sides laboured up and down, and now and again its trunk twitched. It was in a bad way, but it was alive. Falling to his knees, the keeper leaned over one of its ears and spoke softly to the creature, patting its sooty hide as he gave it encouragement. Thomas was heartened by the sight, but he had more pressing matters. He cast around the chaotic scene to see Lydia, who was sitting on a crate, being tended to by one of the stable hands. She was supping small beer. "My love," he called to her. He ran over to her and knelt beside her, taking her by the hand. She winced, and he saw her bleeding wrists. "They must be dressed," he told her, examining her wounds. She shook her head. "You must see to the professor," she told him firmly. "But your wrists," protested Thomas. "'Tis nothing. Please," she waved one of her hands. "The professor needs you, Thomas," she urged him. Oliver Carruthers was lying on a bed of hay on the back of a cart in the courtyard. His heavy lids were closed and his skin grey beneath smutty patches. Thomas ordered an Indian youth, he assumed he was an elephant attendant, to take down the side so that he could examine Carruthers properly. His pulse was weak and he was breathing out his distress in short, panicky breaths. "He good die, Sahib?" The Indian was peering over his shoulder. The doctor knew that the professor's lungs would be suffering the after-effects of the choking smoke. Rest and soothing linctus would be the only remedies in the days ahead. "With good care, he will live." "Yes," he replied with a nod, adding, "Call for a carriage." He knew the sooner the professor was transported back to Holland Street, the greater his chances of survival. He would follow on immediately. Meanwhile, Thomas returned to the stable to find the keeper dousing the elephant with water from a nearby trough. With a large mop he was lovingly swabbing its sooty flanks. The animal clearly found it rejuvenating and responded by half-heartedly lifting its enormous head. Its trunk slithered before it on the floor, coiling, then straightening like some monstrous snake. Thomas knelt down by its massive shoulder next to the keeper and patted the animal. "Will he live?" "He's a strong old beast," replied the keeper. Another Indian lad, standing on the other side, sluiced its trunk with another bucket full of water. Just as Thomas allowed himself a smile, the elephant suddenly snorted and lifted its head again, this time higher. It endeavoured to right itself by planting a great front foot on the ground. Huffing through its trunk, it tried in vain to heave its great hulk off the cobbled floor, but as it raised its head and shoulder, the lad at its back let out a scream and yelled something in his native tongue. "God Almighty!" cried the keeper. "What is it?" exclaimed Thomas. Leaping to his feet, he ran round to the other side of the creature to see what had so shocked the boy. At first he thought it a pile of dirty rags, but then he spied the saffron yellow bursting from beneath the grime and soot, and saw the curved dagger. And there, lying flattened and broken, lay the body of a man, an Indian. Sajiv Lakhani had been crushed under the weight of the elephant. Chapter 58. Professor Carruthers lay propped up on fat pillows that made his face seem even longer and thinner. A light sheen of sweat glistened on his skin. The patient did not open his eyes at the sound of the door, and Thomas assumed he was still sleeping as he set down his case. Mistress Finesilver followed behind him with a bowl of bread and milk and a spoon, which she put on the bedside table. She stood away from the bed, and arms crossed over her saggy breasts, she studied the professor, her head tilted to one side. A sudden cough broke the silence. It was dry and rasping, and it lifted the professor's shoulders as he slept, then dropped them down again. He frowned, but did not wake. Mistress Finesilver remained unmoved. "Course I never did like that Indian. There was something shifty about him. He only got what was coming to him, she whined as Thomas opened his case. Thank you, mistress. That will be all, Thomas told her, opening his case. Her mistrust of Sajeev had been evident from the start. Thomas only wished that he had heeded her unease and acted upon it sooner. He should have suspected that it was Dr. Carruthers's stolen honey that had been smeared all over the dead servant's face, or that the Khanjar had indeed been responsible for almost beheading Sir Montagu, or that his slipper had made the bloody footprint in the study, or even that Sajeev could easily have travelled from Oxford to Boughton to commit murder. The clues had been there, but he had been blind to them. The housekeeper shot the professor another narrow-eyed look and tutted her disapproval, as if transferring the blame for all that had occurred onto his shoulders. As she did so, he stirred, and his head began to roll from side to side in a most agitated fashion. "Perhaps you would care to fetch Dr. Carruthers?" Thomas asked her. In her present mood it seemed she did not care to do anything, but she nodded and left the room. Now it was Thomas's turn to study his patient. He noted the professor's complexion had improved. For the first time in 3 days the colour had returned, but Thomas also remarked upon a seeming restlessness and an excessive sweating that were new symptoms. A thin stream of mucus was running from the professor's left nostril, too. It was as he reached for a kerchief to wipe his nose that Thomas realized what ailed his patient, on top of smoke inhalation. True, the cough remained and would no doubt do so for a few more days, but it was the professor's addiction to opium that was causing his various ills. They were the undoubted signs of withdrawal. Thomas was bending low to feel the pulse when suddenly the professor grabbed him by the wrist. The quick-fire gesture made the doctor start. There was a strength in his grasp that he would not have believed possible in one so weak. He switched to the professor's face, his eyes now wide open. "Sir, I thought you were asleep," he exclaimed, feeling his own pulse racing. "You are a little better?" The professor pulled a face as he let go of Thomas's wrist. "Better?" He shrugged as if the word were a bitter pill that he was trying to swallow. "I have been trying to feel better about myself these past 9 years, Silkstone," he said, his voice cracking. Thomas gave him a cup of linctus from the bedside table, and he downed it, grimacing at the taste. He handed it back, without giving the doctor a look. Instead, he fixed his watery eyes straight ahead of him. "No one saves us but ourselves. No one can and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path." Thomas frowned. The lingering melancholy that he had detected in the professor's look when they first met clearly still remained. No doubt the opium had dulled his senses and for brief periods made him insensible to the terrible effects of the past. "Very profound," said the doctor after a moment's pause. "But if I might suggest, sir, contrary to what your sacred texts may say, you are fortunate in that you are not alone. Your brother—" The professor broke him off. "Opium!" he croaked. "Please, I need some!" He raised his hands and held out his palms like a beggar. Thomas looked at him full of pity. "Sir, you must wean yourself off the poppy. It can have a most deleterious effect on a man," he told him. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of the Indian servant. Did Sajeev take it too? He recalled the pungent smell at the scenes of at least 2 of the killings. "Sajeev," repeated the professor. "Yes," he croaked, grasping at Thomas's wrist once more. "I gave him opium for his own pleasure. Now, please, I would have some for mine." Thomas struggled to free himself from the professor's insistent mauling. "I cannot give you any, sir. "Sajeev!" Carruthers exclaimed, wide-eyed, as if his servant had just appeared to him in a vision. "What has happened to him? Where is he?" Thomas took a deep breath. "He is dead, sir." He recalled the blackened skin, crushed and mangled into an unrecognizable heap under the great weight. The professor was silent for a moment, then his lips began to tremble. "How?" The elephant fell on top of him. The professor gasped, triggering a cough once more. "He was crushed by the elephant?" "Yes, sir," said Thomas. Once she had felt able, Lydia had related to him Sajeev's sorry tale. She told him how he alleged his own father's end was the result of a betrayal by Farrell, Lavington, Flynn, and, to a lesser extent, the professor himself. Carruthers closed his eyes for a moment, He seemed in pain. "I know he committed all 4 murders, sir," said Thomas, extricating his hand from the professor's. The latter made no attempt to hold on to it.
"Then you also know why I was to be his next victim?"
"I understood that you took pity on him when he was a boy after he witnessed his father's execution." Professor Carruthers blinked rapidly.
"If only it had been that simple,"
he groaned.
"I took pity on the boy because I felt guilty. I was burdened by my past deeds, and they still weigh heavy on my conscience to this day."
Thomas nodded. "What happened?" he asked. The professor lifted his head slightly.
"I was ashamed to acknowledge to you that I practiced medicine in India because I abused my position. Farrell approached me, you see." He coughed once more. "He and his associates told me a miner had escaped with a huge diamond that he'd secreted in a wound in his leg. He'd been given protection by a merchant. They wanted to get their hands on the stone, and in return they would fob the trader off with some fanciful map of the lost diamond fields of Sambulpur."
He paused for breath. "And the merchant was Sajiv's father?" asked Thomas. Carruthers nodded.
"Aye, Bava Lakhani."
He lingered over the name.
"They asked me to cut open the miner's leg to retrieve the diamond. I was to stitch it after. The miner could have escaped and no one would have suspected."
"And in return you were promised a generous share of the sale of the gem?" pressed Thomas.
"Curse me, I was."
He groaned and rubbed his chest. Thomas could not judge the man. The professor's physical welfare was his utmost concern. "Sir, you must rest," he urged him. Ignoring his advice, however, the professor grew more vexed.
"They were coming for the miner."
"Who, sir?"
"The Nizam's men. They were armed. There was no time."
His wiry grey head rose from the pillow.
"Farrell wanted me to amputate the miner's leg there and then."
Thomas suddenly understood the professor's dilemma. "And you refused?" Carruthers thrust out his bottom lip.
"I may have been a greedy fool, but I was not prepared to hack off a man's leg and let him bleed to death."
He coughed once more.
"Yes, I refused. I refused, and Farrell took a machete to him."
He paused to swallow hard. Now Thomas understood. So the miner died, but Farrell let the merchant take the blame for his death and the theft of the diamond. Suddenly it was all fitting into place. And the merchant was executed?
"Pulled to pieces, then crushed by an elephant,"
said the professor, the tears now flowing down his cheeks.
"And I was responsible."
Thomas reached for the professor's hand and patted it. "You cannot blame yourself, sir," he said, knowing that he was guilty of avarice, not murder. Carruthers switched his reddening eyes to Thomas.
"That was why I offered the boy a home. I have lived with the memory of that execution all these years. I only took Sajiv as my servant to assuage my conscience. He was orphaned because of me. I don't know when he found out that I shared the guilt. I cannot blame him for wanting me and all those who betrayed his father dead. He called Flynn's servant a traitor because he used to be his father's Nauka."
"Did you not suspect him when you saw that word carved on Manjeet's chest?" Thomas pressed. Carruthers blinked.
"I should have had my doubts, yes, before he killed Flynn and Lupton. But he was like a son to me. I could not conceive that he could be capable of such—"
He shrugged and sighed.
"I suppose each one of us was a Gaddar in our own way."
Thomas understood the professor's pain. He had been weighed down by guilt for all these years. That was why he tried not to dwell on the past. That was why he wanted to live in the moment. That was why he found solace in opium. He could not face his own demons. "So you stopped practicing medicine and instead sought to heal your own wounds through the ancient texts?" suggested Thomas. The professor looked Thomas in the eye and nodded.
"The mind is everything. What you think, you become, Dr. Silkstone. That is what the Buddha said, and he is so right."
Thomas had to agree that what the professor said was true. It did not matter if the words were spoken by the Buddha, or by Jesus, or by the Prophet Muhammad. It was a universal truth, common to all men. A man's thoughts frame his character and therefore his actions. "I believe it to be so," he replied, fixing Carruthers with a sympathetic smile. "And I believe you to be a good man." He shook his hand. "You have paid the price for your misjudgment, "And now you must put the past behind you," Thomas told him. "As the Buddha would say, I believe, concentrate the mind on the present moment. And in this moment, that means you must concentrate on getting better." With those words, Thomas rose, just as the sound of Dr. Carruthers's walking stick could be heard tapping its way across the landing.
"How fares the patient this morn?"
the old anatomist asked, bumbling into the room. "I am happy to report he's on the mend, sir," Thomas replied, taking his mentor's arm and leading him to a chair. "Then an extra visitor will not go amiss?" a familiar voice sang out from the landing. Thomas's head swung toward the door to see Lydia standing at the threshold. He hurried to greet her and swept both her hands up in his. He noted she was wearing long gloves to cover the ugly scabs left by the rope cuts on her wrists. He frowned. "Have no fear for me, my love," she whispered. "How is the professor?" She jerked her gaze over to the bed where Dr. Carruthers was patting his brother's counterpane. "Physically he is stronger, but mentally—"
"Do I hear billing and cooing from the lovebirds?"
The old anatomist cupped his hand round his ear and laughed.
"Over here!"
He beckoned Thomas and Lydia to join him. They seated themselves on either side of the foot of the bed.
"So, dear brother, this terrible mystery is over, and we can sleep easy in our beds again, eh?"
He tapped his stick on the floorboards.
"And to think we had a murderer staying under our very roof!"
The old anatomist shook his head in disbelief. "Are we not forgetting something?" asked Lydia.
"What might that be, my dear?"
Thomas knew exactly what she meant. He intervened. "The reason why 4 men were not just murdered, sir. They were tortured before they were cruelly put to death."
"Ah,"
Dr. Carruthers nodded.
"You mean the map, dear boy?"
"Indeed I do, sir. The ancient Sanskrit map that holds the key to the untapped diamond fields." Lydia agreed. "That was the reason my bedchamber was ransacked, and the reason poor Professor Carruthers was subjected to this ordeal." The professor shook his head. "Not so, I fear, my lady."
"Tosh, Oliver, what are you saying?"
huffed the old anatomist, slapping the counterpane. His brother was, however, adamant.
"There never was a map." "What?"
interjected the old anatomist. The professor fixed Lydia with an earnest regard.
"It was a figment of your husband's imagination, I fear, my lady."
Suddenly ashamed, he switched his gaze and bit his lip.
"Captain Farrell knew I was good with a pen and brush. He commissioned me to create a map to fool the merchant."
A sudden cough ruptured his speech before he concluded.
"I forged it myself."
Thomas remained quiet throughout this exchange. He had heard of the map's existence from Thomas Mott himself, even though the latter counted it unintelligible and therefore worthless. He was certain of its existence, but it was best left forgotten, he told himself. It had caused enough blood to be spilled already. Chapter 59. It was the night before the wedding. Guests had been arriving from all over the country for the past few days. Lydia's closest surviving relatives, a maiden aunt and 3 cousins twice removed, had decamped in Boughton Hall itself. Others stayed with friends or, in the last resort, at the 3 Tuns in the village. Thomas's relatives, however, were even fewer in number. His dear father had written to inform him that he was too frail to make the voyage. That left only 2 distant cousins from Yorkshire, whom the doctor had never met, but whom his father insisted should be invited. Thomas was thankful that he had escaped most of the planning and the inevitable altercations. Aside from being present for the reading of the banns, he had remained in London. Lecturing to eager anatomy students made a welcome change from dissecting the victims of murder and hunting down their killers. At Boughton, it seemed that Lady Pettigrew had assumed charge of the proceedings, but she and Lydia had not seen eye to eye over a number of details, not least over the colour of the bridal gown. When the mantua-maker had called and shown the ladies samples of silk, Lady Pettigrew had much preferred the primrose yellow over Lydia's palest cream. Happily, Lydia had won the day, but there were other tussles over seating plans and the choice of entrees that led to icy silences and the drumming of agitated fingers. Even Thomas's arrival caused ructions. Lady Pettigrew thought it only proper that the groom lodge at the Pettigrew residence before the ceremony. Thomas had, however, argued his case for staying at Boughton, and had, with a little pressure from Sir Theodosius, finally prevailed. While Lydia and the other ladies remained in her boudoir, Thomas dined with a few of his gentleman friends. Sir Theodosius, Dr. Carruthers, Professor Carruthers, Professor Hasher, who was to be groomsman, and Sir Arthur Warbeck. The latter had been invited on the insistence of Sir Theodosius, who said it was politic to do so. The claret and port flowed freely, but Thomas, knowing that such occasions could, if allowed, get very out of hand, guarded himself against temptation by colluding with Howard. A glass jug was filled not with claret, but black-currant cordial, and set at his side for his exclusive consumption. He drank copiously throughout the evening so that his guests believed him to be imbibing liberally, as expected of a groom on the eve of his wedding. The result was that by 9 o'clock all the others were in their cups. Thomas pretended that he, too, had drunk far too much and needed to sleep it off before the morrow. He was therefore easily excused, and while the other men continued their merry talk of women and horses over a farcical game of piquet, Thomas was able to retire. Acknowledging that sleep was unlikely to call on him that night, Thomas made his way, candle in hand, to the silent cocoon of the library. Surrounded by hundreds of volumes, he felt most at ease here. Away from the challenges of the laboratory, the stench of the dissecting room, or the battles of the courtroom,